Chapter 71 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 71. White Favours. The little quarrel between George and his cousin caused the former to discontinue his visits to Bloomsbury in a great measure; for Mr. Will was more than ever assiduous in his attentions, and, now that both were bound over to peace, so outrageous in his behaviour that George found the greatest difficulty in keeping his hands from his cousin. The artless little Lydia had certainly a queer way of receiving her friends. But 6 weeks before, madly jealous of George's preference for another, she now took occasion repeatedly to compliment Theo in her conversation. Miss Theo was such a quiet, gentle creature, Lydia was sure George was just the husband for her. How fortunate that horrible quarrel had been prevented! The constables had come up just in time, and it was quite ridiculous to hear Mr. Esmond cursing and swearing, and the rage he was in at being disappointed of his duel. "But the arrival of the constables saved your valuable life, dear Mr. George, and I am sure Miss Theo ought to bless them for ever," says Lyddy with a soft smile. "You won't stop and meet Mr. Esmond at dinner to-day? You don't like being in his company? He can't do you any harm, and I am sure you will do him none." Kind speeches like these, addressed by a little girl to a gentleman, and spoken by a strange inadvertency in company, and when other gentlemen and ladies were present, were not likely to render Mr. Warrington very eager for the society of the young American lady. George's meeting with Mr. Will was not known for some days in Dean Street, for he did not wish to disturb those kind folks with his quarrel. But when the ladies were made aware of it, you may be sure there was a great flurry and to-do. "You were actually going to take a fellow creature's life, and you came to see us, and said not a word? Oh, George, it was shocking!" said Theo. "My dear, he had insulted me and my brother," pleaded George. "Could I let him call us both cowards, and sit by and say, 'Thank you'?" The General sat by and looked very grave. "You know you think, papa, it is a wicked and unchristian practice, and have often said you wish gentlemen would have the courage to refuse." "To refuse? Yes," says Mr. Lambert, still very glum. "It must require a prodigious strength of mind to refuse," says Jack Lambert, looking as gloomy as his father. "And I think if any man were to call me a coward, I should be apt to forget my orders." "You see, brother Jack is with me!" cries George. "I must not be against you, Mr. Warrington," says Jack Lambert. "Mr. Warrington!" cries George, turning very red. "Would you, a clergyman, have George break the commandments and commit murder, John?" asks Theo, aghast. "I am a soldier's son, sister," says the young divine, drily. "Besides, Mr. Warrington has committed no murder at all. We must soon be hearing from Canada, father. The great question of the supremacy of the two races must be tried there ere long." He turned his back on George as he spoke, and the latter eyed him with wonder. Hetty, looking rather pale at this original remark of brother Jack, is called out of the room by some artful pretext of her sister. George started up and followed the retreating girls to the door. "Great powers, gentlemen!" says he, coming back. "I believe, on my honour, you are giving me the credit of shirking this affair with Mr. Esmond." The clergyman and his father looked at one another. "A man's nearest and dearest are always the first to insult him," says George, flashing out. "You mean to say, not guilty? God bless thee, my boy!" cries the General. "I told thee so, Jack!" and he rubbed his hand across his eyes, and blushed, and wrung George's hand with all his might. "Not guilty of what, in heaven's name?" asks Mr. Warrington. "Nay," said the General, "Mr. Jack here brought the story. Let him tell it. I believe 'tis a damned lie with all my heart." And uttering this wicked expression, The General fairly walked out of the room. The Reverend J. Lambert looked uncommonly foolish. "And what is this damned lie, sir, that somebody has been telling of me?" asked George, grinning at the young clergyman. "To question the courage of any man is always an offence to him," says Mr. Lambert, "and I rejoice that yours has been belied." "Who told the falsehood, sir, which you repeated?" bawls out Mr. Warrington. "I insist on the man's name." "You forget you are bound over to keep the peace," says Jack. "Curse the peace, sir! We can go and fight in Holland. Tell me the man's name, I say!" "Fair and softly, Mr. Warrington," cries the young parson. "My hearing is perfectly good. It was not a man who told me the story, which, I confess, I imparted to my father." "What?" asks George, the truth suddenly occurring. "Was it that artful, wicked little vixen in Bloomsbury Square?" "Vixen is not the word to apply to any young lady, George Warrington," exclaims Lambert, "much less to the charming Miss Lydia. She's artful, the most innocent of Heaven's creatures. She wicked, that angel, with unfeigned delight that the quarrel should be over, with devout gratitude to think that blood consanguineous should not be shed. She spoke in terms of the highest praise of you for declining this quarrel, and of the deepest sympathy with you for taking the painful but only method of averting it." "What method?" demands George, stamping his foot. "Why, of laying an information, to be sure," says Mr. Jack. On which George burst forth into language much too violent for us to repeat here, and highly uncomplimentary to Miss Lydia. "Don't utter such words, sir!" cried the parson, who, as it seemed, now took his turn to be angry. "Do not insult, in my hearing, the most charming, the most innocent of her sex. If she has been mistaken in her information regarding you, and doubted your willingness to commit what, after all, is a crime for a crime homicide is, and of the most awful description, you, sir, have no right to blacken that angel's character with foul words, and, innocent yourself, should respect the most innocent, as she is the most lovely of women." "Oh, George, are you to be my brother?" "I hope to have that honour," answered George, smiling. He began to perceive the other's drift. "What then, what, though 'tis too much bliss to be hoped for by sinful man, what if she should one day be your sister? Who could see her charms without being subjugated by them? I own that I am a slave. I own that those Latin Sapphics in the September number of the Gentleman's Magazine, beginning Lindicae quondam se sinit Venus Dei, with an English version by my friend Hickson of Corpus, were mine. I have told my mother what hath passed between us, and Mrs. Lambert also thinks that the most lovely of her sex has deigned to look favourably on me. I have composed a letter, she another. She proposes to wait on Miss Lydia's grandpapa this very day, and to bring me the answer which shall make me the happiest or the most wretched of men. It was in the unrestrained intercourse of family conversation that I chanced to impart to my father the sentiments which my dear girl had uttered. Perhaps I spoke slightingly of your courage, which I don't doubt. By heaven, I don't doubt. It may be she has erred too regarding you. It may be that the fiend jealousy has been gnawing at my bosom, and, horrible suspicion, but I thought my sister's lover found too much favour with her that I would have all my own. Ah, dear George, who knows his faults? I am as one distracted with passion. Confound it, sir! What right have you to laugh at me? I would have you know that risu inepto. What, have you two boys made up? Cries the General, entering at this moment, in the midst of a roar of laughter from George. I was giving my opinion to Mr. Warrington upon laughter, and upon his laughter in particular, says Jack Lambert, in a fume. George is bound over to keep the peace, Jack. Thou canst not fight him for 2 years, and between now and then let us trust you will have made up your quarrel. Here is dinner, boys. We will drink absent friends, and an end to the war, and no fighting out of the profession." George pleaded an engagement as a reason for running away early from his dinner, and Jack must have speedily followed him, for when the former, after transacting some brief business at his own lodgings, came to Mr. Van den Bosch's door, in Bloomsbury Square, he found the young parson already in parley with a servant there. His master and mistress had left town yesterday, the servant said. "Poor Jack! And you had the decisive letter in your pocket?" George asked of his future brother-in-law. Well, yes. Jack owned he had the document. "And my mother has ordered a chair, and was coming to wait on Miss Lyddy," he whispered piteously, as the young men lingered on the steps. George had a note, too, in his pocket for the young lady, which he had not cared to mention to Jack. In truth, his business at home had been to write a smart note to Miss Lyddy, with a message for the gentleman who had brought her that funny story of his giving information regarding the duel. The family being absent, George, too, did not choose to leave his note. "If Cousin Will has been the slander-bearer, I will go and make him recant," thought George. "Will the family soon be back?" he blandly asked. "They are gone to visit the quality," the servant replied. "Here is the address on this paper." And George read, in Miss Lydia's hand, the box from Madam Hockett's to be sent by the Farnham flying coach, addressed to Miss Van den Bosch, at the Right Honourable the Earl of Castlewood's, Castlewood, Hants. "Where?" cried poor Jack, aghast. "His lordship and their ladyships have been here often," the servant said with much importance. "The families is quite intimate." This was very strange, for in the course of their conversation Lyddy had owned but to one single visit from Lady Castlewood. "And they must be going to stay there some time, for Miss have took a power of boxes and gowns with her," the man added, and the young men walked away, each crumpling his letter in his pocket. "What was that remark you made?" asks George of Jack, at some exclamation of the latter. "I think you said—" "Distraction! I am beside myself, George. I scarce know what I am saying," groans the clergyman. "She has gone to Hampshire, and Mr. Esmond is gone with her." "Othello could not have spoken better, and she has a pretty scoundrel in her company," says Mr. George. "Ha! Here is your mother's chair." Indeed, at this moment, poor Aunt Lambert came swinging down Great Russell Street, preceded by her footman. "'Tis no use going farther, Aunt Lambert," cries George. "Our little bird has flown." "What little bird?" "The bird Jack wished to pair with. The Lyddy bird, aunt." "Why, Jack, I protest you are swearing again. This morning 'twas the sixth commandment you wanted to break, and now—" "Confound it, leave me alone, Mr. Warrington! Do you hear?" growls Jack, looking very savage, and away he strides far out of the reach of his mother's bearers. "What is the matter, George?" asks the lady. George, who has not been very well pleased with brother Jack's behaviour all day, says, "Brother Jack has not a fine temper, Aunt Lambert. He informs you all that I am a coward, and remonstrates with me for being angry. He finds his mistress gone to the country, and he bawls and stamps and swears. Oh, fie! Oh, Aunt Lambert, beware of jealousy. Did the General ever make you jealous?" "You will make me very angry if you speak to me in this way," says poor Aunt Lambert from her chair. "I am respectfully dumb. I make my bow. I withdraw," says George, with a low bow, and turns towards Holborn. His soul was wrath within him. He was bent on quarrelling with somebody. Had he met Cousin Will that night, it had gone ill with his sureties. He sought Will at all his haunts, at Arthur's, at his own house. There Lady Castlewood's servants informed him that they believed Mr. Esmond had gone to join the family in Hants. He wrote a letter to his cousin. "My dear, kind Cousin William," he said, You know I am bound over, and would not quarrel with any one, much less with a dear, truth-telling, affectionate kinsman, whom my brother insulted by caning. But if you can find any one who says that I prevented a meeting the other day by giving information, will you tell your informant that I think it is not I, but somebody else is the coward? And I write to Mr. Van den Bosch by the same post, to inform him and Miss Lyddy that I find some rascal has been telling them lies to my discredit, and I beg them to have a care of such persons." And these neat letters being dispatched, Mr. Warrington dressed himself, showed himself at the play, and took supper cheerfully at the Bedford. In a few days George found a letter on his breakfast table, franked Castlewood, and indeed written by that nobleman. "Dear cousin," my lord wrote, "there has been so much annoyance in our family of late, that I am sure 'tis time our quarrels should cease. 2 days since my brother William brought me a very angry letter, signed G. Warrington, and at the same time, to my great grief and pain, acquainted me with a quarrel that had taken place between you, in which, to say the least, your conduct was violent. 'Tis an ill use to put good wine to, that to which you applied good Mr. Van den Bosch's. Sure, before an old man, young ones should be more respectful. I do not deny that William's language and behaviour are often irritating. I know he has often tried my temper, and that within the 24 hours. Ah, why should we not all live happily together? You know, cousin, I have ever professed a sincere regard for you, that I am a sincere admirer of the admirable young lady to whom you are engaged, and to whom I offer my most cordial compliments and remembrances. I would live in harmony with all my family where 'tis possible, the more because I hope to introduce to it a Countess of Castlewood. At my mature age, 'tis not uncommon for a man to choose a young wife. My Lydia, you will divine that I am happy in being able to call mine the elegant Miss Van den Bosch, will naturally survive me. After soothing my declining years, I shall not be jealous if at their close she should select some happy man to succeed me, though I shall envy him the possession of so much perfection and beauty. Though of a noble Dutch family, her rank, the dear girl declares, is not equal to mine, which she confesses that she is pleased to share. I, on the other hand, shall not be sorry to see descendants to my house, and to have it, through my Lady Castlewood's means, restored to something of the splendour which it knew before 2 or 3 improvident predecessors impaired it. My Lydia, who is by my side, sends you and the charming Lambert family her warmest remembrances. The marriage will take place very speedily here. May I hope to see you at church? My brother will not be present to quarrel with you. When I and dear Lydia announced the match to him yesterday, he took the intelligence in bad part, uttered language that I know he will one day regret, and is at present on a visit to some neighbours. The Dowager Lady Castlewood retains the house at Kensington, we having our own establishment, where you will ever be welcome, dear cousin, by your affectionate humble servant, Castlewood. From the London Magazine of November, 1759. Saturday, October 13th. Married at his seat, Castlewood, Hants, the Right Honourable Eugene, Earl of Castlewood, to the beautiful Miss Van den Bosch of Virginia, £70,000. End of chapter 71. Chapter 72 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 72. From the Warrington MS. In which my lady is on the top of the ladder. Looking across the fire towards her accustomed chair, who has been the beloved partner of my hearth during the last half of my life, I often ask, for middle-aged gentlemen have the privilege of repeating their jokes, their questions, their stories, whether two young people ever were more foolish and imprudent than we were when we married, as we did, in the year of the old King's death. My son, who has taken some prodigious leaps in the heat of his fox hunting, says he surveys the gaps and rivers which he crossed so safely over with terror afterwards, and astonishment at his own foolhardiness in making such desperate ventures. And yet there is no more eager sportsman in the two counties than Miles. He loves his amusement so much that he cares for no other. He has broken his collar bone, and had 100 tumbles, to his mother's terror, but so has his father, thinking perhaps of a copy of verse, or his speech at quarter sessions, been thrown over his old mare's head, who has slipped on a stone as they were both dreaming along a park road at 4 miles an hour; and Miles's reckless sport has been the delight of his life, as my marriage has been the blessing of mine, and I never think of it but to thank Heaven. Mind, I don't set up my worship as an example. I don't say to all young folks, go and marry upon 2d. a year, or people would look very black at me at our vestry meetings; but my wife is known to be a desperate matchmaker, and when Hodge and Susan appear in my justice room with a talk of allowance, we urge them to spend their half-crown a week at home, add a little contribution of our own, and send for the vicar. Now, when I ask a question of my dear oracle, I know what the answer will be, and hence, no doubt, the reason why I so often consult her. I have but to wear a particular expression of face, and my Diana takes her reflection from it. Suppose I say, "My dear, don't you think the moon was made of cream cheese to-night?" She will say, "Well, papa, it did look very like cream cheese indeed. There's nobody like you for droll similes." Or suppose I say, "My love, Mr. Pitt's speech was very fine, but I don't think he is equal to what I remember his father." "Nobody was equal to my Lord Chatham," says my wife. And then one of the girls cries, "Why, I have often heard our papa say Lord Chatham was a charlatan." On which mamma says, "How like she is to her Aunt Hetty!" As for Miles, Tras Tyreusve is all one to him. He only reads the sporting announcements in the Norwich paper. So long as there is good scent, he does not care about the state of the country. I believe the rascal has never read my poems, much more my tragedies; for I mentioned Pocahontas to him the other day, and the dunce thought she was a river in Virginia. And with respect to my Latin verses, how can he understand them when I know he can't construe Corderius? Why, this notebook lies publicly on the little table at the corner of the fireside, and any one may read in it who will take the trouble of lifting my spectacles off the cover. But Miles never hath. I insert in the loose pages caricatures of Miles, jokes against him, but he never knows nor heeds them. Only once, in place of a neat drawing of mine, in China ink, representing Miles asleep after dinner, and which my friend Bunbury would not disown, I found a rude picture of myself going over my mare Sultana's head, and entitled "The Squire on Horseback, or Fish out of Water," and the fellow to roar with laughter, and all the girls to titter, when I came upon the page. My wife said she never was in such a fright as when I went to my book; but I can bear a joke against myself, and have heard many, though, strange to say, for one who has lived among some of the chief wits of the age, I never heard a good one in my life. Never mind, Miles, though thou art not a wit, I love thee none the worse. There never was any love lost between two wits in the family. Though thou hast no great beauty, thy mother thinks thee as handsome as Apollo, or his Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, who was born in the very same year with thee. Indeed, she always thinks Coates's picture of the Prince is very like her eldest boy, and has the print in her dressing room to this very day. Note in a female hand: My son is not a spendthrift, nor a breaker of women's hearts, as some gentlemen are. But that he was exceeding like H.R.H. when they were both babies is most certain. the Duchess of Annister having herself remarked him in St. James's Park, where Gumbo and my poor Molly used often to take him for an airing. T.H. W. In that same year, with what different prospects my Lord Esmond, Lord Castlewood's son, likewise appeared to adorn the world. My Lord C. and his humble servant had already come to a coolness at that time, and, heaven knows, my honest Miles's godmother, at his entrance into life, brought no gold pap boats to his christening. Matters have mended since, laus Deo, indeed, for I suspect neither Miles nor his father would ever have been able to do much for themselves, and by their own wits. Castlewood House has quite a different face now from that venerable one which it wore in the days of my youth, when it was covered with the wrinkles of time, the scars of old wars, the cracks and blemishes which years had marked on its hoary features. I love best to remember it in its old shape, as I saw it when young Mr. George Warrington went down at the owner's invitation to be present at his lordship's marriage with Miss Lydia Van den Bosch, an American lady of noble family of Holland, as the county paper announced her ladyship to be. Then the Tower stood as Warrington's grandfather, the Colonel, the Marquis, as Madam Esmond would like to call her father, had seen them. The woods, thinned not a little to be sure, stood, nay, some of the selfsame rooks may have cawed over them, which the Colonel had seen threescore years back. His picture hung in the hall, which might have been his, had he not preferred love and gratitude to wealth and worldly honour. And Mr. George Esmond Warrington, that is, ego met ipse, who wrote this page down, as he walked the old place, pacing the long corridors, the smooth, dew-spangled terraces, and cold, darkling avenues, felt a while as if he was one of Mr. Walpole's cavaliers, with rough rapier, buff coat, and gorget, and as if an old Pretender, or a Jesuit emissary in disguise, might appear from behind any tall tree trunk round about the mansion, or antique carved cupboard within it. I had the strangest, saddest, pleasantest old-world fancies as I walked the place. I imagined tragedies, intrigues, serenades, escalados, Oliver's Roundheads battering the towers, or Bluff Hal's Beefeaters picking over the plain before the castle. I was then courting a certain young lady. Madam, your ladyship's eyes had no need of spectacles then, and on the brow above them there was never a wrinkle or a silver hair. And I remember I wrote a ream of romantic description, under my Lord Castlewood's franks, to the lady who never tired of reading my letters then. She says I only send her 3 lines now, when I am away in London or elsewhere. 'Tis that I may not fatigue your old eyes, my dear. Mr. Warrington thought himself authorised to order a genteel new suit of clothes for my lord's marriage, and, with Monsieur Gumbo in attendance, made his appearance at Castlewood a few days before the ceremony. I may mention that it had been found expedient to send my faithful Sady home on board a Virginia ship. A great inflammation attacking the throat and lungs, and proving fatal in very many cases, in that year of Wolfe's expedition, had seized and well nigh killed my poor lad, for whom his native air was pronounced to be the best cure. We parted with an abundance of tears, and Gumbo shed as many when his master went to Quebec; but he had attractions in this country, and none for the military life, so he remained attached to my service. We found Castlewood House full of friends, relations, and visitors. Lady Fanny was there upon compulsion, a sulky bridesmaid. Some of the virgins of the neighbourhood also attended the young Countess. A bishop's widow herself, the Baroness Beatrix, brought a holy brother-in-law of the bench from London to tie the holy knot of matrimony between Eugene, Earl of Castlewood, and Lydia Van den Bosch, spinster; and for some time, before and after the nuptials, the old house in Hampshire wore an appearance of gaiety to which it had long been unaccustomed. The country families came gladly to pay their compliments to the newly married couple. The lady's wealth was the subject of everybody's talk, and no doubt did not decrease in the telling. Those naughty stories which were rife in town, and spread by her disappointed suitors there, took some little time to travel into Hampshire; and when they reached the country found it disposed to treat Lord Castlewood's wife with civility, and not inclined to be too curious about her behaviour in town. Suppose she had jilted this man and laughed at the other? It was her money they were anxious about, and she was no more mercenary than they. The Hampshire folks were determined that it was a great benefit to the country to have Castlewood House once more open, with beer in the cellars, horses in the stables, and spits turning before the kitchen fires. The new lady took her place with great dignity, and 'twas certain she had uncommon accomplishments and wit. Was it not written in the marriage advertisements that her ladyship brought her noble husband £70,000? On a beaucoup d'esprit with £70,000. The Hampshire people said this was only a small portion of her wealth. When the grandfather should fall, ever so many plums would be found on that old tree. That quiet old man and keen reckoner began quickly to put the dilapidated Castlewood accounts in order, of which long neglect, poverty, and improvidence had hastened the ruin. The business of the old gentleman's life now, and for some time henceforth, was to advance, improve, mend my lord's finances, to screw the rents up where practicable, to pare the expenses of the establishment down. He could, somehow, look to every yard of worsted lace on the footmen's coats, and every pound of beef that went to their dinner. A watchful old eye noted every flagon of beer which was fetched from the buttery, and marked that no waste occurred in the larder. The people were fewer, but more regularly paid. The liveries were not so ragged, and yet the tailor had no need to dun for his money. The gardeners and grooms grumbled, though their wages were no longer overdue; but the horses fattened on less corn, and the fruit and vegetables were ever so much more plentiful. So keenly did my lady's old grandfather keep a watch over the household affairs from his lonely little chamber in the turret. These improvements, though here told in a paragraph or two, were the affairs of months and years at Castlewood, where, with thrift, order, and judicious outlay of money, however, upon some pressing occasions, my lord might say he had none, the estate and household increased in prosperity. That it was a flourishing and economical household no one could deny. Not even the dowager lady and her two children, who now seldom entered within Castlewood gates, my lady considering them in the light of enemies, for who, indeed, would like a stepmother-in-law? The little reigning countess gave the dowager battle, and routed her utterly and speedily. Though educated in the colonies, and ignorant of polite life during her early years, the Countess Lydia had a power of language and a strength of will that all had to acknowledge who quarrelled with her. The dowager and my Lady Fanny were no match for the young American. They fled from before her to their jointure house in Kensington, and no wonder their absence was not regretted by my lord, who was in the habit of regretting no one whose back was turned. Could cousin Warrington, whose hand his lordship pressed so affectionately on coming and parting, with whom cousin Eugene was so gay and frank and pleasant when they were together, expect or hope that his lordship would grieve at his departure, at his death, at any misfortune which could happen to him, or any souls alive? Cousin Warrington knew better. Always of a sceptical turn, Mr. W. took a grim delight in watching the peculiarities of his neighbours, and could like this one even though he had no courage and no heart. Courage, heart, what are these to you and me in the world? A man may have private virtues as he may have 500,000 in the funds. What we, du monde, expect is, that he should be lively, agreeable, keep a decent figure, and pay his way. Colonel Esmond Warrington's grandfather, in whose history and dwelling place Mr. W. took an extraordinary interest, might once have been owner of this house of Castlewood, and of the titles which belonged to its possessor. The gentleman often looked at the Colonel's grave picture as it still hung in the saloon, a copy or replica of which piece Mr. Warrington fondly remembered in Virginia. "He must have been a little touched here," my lord said, tapping his own tall, placid forehead. "There are certain actions, simple and common with some men, which others cannot understand, and deny as utter lies, or deride as acts of madness. I do you the justice to think, cousin," says Mr. Warrington to his lordship, "that you would not give up any advantage for any friend in the world." I am selfish, but am I more selfish than the rest of the world?" asks my lord, with a French shrug of his shoulders and a pinch out of his box. Once, in their walks in the fields, his lordship happening to wear a fine scarlet coat, a cow ran towards him, and the ordinarily languid nobleman sprang over a stile with the agility of a schoolboy. He did not conceal his tremor or his natural want of courage. "I dare say you respect me no more than I respect myself, George," he would say in his candid way, and begin a very pleasant, sardonical discourse upon the fall of man, and his faults and shortcomings, and wonder why Heaven had not made us all brave and tall, and handsome and rich. As for Mr. Warrington, who very likely loved to be king of his company, as some people do, he could not help liking this kinsman of his, so witty, graceful, polished, high-placed in the world, so utterly his inferior. Like the animal in Mr. Sterne's famous book, "Do not beat me," his lordship's look seemed to say, "but if you will, you may." No man, save a bully and coward himself, deals hardly with a creature so spiritless. End of chapter 72. Chapter 73 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 73. We keep Christmas at Castlewood, 1759. We know, my dear children, from our favourite fairy story books, how, at all christenings and marriages, someone is invariably disappointed, and vows vengeance; and so need not wonder that good cousin Will should curse and rage energetically at the news of his brother's engagement with the colonial heiress. At first Will fled the house in his wrath, swearing he would never return. But nobody, including the swearer, believed much in Master Will's oaths; and this unrepentant prodigal, after a day or two, came back to the paternal house. The fumes of the marriage feast allured him. He could not afford to resign his knife and fork at Castlewood table. He returned, and drank and ate there, in token of revenge. He pledged the young bride in a bumper, and drank perdition to her under his breath. He made responses of smothered maledictions as her father gave her away in the chapel, and my lord vowed to love, honour, and cherish her. He was not the only grumbler respecting that marriage, as Mr. Warrington knew. He heard then and afterwards no end of abuse of my lady and her grandfather. The old gentleman's city friends, his legal adviser, the dissenting clergyman at whose chapel they attended on their first arrival in England, and poor Jack Lambert, the unorthodox young divine, whose eloquence he had fondly hoped had been exerted over her in private, were bitter against the little lady's treachery, and each had a story to tell of his having been enslaved, encouraged, jilted by the young American. The lawyer, who had had such an accurate list of all her properties, estates, moneys, slaves, ships, expectations, was ready to vow and swear that he believed the whole account was false, that there was no such place as New York or Virginia, or, at any rate, that Mr. Van den Bosch had no land there, that there was no such thing as a guinea trade, and that the negroes were so many black falsehoods invented by the wily old planter. The dissenting pastor moaned over his stray lambling. If such a little, wily, mischievous monster could be called a lamb at all, poor Jack Lambert ruefully acknowledged to his mamma the possession of a lock of black hair, which he bedewed with tears, and apostrophised in quite unclerical language. And as for Mr. William Esmond, he, with the shrieks and curses in which he always freely indulged, even at Castlewood, under his sister-in-law's own pretty little nose, when under any strong emotion, called Acheron to witness that out of that region there did not exist such an artful young devil as Miss Lydia. He swore that she was an infernal female Cerberus, and called down all the wrath of this world and the next upon his swindling rascal of a brother, who had cajoled him with fair words, and filched his prize from him. "Why," says Mr. Warrington, when Will expatiated on these matters with him, "if the girl is such a she-devil as you describe her, you are all the better for losing her. If she intends to deceive her husband and to give him a dose of poison, as you say, how lucky for you, you are not the man. You ought to thank the gods, Will, instead of cursing them for robbing you of such a fury, and can't be better revenged on Castlewood than by allowing him her sole possession." All this was very well, Will Esmond said, but, not unjustly perhaps, remarked that his brother was not the less a scoundrel for having cheated him out of the fortune which he expected to get, and which he had risked his life to win, too. George Warrington was at a loss to know how his cousin had been made so to risk his precious existence, for which perhaps a rope's end had been a fitting termination, on which Will Esmond, with the utmost candour, told his kinsman how the little Cerbera had actually caused the meeting between them, which was interrupted somehow by Sir John Fielding's men; how she was always saying that George Warrington was a coward for ever sneering at Mr. Will, and the latter doubly a poltroon for not taking notice of his kinsman's taunts; how George had run away and nearly died of fright in Braddock's expedition. "And, deuce take me," says Will, "I never was more surprised, cousin, than when you stood to your ground so coolly in Tottenham Court Fields yonder; for me and my second offered to wager that you would never come." Mr. Warrington laughed, and thanked Mr. Will for this opinion of him. "Though," he says, "cousin, 'twas lucky for me the constables came up, or you would have whipped your sword through my body in another minute. Didn't you see how clumsy I was as I stood before you? And you actually turned white and shook with anger." "Yes, curse me!" says Mr. Will, who turned very red this time. "That's my way of showing my rage, and I was confoundedly angry with you, cousin. But now 'tis my brother I hate, and that little devil of a countess. A countess! A pretty countess, indeed!" And with another rumbling cannonade of oaths, Will saluted the reigning member of his family. "Well, cousin," says George, looking him queerly in the face, "you let me off easily, and I dare say I owe my life to you, or at any rate a whole waistcoat, and I admire your forbearance and spirit. What a pity that a courage like yours should be wasted as a mere court usher! You are a loss to your Majesty's army, you positively are." "I never know whether you are joking or serious, Mr. Warrington," growls Will. "I should think very few gentlemen would dare joke with you, cousin, if they had a regard for their own lives or ears," cries Mr. Warrington, who loved this grave way of dealing with his noble kinsman, and used to watch with a droll interest the other choking his curses, grinding his teeth because afraid to bite, and smothering his cowardly anger. "And you should moderate your expressions, cousin, regarding the dear Countess and my lord your brother," Mr. Warrington resumed, Of you they always speak most tenderly. Her ladyship has told me everything." "What everything?" cries Will, aghast. "As much as women ever do tell, cousin. She owned that she thought you had been a little epris with her. What woman can help liking a man who has admired her?" "Why, she hates you, and says you were wild about her, Mr. Warrington," says Mr. Esmond. "Spretae injuria formae, cousin." "For me? What's for me?" asks the other. "I never did care for her, and hence, perhaps, she does not love me. Don't you remember that case of the wife of the captain of the guard?" "Which guard?" asks Will. "My Lord Potiphar," says Mr. Warrington. "Lord who?" "My Lord Falmouth is captain of the yeomen of the guard, and my Lord Berkeley of the pensioners. My Lord Hobart had 'em before. Suppose you haven't been long enough in England to know who's who, cousin?" remarks Mr. William. But Mr. Warrington explained that he was speaking of a captain of the guard of the King of Egypt, whose wife had persecuted one Joseph for not returning her affection for him. On which Will said, that as for Egypt, he believed it was a confounded long way off, and that if Lord What-d'ye-call's wife told lies about him, it was like her sex, who he supposed were the same everywhere. Now the truth is, that when he paid his marriage visit to Castlewood, Mr. Warrington had heard from the little Countess her version of the story of differences between Will Esmond and herself; and this tale differed in some respects, though he is far from saying it is more authentic than the ingenious narrative of Mr. Will. The lady was grieved to think how she had been deceived in her brother-in-law. She feared that his life about the court and town had injured those high principles which all the Esmonds are known to be born with; that Mr. Will's words were not altogether to be trusted; that a loose life and pecuniary difficulties had made him mercenary, blunted his honour, perhaps even impaired the high chivalrous courage which we Esmonds, cousin, the little lady said, tossing her head, which we Esmonds must always possess. Leastways, you and me, and my lord, and my cousin Harry have it, I know," says the Countess. "Oh, cousin George! And must I confess that I was led to doubt of yours, without which a man of ancient and noble family like ours isn't worthy to be called a man. I shall try, George, as a Christian lady, and the head of one of the first families in this kingdom and the whole world, to forgive my brother William for having spoke ill of a member of our family, though a younger branch and by the female side, and made me, for a moment, doubt of you. He did so. Perhaps he told me ever so many bad things you had said of me." "I, my dear lady?" cries Mr. Warrington. "Which he said you said of me, cousin, and I hope you didn't, and heartily pray you didn't. And I can afford to despise him. And he paid me his court, that's a fact, and so have others, and that I'm used to. And he might have prospered better than he did, perhaps, for I did not know my dear lord, nor come to value his great and eminent qualities, as I do out of the fullness of this grateful heart now. But, oh, I found William was deficient in courage, and no man as wants that can ever have the esteem of Lydia, Countess of Castlewood. No more he can. He said 'twas you that wanted for spirit, cousin, and angered me by telling me that you was always abusing of me. But I forgive you, George, that I do. And when I tell you that it was he was afraid, the mean skunk, and actually sent for them constables to prevent the match between you and he, you won't wonder I wouldn't value a feller like that. No, not that much!" And her ladyship snapped her little fingers. "I say, noblesse oblige, and a man of our family who hasn't got courage, I don't care not this pinch of snuff for him. There now, I don't. Look at our ancestors, George, round these walls. Haven't the Esmonds always fought for their country and king? Is there one of us that, when the moment arrives, ain't ready to show that he's an Esmond and a nobleman? if my eldest son was to show the white feather, "My Lord Esmond," I would say to him, for that's the second title in our family, "I disown your lordship." And so saying, the intrepid little woman looked round at her ancestors, whose effigies, depicted by Lely and Kneller, figured round the walls of her drawing room at Castlewood. Over that apartment, and the whole house, domain, and village, the new Countess speedily began to rule with an unlimited sway. It was surprising how quickly she learned the ways of command; and if she did not adopt those methods of precedence usual in England among great ladies, invented regulations for herself, and promulgated them, and made others submit. Having been bred a dissenter, and not being over familiar with the established church service, Mr. Warrington remarked that she made a blunder or two during the office, not knowing, for example, when she was to turn her face towards the east, a custom not adopted, I believe, in other reforming churches besides the English. But between Warrington's first bridal visit to Castlewood and his second, my lady had got to be quite perfect in that part of her duty, and sailed into chapel on her cousin's arm, her two footmen bearing her ladyship's great prayer book behind her, as demurely as that delightful old devotee with her lackey in Mr. Hogarth's famous picture of Mourning, and as if my Lady Lydia had been accustomed to have a chaplain all her life. She seemed to patronize not only the new chaplain, but the service and the church itself, as if she had never in her own country heard a ranter in a barn. She made the oldest established families in the country, grave baronets and their wives, worthy squires of 20 descents, who rode over to Castlewood to pay the bride and bridegroom honour, know their distance, as the phrase is, and give her the pass. She got an old heraldry book, and a surprising old maiden lady from Winton, learned in politeness and genealogies, from whom she learned the court etiquette, as the old Winton lady had known it in Queen Anne's time. And ere long she jabbered gules and sables, bends and saltires, not with correctness always, but with a wonderful volubility and perseverance. She made little progresses to the neighbouring towns in her gilt coach and six, or to the village in her chair, and asserted a quasi-regal right of homage from her tenants and other clodpoles. She lectured the parson on his divinity, the bailiff on his farming, instructed the astonished housekeeper how to preserve and pickle, would have taught the great London footman to jump behind the carriage, only it was too high for her little ladyship to mount, gave the village gossips instructions how to nurse and take care of their children long before she had one herself; and as for physic, Madam Esmond in Virginia was not more resolute about her pills and draughts than Miss Lydia, the Earl's new bride. Do you remember the story of the fisherman and the genie in the Arabian Nights? So one wondered, with regard to this lady, how such a prodigious genius could have been corked down into such a little bottle as her body. When Mr. Warrington returned to London after his first nuptial visit, she brought him a little present for her young friends in Dean Street, as she called them, Theo being older, and Hetty scarce younger than herself, and sent a trinket to one and a book to the other, G. Warrington always vowing that Theo's present was a doll, while Hetty's share was a nursery book with words of one syllable. As for old age, my Lady Lydia had little respect for that accident in the life of some gentlemen and gentlewomen, and once the settlements were made in her behalf, treated the ancient Van den Bosch and his large periwig with no more ceremony than Dinah her black attendant, whose great ears she would pinch, and whose woolly pate she would pull without scruple, upon offence given. So at least Dinah told Gumbo, who told his master. All the household trembled before my lady the Countess. The housekeeper, of whom even my lord and the Dowager had been in awe; the pampered London footmen, who used to quarrel if they were disturbed at their cards, and grumbled as they swilled the endless beer, now stepped nimbly about their business when they heard her ladyship's call. Even old Lockwood, who had been gate porter for half a century or more, tried to rally his poor old wandering wits when she came into his lodge to open his window, inspect his wood closet, and turn his old dogs out of doors. Lockwood bared his old bald head before his new mistress, turned an appealing look towards his niece, and vaguely trembled before her little ladyship's authority. Gumbo, addressing his master for dinner, talked about Elisha, of whom he had heard the chaplain read in the morning. "And his bald head, and the boys who call him names, and the bars eat him up and serve him right," says Gumbo. But as for my lady, when discoursing with her cousin about the old porter, "Pooh, pooh! Stupid old man!" says she. "Past his work, he and his dirty old dogs. They are as old and ugly as those old fish in the pond." Here she pointed to two old monsters of carp that had been in a pond in Castlewood Gardens for centuries, according to tradition, and had their backs all covered with a hideous grey mould. "Lockwood must pack off. The workhouse is the place for him. And I shall have a smart, good-looking, tall fellow in the lodge that will do credit to our livery." "He was my grandfather's man, and served him in the wars of Queen Anne," interposed Mr. Warrington; on which my lady cried petulantly, "Oh, Lord! Queen Anne's dead, I suppose, and we ain't a-going into mourning for her." This matter of Lockwood was discussed at the family dinner, when her ladyship announced her intention of getting rid of the old man. "I am told," demurely remarks Mr. Van den Bosch, "that by the laws, poor servants and poor folks of all kinds are admirably provided in their old age here in England. I am sure I wish we had such an asylum for our folks at home, and that we were eased of the expense of keeping our old hands." "If a man can't work, he ought to go," cries her ladyship. "Yes, indeed, and that's a fact," says grandpapa. "What! An old servant?" asks my lord. "Mr. Van den Bosch possibly was independent of servants when he was young," remarks Mr. Warrington. "Greased my own boots, opened my own shutters, sanded and watered my own—" "Sugar, sir?" says my lord. "No, floor, son-in-law," says the old man with a laugh, "though there is such tricks in grocery stores, saving your ladyship's presence." "La, pa! What should I know about stores and groceries?" cries her ladyship. "He! Remember stealing the sugar, and what came on it, my dear ladyship?" says grandpapa. "At any rate, a handsome, well-grown man in our livery will look better than that shrivelled old porter creature," cries my lady. "No livery is so becoming as old age, madam, and no lace as handsome as silver hairs," says Mr. Warrington. "What will the county say if you banish old Lockwood?" "Oh, if you plead for him, sir, I suppose he must stay. Hadn't I better order a couch for him out of my drawing-room, and send him some of the best wine from the cellar?" "Indeed, your ladyship couldn't do better," Mr. Warrington remarked very gravely. And my lord said, yawning, "Cousin George is perfectly right, my dear. To turn away such an old servant as Lockwood would have an ill look. You see, those mouldy old carps are, after all, a curiosity, and attract visitors," continues Mr. Warrington, gravely. "Your ladyship must allow this old wretch to remain. It won't be for long, and you may then engage the tall porter. It is very hard on us, Mr. Van den Bosch, that we are obliged to keep our old negroes when they are past work. I shall sell that rascal Gumbo in 8 or 10 years." "Don't think you will, master," says Gumbo, grinning. "Hold your tongue, sir! He doesn't know English ways, you see, and perhaps thinks an old servant has a claim on his master's kindness," says Mr. Warrington. The next day, to Warrington's surprise, my lady absolutely did send a basket of good wine to Lockwood, and a cushion for his armchair. "I thought of what you said yesterday, at night when I went to bed, and guess you know the world better than I do, cousin, and that it's best to keep the old man, as you say. And so this affair of the porter's lodge ended, Mr. Warrington, wondering within himself at this strange little character out of the West, with her naivete and simplicities, and a heartlessness would have done credit to the most battered old dowager who ever turned trumps at St. James. "You tell me to respect old people. Why? I don't see nothing to respect in the old people I know," she said to Warrington. "They ain't so funny, and I'm sure they ain't so handsome. Look at grandfather. Look at Aunt Bernstein. They say she was a beauty once. That picture painted from her? I don't believe it, nohow. No one shall tell me that I shall ever be as bad as that. When they come to that, people oughtn't to live. No, that they oughtn't." Now, at Christmas, Aunt Bernstein came to pay her nephew and niece a visit, in company with Mr. Warrington. They travelled at their leisure in the Baroness's own landau, the old lady being in particular good health and spirits, the weather delightfully fresh and not too cold; and as they approached her paternal home, Aunt Beatrice told her companion 100 stories regarding it and old days. Though often lethargic, and not seldom, it must be confessed, out of temper, the old lady would light up at times when the conversation became wonderfully lively, her wit and malice were brilliant, and her memory supplied her with 100 anecdotes of a bygone age and society. Sure, 'tis hard, with respect to beauty, that its possessor should not have even a life enjoyment of it, but be compelled to resign it after, at the most, some 40 years' lease. As the old woman prattled of her former lovers and admirers, her auditor having much more information regarding her past career than her ladyship knew of, I would look in her face, and, out of the ruins, try to build up in my fancy a notion of her beauty in its prime. What a homily I read there! How the courts were grown with grass, the towers broken, the doors ajar, the fine gilt saloons tarnished, and the tapestries cobwebbed and torn. Yonder dilapidated palace was all alive once with splendour and music, and those dim windows were dazzling and blazing with light. What balls and feasts were once here! What splendour and laughter! I could see lovers in waiting, crowds in admiration, rivals furious. I could imagine twilight assignations, and detect intrigues, though the curtains were close and drawn. I was often minded to say to the old woman as she talked, "Madam, I know the story was not as you tell it, but so and so." I had read at home the history of her life, as my dear old grandfather had wrote it, and my fancy wandered about in her, amused and solitary, as I had walked about our father's house at Castlewood, meditating on departed glories, and imagining ancient times. When Aunt Bernstein came to Castlewood, her relatives there, more, I think, on account of her own force of character, imperiousness, and sarcastic wit, than from their desire to possess her money, were accustomed to pay her a great deal of respect and deference, which she accepted as her due. She expected the same treatment from the new Countess, whom she was prepared to greet with special good humour. The match had been of her making. "As you silly creature, would not have the heiress," she said, "I was determined she should not go out of the family." And she laughingly told of many little schemes for bringing the marriage about. She had given the girl a coronet, and her nephew 100,000 pounds. Of course she should be welcome to both of them. She was delighted with the little Countess's courage and spirit in routing the Dowager and Lady Fanny; almost always pleased with pretty people on her first introduction to them. Madame Bernstein raffled of her niece Lydia's bright eyes and lovely little figure. The marriage was altogether desirable. The old man was an obstacle, to be sure, and his talk and appearance somewhat too homely; but he will be got rid of. He is old and in delicate health. "He will want to go to America, or perhaps farther," says the Baroness with a shrug. "As for the child, she had great fire and liveliness, and a Cherokee manner which is not without its charm," said the pleased old Baroness. "Your brother had it. So have you, Master George. Nous la formerons cette petite. Eugene wants character and vigour, but he is a finished gentleman, and between us we shall make the little savage perfectly presentable." In this way we discoursed on the second afternoon, as we journeyed towards Castlewood. We lay at the King's Arms at Bagshot the first night, where the Baroness was always received with profound respect, and thence drove post to Hexton, where she had written to have my lord's horses in waiting for her. But these were not forthcoming at the inn, and after a couple of hours we were obliged to proceed with our Bagshot horses to Castlewood. During this last stage of the journey, I am bound to say the old aunt's testy humour returned, and she scarce spoke a single word for 3 hours. As for her companion, being prodigiously in love at the time, no doubt he did not press his aunt for conversation, but thought unceasingly about his Dulcinea, until the coach actually reached Castlewood Common, and rolled over the bridge before the house. The housekeeper was ready to conduct her ladyship to her apartments. My lord and lady were both absent. She did not know what had kept them, the housekeeper said, heading the way. "Not that door, my lady!" cries the woman, as Madame de Bernstein put her hand upon the door of the room which she had always occupied. "That's her ladyship's room now. This way." And our aunt followed, by no means in increased good humour. I do not envy her maids when their mistress was displeased. But she had cleared her brow before she joined the family, and appeared in the drawing-room before supper time with a countenance of tolerable serenity. "How do you do, aunt?" was the Countess's salutation. "I declare now, I was taking a nap when your ladyship arrived. Hope you found your room fixed to your liking." Having addressed 3 brief sentences to the astonished old lady, the Countess now turned to her other guests, and directed her conversation to them. Mr. Warrington was not a little diverted by her behaviour, and by the appearance of surprise and wrath which began to gather over Madame Bernstein's face. La Petite, whom the Baroness proposed to form, was rather a rebellious subject, apparently, and proposed to take a form of her own. Looking once or twice rather anxiously towards his wife, my lord tried to atone for her pertness towards his aunt by profuse civility on his own part. Indeed, when he so wished, no man could be more courteous or pleasing. He found a score of agreeable things to say to Madame Bernstein. He warmly congratulated Mr. Warrington on the glorious news which had come from America, and on his brother's safety. He drank a toast at supper to Captain Warrington. "Our family is distinguishing itself, cousin," he said, and added, looking with fond significance towards his Countess, "I hope the happiest days are in store for us all." "Yes, George," says the little lady. "You'll write and tell Harry that we are all very much pleased with him. This action at Quebec is a most glorious action, and now we have turned the French king out of the country, shouldn't be at all surprised if we set up for ourselves in America." "My love, you are talking treason!" cries Lord Castlewood. "I am talking reason, anyhow, my lord. I've no notion of folks being kept down and treated as children for ever. George? Harry? I protest I was almost as much astonished as amused. When my brother hears that your ladyship is satisfied with his conduct, his happiness will be complete," he said gravely. Next day, when talking beside her sofa, where she chose to lie in state, the little Countess no longer called her cousin George, but Mr. George, as before, on which Mr. George laughingly said she had changed her language since the previous day. "Guess I did it to tease old Madam Buzzwig," says her ladyship. "She wants to treat me as a child, and do the grandmother over me. I don't want no grandmothers, I don't. I'm the head of this house, and I intend to let her know it. And I've brought her all the way from London in order to tell it to her, too. La! how she did look when I called you George! I might have called you George, only you had seen that little Theo first, and liked her best, I suppose." "Yes, I suppose I like her best," says Mr. George. "Well, I like you because you tell the truth; because you was the only one of 'em in London who didn't seem to care for my money, though I was downright mad and angry with you once, and with myself too, and with that little sweetheart of yours, who ain't to be compared to me. I know she ain't." "Don't let us make the comparison, then," I said, laughing. "I suppose people must lie on their beds as they make 'em," says she, with a little sigh. "Dare say Miss Theo is very good, and you'll marry her and go to Virginia, and be as dull as we are here. We were talking of Miss Lambert, my lord, and I was wishing my cousin joy. How is old Goody to day? What a supper she did eat last night, and drink! Drink like a dragoon. No wonder she has got a headache, and keeps her room. Guess it takes her ever so long to dress herself." "You, too, may be feeble when you are old, and require rest and wine to warm you," says Mr. Warrington. "Hope I shan't be like her when I'm old, anyhow," says the lady. "Can't see why I am to respect an old woman, because she hobbles on a stick, and has shaky hands, and false teeth." And the little heathen sank back on her couch, and showed 24 pearls of her own. "Law!" she adds, after gazing at both her hearers through the curled lashes of her brilliant dark eyes, "how frightened you both look! My lord has already given me ever so many sermons about old Goody. You are both afraid of her, and I ain't, that's all. Don't look so scared at one another. I ain't a-going to bite her head off. We shall have a battle, and I intend to win. How did I serve the Dowager, if you please, and my little Fanny, with their high and mighty airs, when they tried to put down the Countess of Castlewood in her own house, and laugh at the poor American girl? We had a fight, and which got the best of it, pray? Me and Goody will have another, and when it's over, you will see that we shall both be perfect friends." When, at this point of our conversation, the door opened, and Madam Beatrix, elaborately dressed according to her wont, actually made her appearance, I, for my part, am not ashamed to own that I felt as great a panic as ever coward experienced. My lord, with his profoundest bounds and blandest courtesies, greeted his aunt and led her to the fire, by which my lady, who was already hoping for an heir to Castlewood, lay reclining on her sofa. She did not attempt to rise, but smiled a greeting to her venerable guest; and then, after a brief talk, in which she showed a perfect self-possession, while the two gentlemen blundered and hesitated with the most dastardly tremor, my lord said, "If we are to look for those pheasants, cousin, we had better go now." "And I and aunt will have a cosy afternoon, and you will tell me about Castlewood in the old times, won't you, Baroness?" says the new mistress of the mansion. Oh, les lâches qu'elles eront! I was so frightened that I scarce saw anything, but vaguely felt that Lady Castlewood's dark eyes were following me. My lord gripped my arm in the corridor; we quickened our paces, till our retreat became a disgraceful run. We did not breathe freely till we were in the open air in the courtyard, where the keepers and the dogs were waiting. And what happened? I protest, children, I don't know. But this is certain. If your mother had been a woman of the least spirit, or had known how to scold for 5 minutes during as many consecutive days of her early married life, there would have been no more humble, henpecked wretch in Christendom than your father. When Parson Blake comes to dinner, don't you see how, at a glance from his little wife, he puts his glass down and says, "No, thank you, Mr. Gumbo," when old Gum brings him wine? Blake wore a red coat before he took to black, and walked up Breed's Hill with 1,000 bullets whistling round his ears before ever he saw our Bunker Hill in Suffolk. And the fire eater of the 43rd now dare not face a glass of old port wine. 'Tis his wife has subdued his courage. The women can master us, and did they know their own strength, were invincible. Well, then, what happened I know not on that disgraceful day of panic when your father fled the field, nor dared to see the heroines engage. But when we returned from our shooting, the battle was over. America had revolted, and conquered the mother country. End of chapter 73. Chapter 74 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 74. News from Canada. Our Castlewood relatives kept us with them till the commencement of the new year, and after a fortnight's absence, which seemed like an age to the absurd and infatuated young man, he returned to the side of his charmer. Madame de Bernstein was not sorry to leave the home of her father. She began to talk more freely as we got away from the place. What passed during that interview in which the battle royal between her and her niece occurred, she never revealed. But the old lady talked no more of forming cette petite, and indeed, when she alluded to her, spoke in a nervous, laughing way, but without any hostility towards the young countess. Her nephew Eugene, she said, was doomed to be henpecked for the rest of his days. That she saw clearly. A little order brought into the house would do it all the good possible. The little old vulgar American gentleman seemed to be a shrewd person, and would act advantageously as a steward. The Countess's mother was a convict, she had heard, sent out from England, where, no doubt, she had beaten hemp in most of the jails. But this news need not be carried to the town crier, and, after all, in respect to certain kind of people, what mattered what their birth was? The young woman would be honest for her own sake now, was shrewd enough, and would learn English presently, and the name to which she had a right was great enough to get her into any society. A grocer, a smuggler, a slave dealer, what mattered what Mr. Van den Bosch's pursuit or previous profession? The Countess of Castlewood could afford to be anybody's daughter, and as soon as my nephew produced her, says the old lady, it is our duty to stand by her. The ties of relationship binding Madame de Bernstein strongly to her nephew, Mr. Warrington hoped that she would be disposed to be equally affectionate to her niece, and spoke of his visit to Mr. Hagan and his wife, for whom he entreated her aunt's favour. But the old lady was obdurate regarding Lady Maria, begged that her name might never be mentioned, and immediately went on for 2 hours talking about no one else. She related a series of anecdotes regarding her niece, which, as this book lies open virginibus puerisque to all the young people of the family, I shall not choose to record. But this I will say of the kind creature, that if she sinned, she was not the only sinner of the family, and if she repented, that others will do well to follow her example. Hagan, 'tis known, after he left the stage, led an exemplary life, and was remarkable for elegance and eloquence in the pulpit. His lady adopted extreme views, but was generally respected in the sect which she joined, and when I saw her last, talked to me of possessing a peculiar spiritual illumination, which I strongly suspected at the time to be occasioned by the too free use of liquor. But I remember when she and her husband were good to me and mine, at a period when sympathy was needful, and many a Pharisee turned away. I have told how easy it was to rise and fall in my fickle aunt's favour, and how each of us brothers, by turns, was embraced and neglected. My turn of glory had been after the success of my play. I was introduced to the town wits, held my place in their company tolerably well, was pronounced to be pretty well bred by the macaronis and people of fashion, and might have run a career amongst them had my purse been long enough, had I chose to follow that life, had I not loved at that time a pair of kind eyes better than the brightest orbs of the Gunnings or Chudleys, or all the painted beauties of the Ranelagh ring. Because I was fond of your mother, will it be believed, children, that my tastes were said to be low, and deplored by my genteel family? So it was, and I know that my godly Lady Warrington and my worldly Madame Bernstein Both laid their elderly heads together, and lamented my way of life. "Why, with his name he might marry anybody," says meek Religion, who had ever one eye on heaven, and one on the main chance. "I meddle with no man's affairs, and admire genius," says uncle, "but it is a pity you consort with those poets and authors, and that sort of people, and that, when you might have had a lovely creature with 100,000 pounds, you let her slip, and make up to a country girl without a penny piece." "But if I had promised her, uncle?" says I. "Promise, promise! These things are matters of arrangement and prudence, and demand a careful look-out. When you first committed yourself with little Miss Lambert, you had not seen the lovely American lady whom your mother wished you to marry, as a good mother naturally would. And your duty to your mother, nephew, your duty to the fifth commandment, would have warranted your breaking with Miss L. and fulfilling your excellent mother's intentions regarding Miss... What was the Countess's Dutch name? Never mind. A name is nothing, but a plum, Master George, is something to look at. Why, I have my dear little Miley at a dancing school with Miss Barwell, Nabob Barwell's daughter, and I don't disguise my wish that the children may contract an attachment which may endure through their lives. I tell the Nabobs so. We went from the House of Commons one dancing day and saw them. 'Twas beautiful to see the young things walking a minuet together. It brought tears into my eyes, for I have a feeling heart, George, and I love my boy. But if I prefer Miss Lambert, uncle, with 2 pence to her fortune, to the Countess, with her 200,000 pounds? Why then, sir, you have a singular taste, that's all," says the old gentleman, turning on his heel and leaving me. And I could perfectly understand his vexation at my not being able to see the world as he viewed it. Nor did my Aunt Bernstein much like the engagement which I had made, or the family with which I passed so much of my time. Their simple ways wearied, and perhaps annoyed, the old woman of the world, and she no more relished their company than a certain person, who is not so black as he is painted, likes holy water. The old lady chafed at my for ever dangling at my sweetheart's lap. Having risen mightily in her favour, I began to fall again, and once more Harry was the favourite, and his brother, heaven knows, not jealous. He was now our family hero. He wrote us brief letters from the seat of war where he was engaged, Madame Bernstein caring little at first about the letters or the writer, for they were simple, and the facts he narrated not over interesting. We had early learned in London the news of the action on the glorious 1st of August at Minden, where Wolfe's old regiment was one of the British 6, which helped to achieve the victory on that famous day. At the same hour, the young General lay in his bed in sight of Quebec, stricken down by fever, and perhaps rage and disappointment at the check which his troops had just received. Arriving in the St. Lawrence in June, the fleet which brought Wolfe and his army had landed them on the last day of the month on the island of Orleans, opposite which rises the great cliff of Quebec. After the great action in which his general fell, the dear brother, who accompanied the chief, wrote home to me one of his simple letters, describing his modest share in that glorious day, but added nothing to the many descriptions already wrote of the action of the 13th of September. Save only I remember he wrote from the testimony of a brother aide-de-camp, who was by his side, that the General never spoke at all after receiving his death wound. So that the phrase which has been put into the mouth of the dying hero may be considered as no more authentic than an oration of Livy or Thucydides. From his position on the island, which lies in the great channel of the river to the north of the town, the General was ever hungrily on the lookout for a chance to meet and attack his enemy. Above the city and below it he landed, now here and now there. He was bent upon attacking wherever he saw an opening. 'Twas surely a prodigious fault on the part of the Marquis of Montcalm to accept a battle from Wolfe on equal terms, for the British General had no artillery, and when we had made our famous scalade of the heights, and were on the Plains of Abraham, we were a little nearer the city, certainly, but as far off as ever from being within it. The game that was played between the brave chiefs of those two gallant little armies, and which lasted from July until Mr. Wolfe won the crowning hazard in September, must have been as interesting a match as ever eager players engaged in. On the very first night after the landing, as my brother has narrated it, the sport began. At midnight the French sent a flaming squadron of fire ships down upon the British ships which were discharging their stores at Orleans. Our seamen thought it was good sport to tow the fire ships clear of the fleet and ground them on the shore, where they burnt out. As soon as the French commander heard that our ships had entered the river, he marched to Beauport in advance of the city, and there took up a strong position. When our stores and hospitals were established, the General crossed over from his island to the left shore, and drew nearer to his enemy. He had the ships in the river behind him, but the whole country in face of him was in arms. The Indians in the forest seized our advance parties as they strove to clear it, and murdered them with horrible tortures. The French were as savage as their Indian friends. The Montmorency River rushed between Wolfe and the enemy. He could neither attack these nor the city behind them. Bent on seeing whether there was no other point at which his foe might be assailable, the General passed round the town of Quebec and skirted the left shore beyond. Everywhere it was guarded, as well as in his immediate front, and having run the gauntlet of the batteries up and down the river, he returned to his post at Montmorency. On the right of the French position, across the Montmorency River, which was fordable at low tide, was a redoubt of the enemy. He would have that. Perhaps, to defend it, the French chief would be forced out from his lines, and a battle be brought on. Wolfe determined to play these odds. He would fetch over the body of his army from the island of Orleans, and attack from the St. Lawrence. He would time his attack so that at shallow water his lieutenants, Murray and Townsend, might cross the Montmorency, and at the last day of July he played this desperate game. He first, and General Monckton, his second in command, setting out from Point Levi, which he occupied, crossed over the St. Lawrence from their respective stations, being received with a storm of shot and artillery as they rowed to the shore. No sooner were the troops landed than they rushed at the French redoubt without order, were shot down before it in great numbers, and were obliged to fall back. At the preconcerted signal, the troops on the other side of the Montmorency advanced across the river in perfect order. The enemy even evacuated the redoubt and fell back to their lines, but from these the assailants were received with so severe a fire that an impression on them was hopeless, and the General had to retreat. The Battle of Montmorency, which my brother Harry and I have fought again many a time over our wine, formed the dismal burthen of the first despatch from Mr. Wolfe which reached England and plunged us all in gloom. What more might one expect of a commander so rash? What disasters might one not foretell? Was ever scheme so wild as to bring 3 great bodies of men across broad rivers in the face of murderous batteries, merely on the chance of inducing an enemy, strongly entrenched and guarded, to leave his position and come out and engage us? 'Twas the talk of the town. No wonder grave people shook their heads and prophesied fresh disaster. The General, who took to his bed after this failure, shuddering with fever, was to live barely 6 weeks longer, and die immortal. How is it, and by what and whom, that greatness is achieved? Is merit, is madness the patron? Is it frolic or fortune? Is it fate that awards successes and defeats? Is it the just cause that ever wins? How did the French gain Canada from the savage, and we from the French, and after which of the conquests was the right time to sing Te Deum? We are always for implicating Heaven in our quarrels, and causing the gods to intervene, whatever the notice may be. Does Broughton, after pummelling and beating Slack, lift up a black eye to Jove and thank him for the victory? And if 10,000 boxers are to be so heard, why not one? And if Broughton is to be so grateful, what is Slack to be? By the list of disabled officers, many of whom are of rank, you may perceive, sir, that the army is much weakened. By the nature of this river, the most formidable part of the armament is deprived of the power of acting, yet we have almost the whole force of Canada to oppose. In this situation there is such a choice of difficulties that I own myself at a loss how to determine. The affairs of Great Britain, I know, require the most vigorous measures. But then the courage of a handful of brave men should be exerted only where there is some hope of a favourable event. The Admiral and I have examined the town with a view to a general assault, and he would readily join in this or any other measure for the public service. But I cannot propose to him an undertaking of so dangerous a nature, and promising so little success. I found myself so ill, and am still so weak, that I begged the general officers to consult together for the public utility. They are of opinion that they should try by conveying up a corps of 4,000 or 5,000 men, which is nearly the whole strength of the army after the points of Levi and Orleans are put in a proper state of defence, to draw the enemy from their present position and bring them to an action. I have acquiesced in their proposal, and we are preparing to put it into execution. So wrote the General, of whose noble letters it is clear our dear scribe was not the author or secretary, from his headquarters at Montmorency Falls, on 2nd day of September, and on the 14th of October following, the Rodney cutter arrived with the sad news in England. The attack had failed, the chief was sick, the army dwindling, the menaced city so strong that assault was almost impossible. The only chance was to fight the Marquis of Montcalm upon terms of less disadvantage than attacking his entrenchments, and, if possible, to draw him from his present position. Would the French chief, whose great military genius was known in Europe, fall into such a snare? No wonder there were pale looks in the city at the news, and doubt and gloom wheresoever it was known. 3 days after this first melancholy intelligence, came the famous letters announcing that wonderful consummation of fortune with which Mr. Wolfe's wonderful career ended. If no man is to be styled happy till his death, what shall we say of this one? His end was so glorious that I protest not even his mother nor his mistress ought to have deplored it, or at any rate have wished him alive again. I know it is a hero we speak of, and yet I vow I scarce know whether in the last act of his life I admire the result of genius, invention, and daring, or the boldness of a gambler winning surprising odds. Suppose his ascent discovered a half hour sooner, and his people, as they would have been assuredly, beaten back. Suppose the Marquis of Montcalm not to quit his entrenched lines to accept that strange challenge. Suppose these points, and none of them depend upon Mr. Wolfe at all, and what becomes of the glory of the young hero, of the great minister who discovered him, of the intoxicated nation which rose up frantic with self-gratulation at the victory? I say, what fate is it that shapes our ends or those of nations? In the many hazardous games which my Lord Chatham played, he won this prodigious one; and as the greedy British hand seized the Canadas, it let fall the United States out of its grasp. To be sure, this wisdom d'après coup is easy. We wonder at this man's rashness now the deed is done, and marvel at the other's fault. What generals some of us are upon paper! What repartees come to our mind when the talk is finished! And the game over, how well we see how it should have been played! Writing of an event at a distance of 30 years, 'tis not difficult now to criticise and find fault. But at the time when we first heard of Wolfe's glorious deeds upon the Plains of Abraham, of that army marshalled in darkness and carried silently up the midnight river, of those rocks scaled by the intrepid leader and his troops, of that miraculous security of the enemy, of his present acceptance of our challenge to battle, and of his defeat on the open plain by the sheer valour of his conqueror, we were all intoxicated in England by the news. The whole nation rose up and felt itself the stronger for Wolfe's victory. Not merely all men engaged in the battle, but those at home who had condemned its rashness felt themselves heroes. Our spirit rose as that of our enemy faltered. Friends embraced each other when they met. Coffee houses and public places were thronged with people eager to talk the news. Courtiers rushed to the king and the great minister by whose wisdom the campaign had been decreed. When he showed himself, the people followed him with shouts and blessings. People did not deplore the dead warrior, but admired his euthanasia. Should James Wolfe's friends weep and wear mourning because a chariot had come from the skies to fetch him away? Let them watch with wonder and see him departing radiant, rising above us superior. To have a friend who has been near or about him was to be distinguished. Every soldier who fought with him was a hero. In our fond little circle, I know 'twas a distinction to be Harry's brother. We should not in the least wonder but that he, from his previous knowledge of the place, had found the way up the heights which the British army took, and pointed it out to his general. His promotion would follow as a matter of course. Why, even our Uncle Warrington wrote letters to bless Heaven and congratulate me and himself upon the share Harry had had in the glorious achievement. Our Aunt Beatrix opened her house and received company upon the strength of the victory. I became a hero from my likeness to my brother. As for Parson Sampson, he preached such a sermon that his auditors, some of whom had been warned by his reverence of the coming discourse, were with difficulty restrained from huzzaying the orator, and were mobbed as they left the chapel. "Don't talk to me, madam, about grief," says General Lambert to his wife, who, dear soul, was for allowing herself some small indulgence of her favourite sorrow on the day when Wolfe's remains were gloriously buried at Greenwich. "If our boys should come by such deaths as James's, you know you wouldn't prevent them from being shot, but would scale the Abraham heights to see the thing done. Wouldst thou mind dying in the arms of victory, Charley?" he asks of the little hero from the Chartreux. "That I wouldn't," says the little man. "And the doctor gave us a holiday, too." Our Harry's promotion was ensured after his share in the famous battle, and our aunt announced her intention of purchasing a company for him. End of chapter 74. Chapter 75 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 75. The Course of True Love. Had your father, young folks, possessed the commonest share of prudence, not only would this chapter of his history never have been written, but you yourselves would never have appeared in the world to plague him in 100 ways, to shout and laugh in the passages when he wants to be quiet at his books, to wake him when he is dozing after dinner, as a healthy country gentleman should, to mislay his spectacles for him, and steal away his newspaper when he wants to read it, to ruin him with tailors' bills, mantua makers' bills, tutors' bills, as you all of you do, to break his rest of nights when you have the impudence to fall ill, and when he would sleep undisturbed, but that your silly mother will never be quiet for half an hour; and when Joan can't sleep, what use, pray, is there in Darby putting on his nightcap? Every trifling ailment that any one of you has scared her so that I protest I have never been tranquil, and were I not the most long suffering creature in the world, would have liked to be rid of the whole pack of you. And now, forsooth, that you have grown out of childhood, long petticoats, chicken pox, smallpox, whooping coughs, scarlet fever, and the other delectable accidents of puerile life, what must that unconscionable woman propose but to arrange the south rooms as a nursery for possible grandchildren, and set up the Captain with a wife, and make him marry early because we did? He is too fond, she says, of brooks and goose trees when he is in London. She has the perversity to hint that, though an entree to Carlton House may be very pleasant, 'tis very dangerous for a young gentleman. And she would have Miles live away from temptation, and sow his wild oats, and marry as we did. Marry! My dear creature, we had no business to marry at all. By the laws of common prudence and duty, I ought to have backed out of my little engagement with Miss Theo, who would have married somebody else, and taken a rich wife. Your Uncle John was a parson, and couldn't fight. Poor Charley was a boy at school. And your grandfather was too old a man to call me to account with sword and pistol. I repeat, there never was a more foolish match in the world than ours, and our relations were perfectly right in being angry with us. What are relations made for, indeed, but to be angry and find fault? When Hester marries, do you mind, Master George, to quarrel with her if she does not take a husband of your selecting? When George has got his living, after being senior wrangler and fellow of his college, Miss Hester, do you toss up your little nose at the young lady he shall fancy? As for you, my little Theo, I can't part with you. You must not quit your old father, for he likes you to play Haydn to him, and peel his walnuts after dinner. On the blank leaf opposite this paragraph is written in a large girlish hand, "I never intend to go. Theodosia." Nor I, Hester. They both married, as I see by the note in the family Bible. Miss Theodosia Warrington to Joseph Clinton, son of the Reverend Joseph Blake, and himself subsequently master of Rodwell Regis Grammar School. And Miss Hester Mary, in 1804, to Captain F. Handyman, R.N., Editor. Whilst they had the blessing, forsooth, of meeting, and billing, and cooing every day, the two young people, your parents, went on in a fool's paradise, little heeding the world round about them, and all its tattling and meddling. Rinaldo was as brave a warrior as ever slew Turk, but you know he loved dangling in Armida's garden. Pray, my Lady Armida, what did you mean by flinging your spells over me in youth, so that not glory, not fashion, not gaming tables, not the society of men of wit in whose way I fell, could keep me long from your apron strings, or out of reach of your dear simple prattle? Pray, my dear, what used we to say to each other during those endless hours of meeting? I never went to sleep after dinner then. Which of us was so witty? Was it I or you? And how came it our conversations were so delightful? I remember that year I did not even care to go and see my Lord Ferrers tried and hung, when all the world was running after his lordship. The King of Prussia's capital was taken. Had the Austrians and Russians been encamped round the Tower, there could scarce have been more stir in London. Yet Miss Theo and her young gentleman felt no inordinate emotion of pity or indignation. What to us was the fate of Leipzig or Berlin? The truth is, that dear old house in Dean Street was an enchanted garden of delights. I have been as idle since, but never as happy. Shall we order the postchaise, my dear? Leave the children to keep house, and drive up to London and see if the old lodgings are still to be let? And you shall sit at your old place in the window, and wave a little handkerchief as I walk up the street. Say what we did was imprudent. Would we not do it over again? My good folks, if Venus had walked into the room and challenged the apple, I was so infatuated I would have given it your mother. And had she had the choice, she would have preferred her humble servant in a threadbare coat to my Lord Clive with all his diamonds. Once, to be sure, and for a brief time in that year, I had a notion of going on the highway in order to be caught and hung as my Lord Ferrers, or of joining the King of Prussia and requesting some of his Majesty's enemies to knock my brains out, or of enlisting for the India service and performing some desperate exploit which should end in my bodily destruction. Ah me, that was indeed a dreadful time! Your mother scarce dares speak of it now, save in a whisper of terror, or think of it. It was such cruel pain. She was unhappy years after on the anniversary of the day, until one of you was born on it. Suppose we had been parted, what had come to us? What had my lot been without her? As I think of that possibility, the whole world is a blank. I do not say, were we parted now. It has pleased God to give us 30 years of union. We have reached the autumn season. Our successors are appointed and ready, and that one of us who was first called away knows the survivor will follow ere long. But we were actually parted in our youth, and I tremble to think what might have been had not a dearest friend brought us together. Unknown to myself, and very likely meaning only my advantage, my relatives in England had chosen to write to Madam Esmond in Virginia, and represent what they were pleased to call the folly of the engagement I had contracted. Every one of them sang the same song, and I saw the letters and burned the whole cursed pack of them years afterwards, when my mother showed them to me at home in Virginia. Aunt Bernstein was forward with her advice. A young person with no wonderful good looks, of no family, with no money, was ever such an imprudent connection, and ought it not, for dear George's sake, to be broken off? She had several eligible matches in view for me. With my name and prospects, was a shame I should throw myself away on this young lady. Her sister ought to interpose, and so forth. My Lady Warrington must write too, and in her peculiar manner. Her ladyship's letter was garnished with Scripture texts. She dressed her worldliness out in phylacteries. She pointed out how I was living in an unworthy society of player folks and the like, people who she could not say were absolutely without religion, heaven forbid, but who were deplorably worldly. She would not say an artful woman had inveigled me for her daughter, having in vain tried to captivate my younger brother. She was far from saying any harm of the young woman I had selected, but at least this was certain: Miss L. had no fortune or expectations, and her parents might naturally be anxious to compromise me. She had taken counsel, etc., etc. She had sought for guidance where it was, etc. Feeling what her duty was, she had determined to speak. Sir Miles, a man of excellent judgment in the affairs of this world, though he knew and sought a better, fully agreed with her in opinion, nay, desired her to write and entreat her sister to interfere, that the ill-advised match should not take place. And who, besides, must put a little finger into the pie but the new Countess of Castlewood? She wrote a majestic letter to Madam Esmond, and stated that, having been placed by Providence at the head of the Esmond family, it was her duty to communicate with her kinswoman, and warn her to break off this marriage. I believe the three women laid their heads together previously, and packet after packet sent off their warnings to the Virginian lady. One raw April morning, as Croydon goes to pay his usual duty to Phyllis, he finds, not his charmer with her dear smile, as usual, ready to welcome him, but Mrs. Lambert with very red eyes, and the General as pale as death. "Read this, George Warrington," says he, as his wife's head drops between her hands, and he puts a letter before me, of which I recognise the handwriting. I can hear now the sobs of the good Aunt Lambert, and to this day the noise of fire irons stirring a fire in a room overhead gives me a tremor. I heard such a noise that day in the girls' room where the sisters were together. Poor gentle child! Poor Theo! "What can I do after this, George, my poor boy?" asks the General, pacing the room with desperation in his face. I did not quite read the whole of Madam Esmond's letter, for a kind of sickness and faintness came over me, but I fear I could say some of it now by heart. Its style was good, and its actual words temperate enough, though they only implied that Mr. and Mrs. Lambert had inveigled me into the marriage; that they knew such a union was unworthy of me; that, as Madam E. understood, they had desired a similar union for her younger son, which project, not unluckily for him, perhaps, was given up when it was found that Mr. Henry Warrington was not the inheritor of the Virginian property. If Mr. Lambert was a man of spirit and honour, as he was represented to be, Madam Esmond scarcely supposed that, after her representations, he would persist in desiring this match. She would not lay commands upon her son, whose temper she knew, but for the sake of Miss Lambert's own reputation and comfort, she urged that the dissolution of the engagement should come from her family, and not from the just unwillingness of Rachel Esmond Warrington of Virginia. "God help us, George," the General said, "and give us all strength to bear this grief, and these charges which it has pleased your mother to bring. They are hard, but they don't matter now. What is of most importance is to spare as much sorrow as we can to my poor girl. I know you love her so well that you will help me and her mother to make the blow as tolerable as we may to that poor gentle heart. Since she was born, she has never given pain to a soul alive, and 'tis cruel that she should be made to suffer." And as he spoke, he passed his hand across his dry eyes. "It was my fault, Martin, it was my fault," weeps the poor mother. "Your mother spoke us fair, and gave her promise," said the father. "And do you think I will withdraw mine?" cried I, and protested with 1,000 frantic vows what they knew full well, that I was bound to Theo before Heaven, and that nothing should part me from her. "She herself will demand the parting. She is a good girl, God help me, and a dutiful. She will not have her father and mother called schemers, and treated with scorn. Your mother knew not, very likely, what she was doing, but 'tis done. You may see the child, and she will tell you as much. Is Theo dressed, Molly? I brought the letter home from my office last evening, after you were gone. The women have had a bad night." She knew at once by my face that there was bad news from America. She read the letter quite firmly. She said she would like to see you and say good-bye. "Of course, George, you will give me your word of honour not to try and see her afterwards. As soon as my business will let me, we will get away from this; but mother and I think we are best altogether. 'Tis you, perhaps, had best go; but give me your word, at any rate, that you will not try and see her. We must spare her pain, sir, we must spare her pain." And the good man sat down in such deep anguish himself, that I, who was not yet under the full pressure of my own grief, actually felt his, and pitied it. It could not be that the dear lips I had kissed yesterday were to speak to me only once more. We were all here together, loving each other, sitting in the room where we met every day, my drawing on the table by her little workbox. She was in the chamber upstairs. She must come down presently. Who is this opens the door? I see her sweet face. It was like our little Mary's when we thought she would die of the fever. There was even a smile upon her lips. She comes up and kisses me. "Good-bye, dear George," she says. Great Heaven! An old man sitting in this room, with my wife's workbox opposite, and she but 5 minutes away, my eyes grow so dim and full that I can't see the book before me. I am 23 years old again. I go through every stage of that agony. I once had it sitting in my own post chaise, with my wife actually by my side. Who dared to sully her sweet love with suspicion? Who had a right to stab such a soft bosom? Don't you see my ladies getting their knives ready, and the poor child bearing it? My wife comes in. She has been serving out tea or tobacco to some of her pensioners. "What is it makes you look so angry, papa?" she says. "My love," I say, "it is the 13th of April." A pang of pain shoots across her face, followed by a tender smile. She has undergone the martyrdom, and in the midst of the pang comes a halo of forgiveness. I can't forgive. Not until my days of dotage come, and I cease remembering anything. "Hal will be home for Easter. He will bring 2 or 3 of his friends with him from Cambridge," she says; and straightway she falls to devising schemes for amusing the boys. When is she ever occupied but with plans for making others happy? A gentleman sitting in spectacles before an old ledger, and writing down pitiful remembrances of his condition, is a quaint and ridiculous object. My corns hurt me, I know, but I suspect my neighbour's shoes pinch him too. I am not going to howl much over my own grief, or enlarge at any great length on this one. Many another man, I dare say, has had the light of his day suddenly put out, the joy of his life extinguished, and has been left to darkness and vague torture. I have a book I tried to read at this time of grief, Howell's Letters, and when I come to the part about Prince Charles in Spain, up starts the whole tragedy alive again. I went to Brighthelmstone, and there at the inn had a room facing the east, and saw the sun get up ever so many mornings, after blank nights of wakefulness, and smoked my pipe of Virginia in his face. When I am in that place by chance, and see the sun rising now, I shake my fist at him, thinking, "O Orient Phoebus, what horrible grief and savage wrath have you not seen me suffer? Though my wife is mine ever so long, I say I am angry just the same. Who dared, I want to know, to make us suffer so? I was forbidden to see her. I kept my promise, and remained away from the house. That is, after that horrible meeting and parting. But at night I would go and look at her window, and watch the lamp burning there. I would go to the Chartreux, where I knew another boy, and call for her brother, and gorge him with cakes and half-crowns. I would meanly have her elder brother to dine, and almost kiss him when he went away. I used to breakfast at a coffee-house in Whitehall, in order to see Lambert go to his office, and we would salute each other sadly, and pass on without speaking. Why did not the women come out? They never did. They were practising on her, and persuading her to try and forget me. Oh, the weary, weary days! Oh, the maddening time! At last, a doctor's chariot used to draw up before the General's house every day. Was she ill? I fear I was rather glad she was ill. My own suffering was so infernal that I greedily wanted her to share my pain. And would she not? What grief of mind has it not felt, that gentlest and most compassionate of hearts? What pain would it not suffer to spare mine a pang? I sought that doctor out. I had an interview with him. I told him my story, and laid bare my heart to him with an outburst of passionate sincerity which won his sympathy. My confession enabled him to understand his young patient's malady, for which his drugs had no remedy or anodyne. I had promised not to see her or to go to her. I had kept my promise. I had promised to leave London. I had gone away. Twice, thrice I went back, and told my sufferings to him. He would take my fee now and again, and always received me kindly, and let me speak. Ah, how I clung to him! I suspect he must have been unhappy once in his own life, he knew so well and gently how to succour the miserable. He did not tell me how dangerously, though he did not disguise from me how gravely and seriously, my dearest girl had been ill. I told him everything: that I would marry her and brave every chance and danger, that without her I was a man utterly wrecked and ruined, and cared not what became of me. My mother had once consented, and had now chosen to withdraw her consent, when the tie between us had been, as I held, drawn so closely together as to be paramount to all filial duty. "I think, sir, if your mother heard you, and saw Miss Lambert, she would relent," said the doctor. "Who was my mother to hold me in bondage, to claim a right of misery over me, and to take this angel out of my arms?" He could not, he said, be a message carrier between young ladies who were pining, and young lovers on whom the sweetheart's gates were shut; but so much he would venture to say, that he had seen me, and was prescribing for me too. Yes, he must have been unhappy once himself. I saw him, you may be sure, on the very day when he had kept his promise to me. He said she seemed to be comforted by hearing news of me. She bears her suffering with an angelical sweetness. I prescribe Jesuit's bark, which she takes, but I am not sure the hearing of you has not done more good than the medicine. The women owned afterwards that they had never told the General of the doctor's new patient. I know not what wild expressions of gratitude I poured out to the good doctor for the comfort he brought me. His treatment was curing two unhappy sick persons. 'Twas but a drop of water, to be sure, but then a drop of water to a man raging in torment. I loved the ground he trod upon, blessed the hand that took mine, and had felt her pulse. I had a ring with a pretty cameo head of a Hercules on it. 'Twas too small for his finger, nor did the good old man wear such ornaments. I made him hang it to his watch chain, in hopes that she might see it, and recognise that the token came from me. How I fastened upon Spencer at this time, my friend of the Temple, who also had an unfortunate love match, and walked with him from my apartments to the Temple, and he back with me to Bedford Gardens, and our talk was for ever about our women. I dare say I told everybody my grief. My good landlady and Betty the housemaid pitied me. My son Miles, who for a wonder had been reading in my MS., says, "By Jove, sir, I didn't know you and my mother were took in this kind of way. The year I joined, I was hit very bad myself. An infernal little jilt that threw me over for Sir Craven Oakes of our regiment. I thought I should have gone crazy." And he gives a melancholy whistle, and walks away. The General had to leave London presently on one of his military inspections, as the doctor casually told me. But having given my word that I would not seek to present myself at his house, I kept it, availing myself, however, as you may be sure, of the good physician's leave to visit him and have news of his dear patient. His accounts of her were far from encouraging. "She does not rally," he said. "We must get her back to Kent again, or to the sea." I did not know then that the poor child had begged and prayed so piteously not to be moved; that her parents, divining perhaps the reason of her desire to linger in London, and feeling that it might be dangerous not to humour her, had yielded to her entreaty, and consented to remain in town. At last one morning I came, pretty much as usual, and took my place in my doctor's front parlour, whence his patients were called in their turn to his consulting room. Here I remained, looking heedlessly over the books on the table, and taking no notice of any person in the room, which speedily emptied itself of all save me and one lady, who sat with her veil down. I used to stay till the last, for Osborne, the doctor's man, knew my business, and that it was not my own illness I came for. When the room was empty of all save me and the lady, she puts out two little hands, cries in a voice which made me start, "Don't you know me, George?" And the next minute I have my arms round her, and kissed her as heartily as ever I kissed in my life, and gave way to a passionate outgush of emotion the most refreshing, for my parched soul had been in rage and torture for 6 weeks past, and this was a glimpse of heaven. Who was it, children? You think it was your mother whom the doctor had brought to me? No, it was Hetty. End of chapter 75. Chapter 76 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 76 informs us how Mr. Warrington jumped into a landau. The emotion at the first surprise and greeting over, the little maiden began at once. "So you are come at last to ask after Theo, and you feel sorry that your neglect has made her so ill. For 6 weeks she has been unwell, and you have never asked a word about her. Very kind of you, Mr. George, I'm sure." "Kind!" gasps out Mr. Warrington. "I suppose you call it kind to be with her every day and all day for a year, and then to leave her without a word?" "My dear, you know my promise to your father," I reply. "Promise!" says Miss Hetty, shrugging her shoulders. "A very fine promise indeed, to make my darling ill, and then suddenly one fine day to say, 'Good-bye, Theo,' and walk away for ever. I suppose gentlemen make these promises because they wish to keep them. I wouldn't trifle with a poor child's heart and leave her afterwards, if I were a man. What has she ever done to you, but be a fool and too fond of you? Pray, sir, by what right do you take her away from all of us, and then desert her because an old woman in America don't approve of her? She was happy with us before you came. She loved her sister. There never was such a sister, until she saw you. And now, because your mamma thinks her young gentleman might do better, you must leave her forsooth." "Great powers, child!" I cried, exasperated at this wrongheadedness. "Was it I that drew back? Is it not I that am forbidden your house? And did not your father require on my honour that I should not see her? Honour! And you are the men who pretend to be our superiors, and it is we who are to respect you and admire you? I declare, George Warrington, you ought to go back to your schoolroom in Virginia again, have your black nurse to tuck you up in bed, and ask leave for your mamma when you might walk out. Oh, George, I little thought that my sister was giving her heart away to a man who hadn't the spirit to stand by her, but at the first difficulty left her. When Dr. Heberden said he was attending you, I determined to come and see you, and you do look very ill, that I am glad to see. And I suppose it's your mother you are frightened of. But I shan't tell Theo that you are unwell. She hasn't left off caring for you. She can't walk out of a room, break her solemn engagements, and go into the world the next day as if nothing had happened. That is left for men, our superiors in courage and wisdom. And to desert an angel, yes, an angel 10,000 times too good for you, an angel who used to love me till she saw you, and who was the blessing of life and all of us, is what you call honour? Don't tell me, sir. I despise you all. You are our betters, are you? We are to worship and wait on you, I suppose? I don't care about your wit, and your tragedies, and your verses, and I think they are often very stupid. I won't set up nights copying your manuscripts, nor watch hour after hour at a window, wasting my time and neglecting everybody because I want to see your worship walk down the street with your hat cocked. If you are going away, and welcome, give me back my sister, I say. Give me back my darling of old days, who loved every one of us till she saw you. And you leave her because your mamma thinks she can find somebody richer for you. Oh, you brave gentlemen! Go and marry the person your mother chooses, and let my dear die here deserted." "Great heavens, Hetty!" I cry, amazed at the logic of the little woman. "Is it I who wish to leave your sister? Did I not offer to keep my promise, and was it not your father who refused me, and made me promise never to try and see her again? What have I but my word and my honour?" "Honour, indeed! You keep your word to him, and you break it to her. Pretty honour! If I were a man, I would soon let you know what I thought of your honour. Only I forgot. You are bound to keep the peace, and mustn't... Oh, George, George, don't you see the grief I am in?
I am distracted, and scarce know what I say. You must not leave my darling. They don't know it at home. They don't think so, but I know her best of all, and she will die if you leave her. Say you won't. Have pity upon me, Mr. Warrington, and give me my dearest back." Thus the warm-hearted, distracted creature ran from anger to entreaty, from scorn to tears. Was my little doctor right in thus speaking of the case of her dear patient? Was there no other remedy than that which Hetty cried for? Have not others felt the same cruel pain of amputation, undergone the same exhaustion and fever afterwards, lain hopeless of anything save death, and yet recovered after all, and limped through life subsequently? Why, but that love is selfish, and does not heed other people's griefs and passions, or that ours was so intense and special that we deemed no other lovers could suffer like ourselves. Here in the passionate young pleader for her sister we might have shown an instance that a fond heart could be stricken with the love malady and silently suffer it, live under it, recover from it. What had happened in Hetty's own case? Her sister and I, in our easy triumph and fond confidential prattle, had many a time talked over that matter, and, egotists as we were, perhaps drawn a secret zest and security out of her less fortunate attachment. 'Twas like sitting by the fireside and hearing the winter howling without. 'Twas like walking by the Maxi Magno and seeing the ship tossing at sea. We clung to each other only the more closely, and, wrapped in our own happiness, viewed others' misfortunes with complacent pity. Be the truth as it may. Grant that we might have been sundered, and after a while survived the separation, so much my sceptical old age may be disposed to admit it. Yet at that time I was eager enough to share my ardent little Hetty's terrors and apprehensions, and willingly chose to believe that the life dearest to me in the world would be sacrificed if separated from mine. Was I wrong? I would not say as much now. I may doubt about myself, or not doubt, I know, but of her, never. And Hetty found in her quite a willing sharer in her alarms and terrors. I was for imparting some of these to our doctor, but the good gentleman shut my mouth. "Hush!" says he, with a comical look of fright. "I must hear none of this. If two people who happen to know each other chance to meet and talk in my patient's room, I cannot help myself. But as for matchmaking and love-making, I am your humble servant. What will the General do when he comes back to town? He will have me behind Montagu House, as sure as I am alive, doctor, and alive I wish to remain, my good sir." And he skips into his carriage and leaves me there meditating. "And you and Miss Hetty must have no meetings here again. Mind you that," he had said previously. "Oh no, of course we would have none. We are gentlemen of honour, and so forth, and our word is our word. Besides, to have seen Hetty, was not that an inestimable boon? And would we not be for ever grateful? I am so refreshed with that drop of water I have had, that I think I can hold out for ever so long a time now. I walk away with Hetty to Soho, and never once thought of arranging a new meeting with her. But the little emissary was more thoughtful, and she asks me whether I go to the museum now to read. And I say, "Oh yes, sometimes, my dear, but I am too wretched for reading now. I cannot see what is on the paper. I do not care about my books. Even Pocahontas is wearisome to me. I might have continued ever so much further, when "Nonsense!" she says, stamping her little foot. "Why, I declare, George, you are more stupid than Harry." "How do you mean, my dear child?" I asked. "When do you go? You go away at 3 o'clock. You strike across on the road to Tottenham Court. You walk through the village, and return by the green lane that leads back towards the new hospital. You know you do. If you walk for a week there, it can't do you any harm. Good morning, sir. You'll please not follow me any farther." And she drops me a curtsey, and walks away with a veil over her face. That green lane, which lay to the north of the new hospital, is built all over with houses now.
In my time, when good old George II was yet king, 'twas a shabby rural outlet of London, so dangerous that the city folks who went to their villas and junketing houses at Hampstead and the outlying villages would return in parties of nights, and escorted by waiters with lanterns to defend them from the footpads who prowled about the town outskirts. Hampstead and Highgate churches, each crowning its hill, filled up the background of the view which you saw as you turned your back to London. And 1, 2, 3 days Mr. George Warrington had the pleasure of looking upon this landscape, and walking back in the direction of the new hospital. Along the lane were sundry small houses of entertainment, and I remember at one place, where they sold cakes and beer, at the sign of the Protestant hero, a decent woman smiling at me on the 3rd or 4th day, and curtseying in her clean apron, as she says, "It appears the lady don't come, sir. Your honour had best step in, and take a can of my cool beer." At length, as I am coming back through Tottenham Road, on the 25th of May, O day to be marked with the whitest stone, a little way beyond Mr. Whitefield's tabernacle, I see a landau before me, and on the box seat by the driver is my young friend Charley, who waves his hat to me and calls out, "George! George!" I ran up by the carriage, my knees knocking together so that I thought I should fall by the wheel, and inside I see Hetty, and by her my dearest Theo propped with a pillow. How thin the little hand had become since last it was laid in mine! The cheeks were flushed and wasted, the eyes strangely bright, and the thrill of the voice when she spoke a word or two smote me with a pang. I know not of grief or joy was it, so intimately were they blended. "I am taking her an airing to Hampstead," says Hetty demurely. "The doctor says the air will do her good." "I have been ill, but I am better now, George," says Theo. There came a great burst of music from the people in the chapel hard by, as she was speaking. I held her hand in mine. Her eyes were looking into mine once more. It seemed as if we had never been parted. I can never forget the tune of that psalm. I have heard it all through my life. My wife has touched it on her harpsichord, and her little ones have warbled it. Now do you understand, young people, why I love it so? Because 'twas the music played at our amores redintegratio. Because it sang hope to me at the period of my existence the most miserable. Yes, the most miserable. For that dreary confinement of Duquesne had its tenderness and kindly associations connected with it. And many a time in after days I have thought with fondness of the poor Biche and my tipsy jailor, and the reveille of the forest birds, and the military music of my prison. Master Charley looks down from his box seat upon his sister and me engaged in beatific contemplation, and Hetty listening, too, to the music. "I think I should like to go and hear it. And that famous Mr. Whitfield, perhaps he is going to preach this very day. Come in with me, Charley, and George can drive for half an hour with dear Theo towards Hampstead and back." Charley did not seem to have any very strong desire for witnessing the devotional exercises of good Mr. Whitfield and his congregation, and proposed that George Warrington should take Hetty in. But Het was not to be denied. "I will never help you in another exercise as long as you live, sir," cries Miss Hetty, "if you don't come on," while the youth clambered down from his box seat, and they entered the temple together. Can any moralist, bearing my previous promises in mind, excuse me for jumping into the carriage and sitting down once more by my dearest Theo? Suppose I did break 'em, will he blame me much? Reverend sir, you are welcome. I broke my promise, and if you would not do as much, good friend, you are welcome to your virtue. Not that I for a moment suspect my own children will ever be so bold as to think of having hearts of their own, and bestowing them according to their liking. No, my young people, you will let papa choose for you. Be hungry when he tells you, be thirsty when he orders, and settle your children's marriages afterwards. And now, of course, you are anxious to hear what took place when papa jumped into the landau by the side of poor little mamma, propped up by her pillows. "I am come to your part of the story, my dear," says I, looking over to my wife as she is plying her needles.
To what, pray? Says my lady. You should skip all that part, and come to the grand battles, and your heroic defence
of Fort Fiddlededee in the year 1778, when I pulled off Mr. Washington's epaulet, gouged General Gates's eye, cut off Charles Lee's head, and pasted it on again.
Let us hear all about the fighting,
say the boys. Even the captain condescends to own he will listen to any military details, though only from a militia officer. Fair and softly, young people, everything in its turn. I am not yet arrived at the war. I am only a young gentleman, just stepping into a landau by the side of a young lady whom I promised to avoid. I am taking her hand, which, after a little ado, she leaves in mine. Do you remember how hot it was, the little thing? How it trembled, and how it throbbed and jumped 120 in a minute? And as we trot on towards Hampstead, I address Miss Lambert in the following terms.
"Ah! Ah! Ah!"
say the girls in a chorus with Mademoiselle, their French governess, who cries, "Nous écoutons maintenant. La parole est à vous, monsieur le chevalier." Here we have seen them all in a circle. Mamma is at her side of the fire, Papa at his. Mademoiselle Eleanor, at whom the Captain looks rather sweetly, "Eyes off, Captain!" The two girls listening like nymphas decentes to Apollo, let us say, and John and Thomas with obtuse ears, who are bringing in the tea trays and urns. "Very good," says the Squire, pulling out the MS. and waving it before him. "We are all going to tell your mother's secrets and mine." "I am sure you may, papa," cries the house matron. "There's nothing to be ashamed of," and a blush rises over her kind face. "But before I begin, young folks, permit me 2 or 3 questions." "Allons, toujours des questions," says Mademoiselle, with a shrug of her pretty shoulders. Florac has recommended her to us, and I suspect the little Chevalier has himself an eye upon this pretty Mademoiselle de Blois. To the questions, then. End of chapter 76. Chapter 77 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 77. And how everybody got out again. You, Captain Miles Warrington, have the honour of winning the good graces of a lady, of ever so many ladies, of the Duchess of Devonshire, let us say, of Mrs. Crewe, of Mrs. Fitzherbert, of the Queen of Prussia, of the Goddess Venus, of Mademoiselle Hillisberg of the Opera. Never mind of whom, in fine. If you win a lady's good graces, do you always go to the mess and tell what happened? "Not such a fool, Squire," says the Captain, surveying his side curl in the glass. "Have you, Miss Theo, told your mother every word you said to Mr. Joe Blake, Junior, in the shrubbery this morning?" "Joe Blake, indeed!" cries Theo, Junior. "And you, mademoiselle, that scented billet which came to you under Sir Thomas's frank, have you told us all the letter contains? Look how she blushes! As red as the curtain, on my word!" "No, mademoiselle, we all have our secrets," says the Squire, here making his best French bow. "No, Theo, there was nothing in the shrubbery. Only nuts, my child. No, Miles, my son, we don't tell all, even to the most indulgent of fathers. And if I tell what happened in a landau on the Hampstead Road, on the 25th of May, 1760, may the Chevalier Ruspini pull out every tooth in my head." "Pray tell, papa," cries mamma. "Or, as Jobson, who drove us, is in your service now, perhaps you will have him in from the stables. I insist upon your telling." "What is, then, this mystery?" asks mademoiselle, in her pretty French accent, of my wife. "Eh, my fille!" whispers the lady. "Thou wouldst ask me what I said? I said yes. Behold all I said." And so 'tis my wife has peached, and not I. And this was the sum of our conversation, as the carriage, all too swiftly as I thought, galloped towards Hampstead, and flew back again. Theo had not agreed to fly in the face of her honoured parents, no such thing; but we would marry no other person; no, not if we lived to be as old as Methuselah; no, not the Prince of Wales himself would she take. Her heart she had given away with her papa's consent, nay, order; it was not hers to resume. So kind a father must relent one of these days; and if George would keep his promise, were it now, or were it in 20 years, or were it in another world, she knew she should never break hers. Hetty's face beamed with delight when, my little interview over, she saw Theo's countenance wearing a sweet tranquillity. "All the doctor's medicine has not done her so much good," the fond sister said. The girls went home after their act of disobedience. I gave up the place which I had held during a brief period of happiness by my dear invalid's side. Hetty skipped back into her seat, and Charley on to his box. He told me in after days that it was a very dull, stupid sermon he had heard. The little chap was too orthodox to love dissenting preachers' sermons. Hetty was not the only one of the family who remarked her sister's altered countenance and improved spirits. I am told that on the girls' return home, their mother embraced both of them, especially the invalid, with more than common ardour of affection. There was nothing like a country ride, Aunt Lambert said, for doing her dear Theo good. She had been on the road to Hampstead, had she? She must have another ride to-morrow. Heaven be blessed, my Lord Wrotham's horses were at their orders 3 or 4 times a week, and the sweet child might have the advantage of them. As for the idea that Mr. Warrington might have happened to meet the children on their drive, Aunt Lambert never once entertained it, at least spoke of it. I leave anybody who is interested in the matter to guess whether Mrs. Lambert could, by any possibility, have supposed that her daughter and her sweetheart could ever have come together again. Do women help each other in love perplexities? Do women scheme, intrigue, make little plans, tell little fibs, provide little amorous opportunities, hang up the rope ladder, coax, wheedle, mystify the garden or Abigail, and turn their attention away while Strephon and Chloe are billing and cooing in the twilight, or whisking off in the post chaise to Gretna Green? My dear young folks, some people there are of this nature, and some kind souls who have loved tenderly and truly in their own time, continue ever after to be kindly and tenderly disposed towards their young successors when they begin to play the same pretty game. Miss Prim doesn't. If she hears of 2 young persons attached to each other, it is to snarl at them for fools, or to imagine of them all conceivable evil. Because she has a humpback herself, she is for biting everybody else's. I believe if she saw a pair of turtles cooing in a wood, she would turn her eyes down, or fling a stone to frighten them. But I am speaking, you see, young ladies, of your grandmother, Aunt Lambert, who was one great syllabub of human kindness. And besides, about the affair at present under discussion, how am I ever to tell whether she knew anything regarding it or not? So, all she says to Theo on her return home is, "My child, the country air has done you all the good in the world, and I hope you will take another drive to-morrow, and another, and another, and so on. Don't you think, papa, the ride has done the child most wonderful good, and must she not be made to go out into the air?" Aunt Lambert asks of the General, when he comes in for supper. "Yes, sure, if a coach and 6 will do his little Theo good, she shall have it," Lambert says, "or he will drag the Landau up Hampstead Hill himself, if there are no horses." And so the good man would have spent, freely, his guineas, or his breath, or his blood, to give his child pleasure. He was charmed at his girl's altered countenance. She picked a bit of chicken with appetite. She drank a little negus, which he made for her. Indeed, it did seem to be better than the doctor's best medicine, which hitherto, God wot, had been of little benefit. Mamma was gracious and happy. Hetty was radiant and rident. It was quite like an evening at home at Oakhurst. Never for months past, never since that fatal cruel day that no one spoke of, had they spent an evening so delightful. But if the other women chose to coax and cajole the good simple father, Theo herself was too honest to continue for long even that sweet and fond delusion. When, for the third or fourth time, he comes back to the delightful theme of his daughter's improved health, and asks what has done it? Is it the country air? Is it the Jesuit's bark? Is it the new medicine? "Can't you think, dear, what it is?" she says, laying a hand upon her father's, with a tremor in her voice, perhaps, but eyes that are quite open and bright. "And what is it, my child?" asks the General. "It is because I have seen him again, papa," she says. The other two women turn pale, and Theo's heart, too, begins to palpitate, and her cheek to whiten, as she continues to look in her father's scarred face. "It was not wrong to see him," she continues more quickly. "It would have been wrong not to tell you." "Great God!" groans the father, drawing his hand back, and with such a dreadful grief in his countenance that Hetty runs to her almost swooning sister, clasps her to her heart, and cries out rapidly, "Theo knew nothing of it, sir! It was my doing! It was all my doing!" Theo lies on her sister's neck and kisses it 20, 50 times. "Women! Women! Are you playing with my honour?" cries the father, bursting out with a fierce exclamation. Aunt Lambert sobs wildly. "Martin! Martin!" "Don't say a word to her!" again calls out Hetty, and falls back herself, staggering towards the wall, for Theo has fainted on her shoulder. I was taking my breakfast next morning, with what appetite I might, when my door opens, and my faithful black announces, "General Lambert." At once I saw by the General's face that the yesterday's transaction was known to him. "Your accomplices did not confess," the General said, as soon as my servant had left us, "but sided with you against their father. A proof how desirable clandestine meetings are. It was from Theo herself I heard that she had seen you." "Accomplices, sir?" I said, perhaps not unwilling to turn the conversation from the real point at issue. "You know how fondly and dutifully your young people regard their father. If they side against you in this instance, it must be because justice is against you. A man like you is not going to set up sic volo, sic jubeo, as the sole law in his family." "Psha, George!" cries the General. "For though we are parted, God forbid I should desire that we should cease to love each other. I had your promise that you would not seek to see her." "Nor did I go to see her, sir," I said, turning red, no doubt; for, though this was truth, I own it was untrue. "You mean she was brought to you?" says Theo's father, in great agitation. "Is it behind Hester's petticoat that you will shelter yourself? What a fine defence for a gentleman!" "Well, I won't screen myself behind the poor child," I replied. "To speak as I did was to make an attempt at evasion, and I am ill accustomed to dissemble. I did not infringe the letter of my agreement, but I acted against the spirit of it. From this moment I annul it altogether." "You break your given word to me?" cries Mr. Lambert. "I recall a hasty promise made on a sudden at a moment of extreme excitement and perturbation. No man can be for ever bound by words uttered at such a time. And what is more, no man of honour or humanity, Mr. Lambert, would try to bind him." "Dishonour to me, sir!" exclaims the General. "Yes, if the phrase is to be shuttlecocked between us," I answered hotly. "There can be no question about love, or mutual regard, or difference of age, when that word is used. And were you my own father, and I love you better than a father, Uncle Lambert, I would not bear it. What have I done? I have seen the woman whom I consider my wife before God and man, and if she calls me, I will see her again. If she comes to me, here is my home for her, and the half of the little I have. 'Tis you who have no right, having made me the gift, to resume it. Because my mother taunts you unjustly, are you to visit Mrs. Esmond's wrong upon this tender, innocent creature? You profess to love your daughter, and yet can't bear a little wounded pride for her sake. Better she should perish away in misery than an old woman in Virginia should say that Mr. Lambert had schemed to marry one of his daughters. Say that, to satisfy what you call honour, and I call selfishness, we part. We break our hearts well nigh. We rally, we try to forget each other, we marry elsewhere. Can any man be to my dear as I have been? God forbid! Can any woman be to me what she is? You shall marry her to the Prince of Wales to-morrow, and it is a cowardice and treason. How can you undo the promises we have made to each other before Heaven? You may part us, and she will die as surely as if she were Jephthah's daughter. Have you made any vow to Heaven to compass her murder? Kill her if you conceive your promise so bind you. But this I swear, that I am glad you have come, so that I may here formally recall a hasty pledge which I gave, and that, call me when she will, I will come to her. No doubt this speech was made with the flurry and agitation belonging to Mr. Warrington's youth, and with the firm conviction that death would infallibly carry off one or both of the parties, in case their worldly separation was inevitably decreed. Who does not believe his first passion eternal? Having watched the world since, and seen the rise, progress, and, alas, that I must say it, decay of other amours, I may smile now as I think of my own youthful errors and ardours. But if it be a superstition, I had rather hold it. I had rather think that neither of us could have lived with any other mate, and that, of all its innumerable creatures, Heaven decreed these special two should be joined together. We must come, then, to what I had fain have spared myself, says the General in reply to my outbreak, to an unfriendly separation. When I meet you, Mr. Warrington, I must know you no more. I must order, and they will not do other than obey me. My family and children not to recognise you when they see you, since you will not recognise in your intercourse with me the respect due my age, the courtesy of gentlemen. I had hoped so far from your sense of honour, and the idea I had formed of you, that in my present great grief and perplexity I should have found you willing to soothe and help me as far as you might, for, God knows, I have need of everybody's sympathy. But instead of help, you fling obstacles in my way. Instead of a friend, a gracious Heaven pardon me, I find in you an enemy to the peace of my home and the honour of my children, sir. And as such I shall treat you, and know how to deal with you when you molest me." And waving his hand to me, and putting on his hat, Mr. Lambert hastily quit my apartment. I was confounded, and believed indeed there was war between us. The brief happiness of yesterday was clouded over and gone, and I thought that never since the day of the first separation had I felt so exquisitely unhappy as now, when the bitterness of quarrel was added to the pangs of parting, and I stood not only alone, but friendless. In the course of 1 year's constant intimacy I had come to regard Lambert with a reverence and affection which I had never felt for any mortal man except my dearest Harry. That his face should be turned from me in anger was as if the sun had gone out of my sphere, and all was dark around me. And yet I felt sure that in withdrawing the hasty promise I had made not to see Theo, I was acting rightly; that my fidelity to her, as hers now to me, was paramount to all other ties of duty or obedience; and that, ceremony or none, I was hers, first and before all. Promises were passed between us, from which no parent could absolve either; and all the priests in Christendom could no more than attest and confirm the sacred contract which had tacitly been ratified between us. I saw Jack Lambert by chance that day, as I went mechanically to my not usual haunt, the library of the new museum; and with the impetuousness of youth, and eager to impart my sorrow to some one, I took him out of the room, and led him about the gardens, and poured out my grief to him. I did not much care for Jack, who in truth was somewhat of a prig, and not a little pompous and wearisome with his Latin quotations, except in the time of my own sorrow, when I would fasten upon him or any one; and, having suffered himself in his affair with the little American, being haud ignaris mali, as I knew he would say, I found the college gentleman ready to compassionate another's misery. I told him, what has been here represented at greater length, of my yesterday's meeting with his sister, of my interview with his father in the morning, of my determination at all hazards never to part with Theo. When I found from the various quotations from the Greek and Latin authors which he uttered, that he leaned to my side of the dispute, I thought him a man of great sense, clung eagerly to his elbow, and bestowed upon him much more affection than he was accustomed at other times to have from me. I walked with him up to his father's lodgings in Dean Street, saw him enter at the dear door, surveyed the house from without with a sickening desire to know from its exterior appearance how my beloved fared within, and called for a bottle at the coffee-house where I waited Jack's return. I called him brother when I sent him away. I fondled him as the condemned wretch at Newgate hangs about the jailor or the parson, or any one who is kind to him in his misery. I drank a whole bottle of wine at the coffee-house. By the way, Jack's coffee-house was its name. Called another. I thought Jack would never come back. He appeared at length with rather a scared face, and coming to my box, poured out for himself 2 or 3 bumpers from my second bottle, and then fell to his story, which to me at least was not a little interesting. My poor Theo was keeping her room, it appeared, being much agitated by the occurrences of yesterday, and Jack had come home in time to find dinner on table, after which his good father held forth upon the occurrences of the morning, being anxious and able to speak more freely, he said, because his eldest son was present, and Theodosia was not in the room. The General stated what had happened at my lodgings between me and him. He bade Hester be silent, who indeed was as dumb as a mouse, poor thing. He told Aunt Lambert, who was indulging in that matafaction of pocket-handkerchiefs which I have before described, and with something like an imprecation that the women were all against him, and pimps, he called them, for one another, and frantically turning round to Jack, asked what was his view in the matter. To his father's surprise, and his mother's and sister's delight, Jack made a speech on my side. He ruled with me, citing what ancient authorities I don't know, that the matter had gone out of the hands of the parents on either side, that, having given their consent some months previously, the elders had put themselves out of court. Though he did not hold with a respectable, he might say a host of divines, those sacramental views of the marriage ceremony, for which there was a great deal to be said, yet he held it, if possible, even more sacredly than they, conceiving that though marriages were made before the civil magistrate, and without the priest, yet they were, before heaven, binding and indissoluble. It is not merely, sir, says Jack, turning to his father, those whom I, Jack Lambert, priest, have joined, let no man put asunder. It is those whom God has joined, let no man separate. Here he took off his hat as he told the story to me. My views are clear upon the point, and surely these young people were joined, or permitted to plight themselves to each other, by the consent of you, the priest of your own family. My views, I say, are clear, and I will lay them down at length in a series of 2 or 3 discourses, which no doubt will satisfy you. Upon which, says Jack, my father said, I am satisfied already, my dear boy. And my lively little Het, who has much archness, whispers to me, "Jack, mother and I will make you a dozen shirts, as sure as eggs is eggs." Whilst we were talking, Mr. Lambert resumed, my sister Theodosia made her appearance, I must say very much agitated and pale, kissed our father, and sat down at his side, and took a sippet of toast. "My dear George, this port is excellent, and I drink your health," and took a sippet of toast, and dipped it in the negus. "You should have been here to hear Jack's sermon," says Hester. "He has been preaching most beautifully." "Has he?" asks Theodosia, who is too languid and weak, poor thing, much to care for the exercises of eloquence or the display of authorities, such as I must own, says Jack, it was given to me this afternoon to bring forward. "He has talked for 3/4 of an hour, by Shrewsbury clock," says my father, though I certainly had not talked so long or half so long by my own watch. "And his discourse has been new, my dear," says papa, playing with Theodosia's hand. "Me, papa?" "You and Mr. Warrington, and George, my love," says papa, upon which, says Mr. Jack, my sister came closer to the General, and laid her head upon him, and wept upon his shoulder. "This is different, sir," says I, "to a passage I remember in Pausanias." "In Pausanias, indeed!" says the General. "And pray who was he?" I smiled at my father's simplicity in exposing his ignorance before his children. When Ulysses was taking away Penelope from her father, the king hastened after his daughter and bridegroom, and besought his darling to return; whereupon, it is related, Ulysses offered her choice, whether she would return or go on with him; upon which the daughter of Icarius covered her face with her veil. "For want of a veil, my sister has taken refuge in your waistcoat, sir," I said, and we all laughed, though my mother vowed that if such a proposal had been made to her, or Penelope had been a girl of spirit, she would have gone home with her father that instant. "But I am not a girl of any spirit, dear mother," says Theodosia, still in gremio patris. "I do not remember that this habit of caressing was frequent in my own youth," continues Jack. "But after some more discourse, Brother Warrington bethought me of you, and left my parents insisting upon Theodosia returning to bed. The late transactions have, it appears, weakened and agitated her much. I myself have experienced, in my own case, how full of soliciti timoris is a certain passion, how it racks the spirits, and I make no doubt, if carried far enough, or indulged to the extent to which women who have little philosophy will permit it to go, I make no doubt, I say, is ultimately injurious to the health. My service to you, brother." From grief to hope, how rapid the change was! What a flood of happiness poured into my soul, and glowed in the whole being! Landlord, more port! Would honest Jack have drunk a binful, I would have treated him. And to say truth, Jack's sympathy was large in this case, and it had been generous all day. I declined to score the bottles of port, and placed to the fabulous computations of interested waiters the amount scored against me in the reckoning. Jack was my dearest, best of brothers. My friendship for him, I swore, should be eternal. If I could do him any service, were it a bishopric, by George, he should have it. He says it was interrupted by the watchman rhapsodizing verses beneath the loved one's window. I know not. I know I awoke joyfully and rapturously, in spite of a racking headache the next morning. Nor did I know the extent of my happiness quite, or the entire conversation of my dear noble enemy of the previous morning. It must have been galling to the pride of an elder man to have to yield to representations and objections couched in language so little dutiful as that I had used towards Mr. Lambert. But the true Christian gentleman, retiring from his talk with me, mortified and wounded by my asperity of remonstrance, as well as by the pain which he saw his beloved daughter suffer, went thoughtfully and sadly to his business, as he subsequently told me, and in the afternoon, as his custom not unfrequently was, into a church which was open for prayers; and it was here on his knees, submitting his case in the quarter whither he frequently, though privately, came for guidance and comfort, that it seemed to him that his child was right in her persistent fidelity to me, and himself wrong in demanding her utter submission. Hence Jack's cause was won almost before he began to plead it; and the brave, gentle heart, which could bear no rancour, which bled at inflicting pain on those it loved, which even shrank from asserting authority or demanding submission, was only too glad to return to its natural pulses of love and affection. Chapter 77. Chapter 78 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 78. Pyramus and Thisbe. In examining the old papers at home, years afterwards, I found, docketed and labelled with my mother's well-known neat handwriting, "From London, April, 1760. My son's dreadful letter." When it came to me mind, I burnt the document, not choosing that that story of domestic grief and disunion should remain amongst our family annals for future Warringtons to gaze on, mayhap, and disobedient sons to hold up as examples of foregone domestic rebellions. For similar reasons, I have destroyed the paper which my mother dispatched to me at this time of tyranny, revolt, annoyance, and irritation. Maddened by the pangs of separation from my mistress, and not unrightly, considering that Mrs. Esmond was the prime cause of the greatest grief and misery which had ever befallen me in the world, I wrote home to Virginia a letter, which might have been more temperate, it is true, but in which I endeavoured to maintain the extremest respect and reticence. I said I did not know by what motives she had been influenced, but that I held her answerable for the misery of my future life, which she had chosen wilfully to mar and render wretched. She had occasioned a separation between me and a virtuous and innocent young creature, whose own hopes, health, and happiness were cast down for ever by Mrs. Esmond's interference. The deed was done as I feared, and I would offer no comment upon the conduct of the perpetrator, who was answerable to God alone; but I did not disguise from my mother that the injury which she had done me was so dreadful and mortal that her life or mine could never repair it, that the tie of my allegiance was broken towards her, and that I never could be, as heretofore, her dutiful and respectful son. Madam Esmond replied to me in a letter of very great dignity. Her style and correspondence were extraordinarily elegant and fine. She uttered not a single reproach or hard word, but coldly gave me to understand that it was before that awful tribunal of God she had referred the case between us, and asked for counsel; that in respect of her own conduct as a mother she was ready, in all humility, to face it. Might I, as a son, be equally able to answer for myself, and to show, when the great judge demanded the question of me, whether I had done my own duty, and honoured my father and mother? Oh, popoi! My grandfather has quoted in his memoir a line of Homer, showing how in our troubles and griefs the gods are always called in question. When our pride, our avarice, our interest, our desire to domineer are worked upon, are we not for ever pestering Heaven to decide in their favour? In our great American quarrel, did we not on both sides appeal to the skies as to the justice of our causes, sing Te Deum for victory, and boldly express our confidence that the right should prevail? Was America right because she was victorious? Then I suppose Poland was wrong because she was defeated. How am I wandering into this digression about Poland, America, and what not, and all the while thinking of a little woman now no more, who appealed to heaven and confronted it with 1,000 texts out of its own book, because her son wanted to make a marriage not of her liking? We appeal, we imprecate, we go down on our knees, we demand blessings, we shriek out the sentence according to law. The great course of the great world moves on. We pant, and strive, and struggle. We hate, we rage, we weep passionate tears. We reconcile. We race and win. We race and lose. We pass away, and other little strugglers succeed. Our days are spent. Our night comes, and another morning rises, which shines on us no more. My letter to Madam Esmond, announcing my revolt and disobedience, perhaps I myself was a little proud of the composition of that document, I showed in duplicate to Mr. Lambert, because I wished him to understand what my relations to my mother were, and how I was determined, whatever of threats or quarrels the future might bring, never, for my own part, to consider my separation from Theo as other than a forced one. Whenever I could see her again, I would. My word given to her was in secula seculorum, or binding at least as long as my life should endure. I implied that the girl was similarly bound to me, and her poor father knew indeed as much. He might separate us, as he might give her a dose of poison, and the gentle obedient creature would take it and die. But the death or separation would be his doing. Let him answer them. Now, he was tender about his children to weakness, and could not have the heart to submit any one of them, this one especially, to torture. We had tried to part. We could not. He had endeavoured to separate us. It was more than was in his power. The bars were up, but the young couple, the maid within and the knight without, were loving each other all the same. The wall was built, but Pyramus and Thisbe were whispering on either side. In the midst of all his grief and perplexity, Uncle Lambert had plenty of humour, and could not but see that his role was rather a sorry one. Light was beginning to show through that lime and rough plaster of the wall. The lovers were getting their hands through, then their heads through. Indeed, it was Wall's best business to retire. I forget what happened stage by stage and day by day, nor, for the instruction of future ages, does it much matter. When my descendants have love scrapes of their own, they will find their own means of getting out of them. I believe I did not go back to Dean Street, but that practice of driving in the open air was considered most healthful for Miss Lambert. I got a fine horse, and rode by the side of her carriage. The old woman at Tottenham Court came to know both of us quite well, and nod and wink in the most friendly manner when we passed by. I fancy the old goody was not unaccustomed to interest herself in young couples, and had dispensed the hospitality of her roadside cottage to more than one pair. The doctor and the country air effected a prodigious cure upon Miss Lambert. Hetty always attended as duenna, and sometimes of his holiday Master Charley rode my horse when I got into the carriage. What a deal of love making Miss Hetty heard! With what exemplary patience she listened to it! I do not say she went to hear the Methodist sermons any more, but 'tis certain that when we had a closed carriage, she would very kindly and considerately look out of the window. Then, what heaps of letters there were! What running to and fro! Gumbo's bandy legs were for ever on the trot, from my quarters to Dean Street; and on my account or her own, Mrs. Molly, the girl's maid, was for ever bringing back answers to Bloomsbury. By the time when the autumn leaves began to turn pale, Miss Theo's roses were in full bloom again, and my good Dr. Heberden's cure was pronounced to be complete. What else happened during this blessed period? Mr. Warrington completed his great tragedy of Pocahontas, which was not only accepted by Mr. Garrick this time, his friend Dr. Johnson having spoken not unfavourably of the work, but my friend and cousin Hagan was engaged by the manager to perform the part of the hero, Captain Smith. Hagan's engagement was not made before it was wanted. I had helped him and his family with means disproportioned, perhaps, to my power, especially considering my feud with Madam Esmond, whose answer to my angry missive of April came to me towards autumn, and who wrote back from Virginia with war for war, controlment for controlment. These menaces, however, frightened me little, for my mother's thunder could not reach me, and my conscience or casuistry supplied me with other interpretations for her texts of Scripture, so that her oracles had not the least weight with me in frightening me from my purpose. How my new love speeded, I neither informed her nor any other members of my maternal or paternal family, who, on both sides, had been bitter against my marriage. Of what use wrangling with them? It was better to carpere diem and its sweet loves and pleasures, and to leave the railers to grumble, or the seniors to advise, at their ease. Besides Madam Esmond, I had, it must be owned, in the frantic rage of my temporary separation, addressed notes of wondrous sarcasm to my Uncle Warrington, to my Aunt Madame de Bernstein, and to my Lord or Lady of Castlewood, I forget to which individually, thanking them for the trouble which they had taken in preventing the dearest happiness of my life, and promising them a corresponding gratitude from their obliged relative. Business brought the jovial Baronet and his family to London somewhat earlier than usual, and Madame de Bernstein was never sorry to get back to Clarges Street and her cards. I saw them. They found me perfectly well. They concluded the match was broken off, and I did not choose to undeceive them. The Baroness took heart at seeing how cheerful I was, and made many sly jokes about my philosophy, and my prudent behaviour as a man of the world. She was, as ever, bent upon finding a rich match for me, and I fear I paid many compliments at her house to a rich young soap boiler's daughter from Mile End, whom the worthy Baroness wished to place in my arms. "You court her with infinite wit and esprit, my dear," said the pleased kinswoman, "but she does not understand half you say, and the other half, I think, frightens her. This ton de persiflage is very well in our society, but you must be sparing of it, my dear nephew, amongst these roturiers." Miss Badge married a young gentleman of royal dignity, though shattered fortunes, from a neighbouring island, and I trust Mrs. Mackshane has ere this pardoned my levity. There was another person besides Miss at my aunt's house, who did not understand my persiflage much better than Miss herself, and that was a lady who had seen James the Second's reign, and who was alive and as worldly as ever in King George's. I love to be with her, but that my little folks have access to this volume, I could put down 100 stories of the great old folks whom she had known in the great old days, of George the First and his ladies, of St. John and Marlborough, of his reigning Majesty and the late Prince of Wales, and the causes of the quarrel between them. But my modest muse pipes for boys and virgins. Son Miles does not care about court stories, or, if he doth, has a fresh budget from Carlton House, quite as bad as the worst of our old Baroness. No, my dear wife, thou hast no need to shake thy powdered locks at me. Papa is not going to scandalise his nursery with old world gossip, nor bring a blush over our chaste bread and butter. But this piece of scandal I cannot help. My aunt used to tell it with infinite gusto, for, to do her justice, she hated your would-be good people, and sniggered over the faults of the self-styled righteous with uncommon satisfaction. In her later days she had no hypocrisy at least, and in so far was better than some whitewashed. Well, to the story. My Lady Warrington, one of the tallest and the most virtuous of her sex, who had goodness for ever on her lips and heaven in her eye, like the woman in Mr. Addison's tedious tragedy, which has kept the stage, from which some others, which shall be nameless, have disappeared, had the world in her other eye, and an exceedingly shrewd desire of pushing herself in it. What does she do, when my marriage with your ladyship yonder was supposed to be broken off, but attempt to play off on me those arts which she had tried on my poor Harry with such signal ill success, and which failed with me likewise? It was not the beauty. Miss Flora was for my master, and what a master! I protest I take off my hat at the idea of such an illustrious connection. It was Dora, the Muse, was set upon me to languish at me and to pity me, and to read even my godless tragedy, and applaud me and console me. Meanwhile, how was the beauty occupied? Will it be believed that my severe aunt gave a great entertainment to my Lady Yarmouth, presented her boy to her, and placed poor little Miles under her ladyship's august protection? That so far is certain. But can it be that she sent her daughter to stay at my lady's house, which our gracious lord and master daily visited, and within the views which old Aunt Bernstein attributed to her? "But for that fit of apoplexy, my dear," Bernstein said, "that aunt of yours intended that there should have been a countess in her own right in the Warrington family." Compare Walpole's letters in Mr. Cunningham's excellent new edition. See the story of the supper at N. House, to show what great noblemen would do for a king's mistress, and the pleasant account of the waiting for the Prince of Wales before Holland House. Editor. My neighbour and kinswoman, my Lady Claypole, is dead and buried. Grow white, ye daisies, upon Flora's tomb. I can see my pretty Miles, in a gay little uniform of the Norfolk militia, led up by his parent to the lady whom the king delighted to honour, and the good-natured old Jezebel laying her hand upon the boy's curly pate. I am accused of being but a lukewarm royalist, but sure I can contrast those times with ours, and acknowledge the difference between the late sovereign and the present, who, born a Briton, has given to every family in the empire an example of decorum and virtuous life. The Warrington MS. is dated 1793. Editor. Thus my life sped in the pleasantest of all occupation, and being so happy myself, I could afford to be reconciled to those who, after all, had done me no injury, but rather added to the zest of my happiness by the brief obstacle which they had placed in my way. No specific plans were formed, but Theo and I knew that a day would come when we need say farewell no more. Should the day befall a year hence, 10 years hence, we were ready to wait. Day after day we discussed our little plans, with Hetty for our confidante. On our drives we spied out pretty cottages that we thought might suit young people of small means. We devised all sorts of delightful schemes and childish economies. We were Strephon and Chloe, to be sure. A cot and a brown loaf should content us. Gumbo and Molly should wait upon us, as indeed they have done from that day until this. At 20, who is afraid of being poor? Our trials would only confirm our attachment. The sweet sorrow of every day's parting but made the morrow's meeting more delightful. And when we separated, we ran home and wrote each other those precious letters which we and other young gentlemen and ladies write under such circumstances. But though my wife has them all in a great tin sugar-box in the closet in her bedroom, and I own I myself have looked at them once, and even thought some of them pretty, I hereby desire my heirs and executors to burn them all unread at our demise, specially desiring my son the Captain, to whom I know the perusal of MSS. is not pleasant, to perform this duty. Those secrets whispered to the penny post, or delivered between Molly and Gumbo, were intended for us alone, and no ears of our descendants shall overhear them. We heard, in successive brief letters, how our dear Harry continued with the army as Mr. General Amherst's aide de camp after the death of his own glorious general. By the middle of October there came news of the capitulation of Montreal and the whole of Canada, and a brief postscript in which Hal said he would ask for leave now, and must go and see the old lady at home, who wrote as sulky as a bear, Captain Warrington remarked. I could guess why, though the clause could not reach me. I had written pretty fully to my brother how affairs were standing with me in England. Then, on the 25th October, comes the news that his Majesty has fallen down dead at Kensington, and that George III reigned over us. I fear we grieve but little. What do those care for the Atriati, whose hearts are strung only to Erota Maunin? A modest, handsome, brave new prince, we gladly accept the common report that he is endowed with every virtue, and we cry huzzay with the loyal crowd that hails his accession. It could make little difference to us, as we thought, simple young sweethearts, whispering our little love stories in our corner. But who can say how great events affect him? Did not our little Charlie at the Chartreux wish impiously for a new king immediately, because on his gracious Majesty's accession Dr. Crusius gave his boys a holiday? He and I, and Hetty, and Theo Miss Theo was strong enough to walk many a delightful mile now heard the heralds proclaim his new Majesty before Savile House in Leicester Fields, and a pickpocket got the watch and chain of a gentleman hard by us, and was caught and carried to Bridewell, all on account of his Majesty's accession. Had the king not died, the gentleman would not have been in the crowd, the chain would not have been seized, the thief would not have been caught and soundly whipped. In this way, many of us, more or less remotely, were implicated in the great change which ensued, and even we humble folks were affected by it presently. As thus, my Lord Wrotham was a great friend of the august family of Savile House, who knew and esteemed his many virtues. Now, of all living men, my Lord Wrotham knew and loved best his neighbour and old fellow soldier, Martin Lambert, declaring that the world contained few better gentlemen. And my Lord Bute, being all potent, at first, with his Majesty, and a nobleman, as I believe, very eager at the commencement of his brief and luckless tenure of power, to patronise merit wherever he could find it, was strongly prejudiced in Mr. Lambert's favour by the latter's old and constant friend. My and Harry's old friend Parson Sampson, who had been in and out of jail I don't know how many times of late years, and retained an ever-enduring hatred for the Esmonds of Castlewood, and as lasting a regard for me and my brother, was occupying poor Hal's vacant bed at my lodgings at this time, being in truth hunted out of his own by the bailiffs. I liked to have Sampson near me, for a more amusing Jack Friar never walked in cassock, and besides, he entered into all my rhapsodies about Miss Theo, was never tired, so he vowed, of hearing me talk of her, admired Pocahontas and Carpezan with, I do believe, an honest enthusiasm, and could repeat whole passages of those tragedies with an emphasis and effect that Barry or Cousin Hagan himself could not surpass. Sampson was the go-between between Lady Maria and such of her relations as had not disowned her, and, always in debt himself, was never more happy than in drinking a pot, or mingling his tears with his friends in similar poverty. His acquaintance with pawnbrokers' shops was prodigious. He could procure more money, he boasted, on an article than any gentleman of his cloth. He never paid his own debts, to be sure, but he was ready to forgive his debtors. Poor as he was, he always found means to love and help his needy little sister, and a more prodigal, kindly, amiable rogue never probably grinned behind bars. They say that I love to have parasites about me. I own to have had a great liking for Sampson, and to have esteemed him much better than probably much better men. When he heard how my Lord Bute was admitted into the cabinet, Sampson vowed and declared that his lordship, a great lover of the drama, who had been to see Carpezan, who had admired it, and who would act the part of the king very finely in it, He vowed by George that my lord must give me a place worthy of my birth and merits. He insisted upon it that I should attend his lordship's levee. I wouldn't? The Esmonds were all as proud as Lucifer, and to be sure, my birth was as good as that of any man in Europe. Demi! Where was my lord himself when the Esmonds were lords of great counties, warriors, and crusaders? Where were they? Beggarly Scotchmen, without a rag to their backs, by George, tearing raw fish in their islands. But now the times were changed. The Scotchmen were in luck. Mum's the word. I don't envy him, says Sampson, but he shall provide for you and my dearest, noblest, heroic captain. He shall, by George! Would my worthy parson roar out. And when, in the month after his accession, his Majesty ordered the play of Richard III at Drury Lane, my chaplain cursed, vowed, swore, but he would have him to Covent Garden to see Carpezan too. And now, one morning, he bursts into my apartment, where I happened to lie rather late, waving the newspaper in his hand, and singing "Huzzah!" with all his might. "What is it, Sampson?" says I. "Has my brother got his promotion?" "No, in truth, but some one else has. Huzzay! Huzzay! His Majesty has appointed Major General Martin Lambert to be Governor and Commander-in-Chief of the island of Jamaica." I started up. Here was news indeed. Mr. Lambert would go to his government, and who would go with him? I had been supping with some genteel young fellows at the cocoa tree. The rascal Gumbo had a note for me from my dear mistress on the night previous, conveying the same news to me, and had delayed to deliver it. Theo begged me to see her at the old place at midday the next day without fail. In the Warrington MS. there is not a word to say what the old place was. Perhaps some obliging reader of Notes and Queries will be able to inform me, and who Mrs. Goodison was. Editor. There was no little trepidation in our little council when we reached our place of meeting. Papa had announced his acceptance of the appointment, and his speedy departure. He would have a frigate given him, and take his family with him. Merciful powers! And were we to be parted? My Theo's old deathly paleness returned to her. Aunt Lambert thought she would have swooned. One of Mrs. Goodison's girls had a bottle of salts, and ran up with it from the workroom. Going away? Going away in a frigate, Aunt Lambert? Going to tear her away from me? Great God, Aunt Lambert, I shall die! She was better when Mamma came up from the workroom with the young lady's bottle of salts. You see, the women used to meet me. Knowing dear Theo's delicate state, how could they refrain from compassionating her? But the General was so busy with his levees, and his waiting on ministers, and his outfit, and the settlement of his affairs at home, that they never happened to tell him about our little walks and meetings. And even when orders for the outfit of the ladies were given, Mrs. Goodison, who had known and worked for Miss Molly Benson as a schoolgirl, she remembered Miss Esmond of Virginia perfectly, the worthy lady told me, and a dress she made for the young lady to be presented at Her Majesty's ball. Even when the outfit was ordered for the three ladies, says Mrs. Goodison demurely, why, I thought I could do no harm in completing the order. Now, I need not say in what perturbation of mind Mr. Warrington went home in the evening to his lodgings, after the discussion with the ladies of the above news. No, or at least very few, more walks, no more rides to dear, dear Hampstead or beloved Islington, no more fetching and carrying of letters for Gumbo and Molly. The former blubbered so that Mr. Warrington was quite touched by his fidelity, and gave him a crown piece to go to supper with the poor girl, who turned out to be his sweetheart. What, you too unhappy, Gumbo, and torn from the maid you love? I was ready to mingle with him tear for tear. What a solemn conference I had with Sampson that evening! He knew my affairs, my expectations, my mother's anger. Psha, that was far off, and he knew some excellent liberal people of the order of Melchizedek, who would discount the other. The General would not give his consent? Sampson shrugged his broad shoulders, and swore a great roaring oath. My mother would not relent? What then? A man was a man, and to make his own way in the world, he supposed. He is only a churl who won't play for such a stake as that, and lose or win, by George! Shouts the chaplain, over a bottle of Burgundy at the Bedford Head, where he dined. I need not put down our conversation. We were two of us, and I think there was only one mind between us. Our talk was of a Saturday night. I did not tell Theo, nor any relative of hers, what was being done. But when the dear child faltered and talked, trembling, of the coming departure, I bade her bear up, and vowed all would be well so confidently, that she who has ever taken her alarms and joys from my face (I wish, my dear, it were sometimes not so gloomy) could not but feel confidence, and placed, with many fond words that need not here be repeated, her entire trust in me, murmuring those sweet words of ruth that must have comforted myriads of tender hearts in my dearest maiden's plight: that whither I would go, she would go, and that my people should be hers. At last, one day, the General's preparations being made, the trunks encumbering the passages of the dear old Dean Street lodging, which I shall love as long as I shall remember at all, one day, almost the last of his stay, when the good man, his Excellency we called him now, came home to his dinner, a comfortless meal enough it was in the present condition of the family, he looked round the table at the place where I had used to sit in happy old days, and sighed out, "I wish Molly George were here." "Do you, Martin?" asks Aunt Lambert, flinging into his arms. "Yes, I do. But I don't wish you to choke me, Molly," he says. "I love him dearly. I may go away and never see him again, and take his foolish little sweetheart along with me. I suppose you will write to each other, children? I can't prevent that, you know. And until he changes his mind, I suppose Miss Theo won't obey papa's orders, and get him out of her foolish little head. Wilt thou, Theo?" "No, dearest, dearest, best papa." "What? More embraces and kisses? What does all this mean?" "It means that George is in the drawing room," says mamma. "Is he? My dearest boy!" cries the General. "Come to me. Come in." And when I entered he held me to his heart and kissed me. I confess at this I was so overcome that I fell down on my knees before the dear good man, and sobbed on his own. "God bless you, my dearest boy!" he mutters hurriedly. "Always loved you as a son, haven't I, Molly? Broke my heart nearly when I quarrelled with you about this little... What? Odds marrow bones! All down on your knees? Mrs. Lambert, pray, what is the meaning of all this?" "Dearest, dearest papa, I will go with you all the same," whimpers one of the kneeling party, "and I will wait, oh, as long as ever my dearest father wants me." "In Heaven's name," roars the General, "tell me what has happened!" What had happened was, that George Esmond Warrington and Theodosia Lambert had been married in Southwark that morning, their banns having been duly called in the church of a certain friend of the Reverend Mr. Sampson. End of chapter 78. Chapter 79 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 79, containing both comedy and tragedy. We who had been active in the guilty scene of the morning felt terribly guilty when we saw the effect which our conduct had produced upon him who of all others we loved and respected. The shock to the good man was strange, and pitiful to us to witness who had administered it. The child of his heart had deceived and disobeyed him. I declare I think, my dear, now we would not or could not do it over again. His whole family had entered into a league against him. Dear, kind friend and father! We know thou hast pardoned our wrong in the heaven where thou dwellest amongst purified spirits, who learned on earth how to love and pardon. To love and forgive were easy duties with that man. Beneficence was natural to him, and a sweet, smiling humility; and to wound either was to be savage and brutal, as to torture a child, or strike blows at a nursing woman. The deed done, all we guilty ones grovelled in the earth before the man we had injured. I pass over the scenes of forgiveness, of reconciliation, of common worship together, of final separation, when the good man departed to his government, and the ship sailed away before us, leaving me and Theo on the shore. We stood there hand in hand, horribly abashed, silent, and guilty. My wife did not come to me till her father went. In the interval between the ceremony of our marriage and his departure, she had remained at home, occupying her old place by her father, and bed by her sister's side. He as kind as ever, but the women almost speechless among themselves. Aunt Lambert, for once, unkind and fretful in her temper, and little Hetty feverish and strange, and saying, "I wish we were gone! I wish we were gone!" Though admitted to the house and forgiven, I slunk away during those last days, and only saw my wife for a minute or two in the street, or with her family. She was not mine till they were gone. We went to Winchester and Hampton for what may be called our wedding. It was but a dismal business. For a while we felt utterly lonely, and of our dear father, as if we had buried him, or drove him to the grave by our undutifulness. I made Sampson announce our marriage in the papers. My wife used to hang down her head before the poor fellow afterwards. I took Mrs. Warrington back to my old lodgings in Bloomsbury, where there was plenty of room for us, and our modest married life began. I wrote home a letter to my mother in Virginia, informing her of no particulars, but only that Mr. Lambert being about to depart for his government, I considered myself bound in honour to fulfil my promise towards his dearest daughter, and stated that I intended to carry out my intention of completing my studies for the bar, and qualifying myself for employment at home, or in our own or any other colony. My good Mrs. Mountain answered this letter, by desire of Madam Esmond, she said, who thought that, for the sake of peace, my communications had best be conducted that way. I found my relatives in a fury which was perfectly amusing to witness. The butler's face, as he said, "Not at home," at my uncle's house in Hill Street, was a blank tragedy that might have been studied by Garrick when he sees Banquo. My poor little wife was on my arm, and we were tripping away, laughing at the fellow's accueil, when we came upon my lady in a street stoppage in her chair. I took off my hat, and made her the lowest possible bow. I affectionately asked after my dear cousins. "I wonder you dare look me in the face!" Lady Warrington gasped out. "Nay, don't deprive me of that precious privilege," says I. "Move on, Peter!" she screams to her chairman. "Your ladyship would not impale your own husband's flesh and blood?" says I. She rattles up the glass of her chair in a fury. I kiss my hand, take off my hat, and perform another of my very finest bows. Walking shortly afterwards in Hyde Park with my dearest companion, I met my little cousin exercising on horseback with a groom behind him. As soon as he sees us, he gallops up to us, the groom powdering afterwards and bawling out, "Stop, Master Miles, stop!" "I am not to speak to my cousin," says Miles, "but telling you to send my love to Harry is not speaking to you, is it? Is that my new cousin? I'm not told not to speak to her. I'm Miles' cousin, Sir Miles Warrington, Baronet's son, and you are very pretty." "Now, do now, Master Miles," says the groom, touching his hat to us, and the boy trots away laughing and looking at us over his shoulder. "You see how my relations have determined to treat me," I said to my partner. "As if I married you for your relations," says Theo, her eyes beaming joy and love into mine. Ah, how happy we were! How brisk and pleasant the winter! How snug the kettle by the fire, where the abashed Sampson sometimes came and made the punch. How delightful the night at the theatre, for which our friends bought us tickets of admission, and where we daily expected our new play of Pocahontas would rival the successes of all former tragedies. The fickle old aunt of Clarges Street, who received me on my first coming to London with my wife with a burst of scorn, mollified presently, and as soon as she came to know Theo, who she had pronounced to be an insignificant little country-faced chit, fell utterly in love with her, and would have her to tea and supper every day when there was no other company. "As for company, my dears," she would say, "I don't ask you. You are no longer du monde. Your marriage has put that entirely out of the question." So she would have had us come to amuse her, and go in and out by the back stairs. My wife was fine lady enough to feel only amused at this reception, and I must do the Baroness's domestics the justice to say, that had we been Duke and Duchess we could not have been received with more respect. Madame de Bernstein was very much tickled and amused with my story of Lady Warrington and the chair. I acted it for her, and gave her anecdotes of the pious baronet's lady and her daughters, which pleased the mischievous, lively old woman. The Dowager Countess of Castlewood, now established in her house at Kensington, gave us that kind of welcome which genteel ladies extend to their poorer relatives. We went once or twice to her ladyship's drums at Kensington, but losing more money at cards, and spending more money in coach hire than I liked to afford, we speedily gave up those entertainments, and, I dare say, were no more missed or regretted than other people in the fashionable world, who are carried by death, debt, or other accident out of the polite sphere. My Theo did not in the least regret this exclusion. She had made her appearance at one of these drums, attired in some little ornaments which her mother left behind her, and by which the good lady set some store. But I thought her own white neck was a great deal prettier than those poor twinkling stones, and there were dowagers whose wrinkled old bones blazed with rubies and diamonds, which I am sure they would gladly have exchanged for her modest parure of beauty and freshness. Not a soul spoke to her, except, to be sure, Beau Lothair, a friend of Mr. Will's, who prowled about Bloomsbury afterwards, and even sent my wife a billet. I met him in Covent Garden shortly after, and promised to break his ugly face if ever I saw it in the neighbourhood of my lodgings, and Madam Theo was molested no further. The only one of our relatives who came to see us Madame de Bernstein never came. She sent her coach for us sometimes, or made inquiries regarding us by her woman or her major domo, was our poor Maria, who, with her husband, Mr. Hagan, often took a share of our homely dinner. Then we had friend Spencer from the Temple, who admired our Arcadian felicity, and gently asked our sympathy for his less fortunate loves. And twice or thrice the famous Dr. Johnson came in for a dish of Theo's tea. A dish? A pailful! "And a pail the best thing to feed him, sir," says Mr. Gumbo indignantly. For the doctor's appearance was not pleasant, nor his linen particularly white. He snorted, he grew red and sputtered in feeding. He flung his meat about, and bawled out in contradicting people, and annoyed my Theo, whom he professed to admire greatly, by saying every time he saw her, "Madam, you do not love me. I see by your manner you do not love me, though I admire you, and come here for your sake. Here is my friend Mr. Reynolds, that shall paint you. He has no ceruse in his paint box that is as brilliant as your complexion." And so Mr. Reynolds, a most perfect and agreeable gentleman, would have painted my wife, but I knew what his price was, and did not choose to incur that expense. I wish I had now, for the sake of the children, that they might see what yonder face was like some 35 years ago. To me, madam, 'tis the same now as ever, and your ladyship is always young. What annoyed Mrs. Warrington with Dr. Johnson more than his contradictions, his sputterings, and his dirty nails, was, I think, an unfavourable opinion which he formed of my new tragedy. Hagan once proposed that he should read some scenes from it after tea. "Nay, sir, conversation is better," says the Doctor. "I can read for myself, or hear you at the theatre. I had rather hear Mrs. Warrington's artless prattle than your declamation of Mr. Warrington's decasyllables. Tell us about your household affairs, madam, and whether his Excellency your father is well, and whether you made the pudding and the butter sauce. The butter sauce was delicious. He loved it so well that he had kept a large quantity in the bosom of a very dingy shirt. You made it as though you loved me. You helped me as though you loved me, though you don't. Faith, sir, you were taking some of the present away with you in your waistcoat," says Hagan, with much spirit. "Sir, you are rude!" bawls the Doctor. "You are unacquainted with the first principles of politeness, which is courtesy before ladies. Having received an university education, I am surprised that you have not learned the rudiments of politeness. I respect Mrs. Warrington. I should never think of making personal remarks about her guests before her." "Then, sir," says Hagan, fiercely, "why did you speak of my theatre?" "Sir, you are saucy!" roars the Doctor. "De te fabula," says the actor. "I think it is your waistcoat that is saucy. Madam, shall I make some punch in the way we make it in Ireland?" The Doctor, puffing and purple in the face, was wiping the dingy shirt with a still more dubious pocket handkerchief, which he then applied to his forehead. After this exercise he blew a Hyperborean whistle, as if to blow his wrath away. "It is de me, sir, though, as a young man, perhaps you need not have told me so." "I drop my point, sir. If you had been wrong, I am sure I am bound to ask your pardon for setting you so," says Mr. Hagan, with a fine bow. "Doesn't he look like a god?" says Maria, clutching my wife's hand; and indeed Mr. Hagan did look like a handsome young gentleman. His colour had risen, he had put his hand to his breast with a noble air. Chaumont or Castalio could not present himself better. "Let me make you some lemonade, sir. My papa has sent us a box of fresh limes. May we send you some to the Temple?" "Madam, if they stay in your house, they will lose their quality and turn sweet," says the Doctor. "Mr. Hagan, you are a young sauce box, that's what you are. Ho, ho! It is I have been wrong." "Oh, my lord, my Polidore!" bleats Lady Maria, when she was alone in my wife's drawing-room. "Oh, I could hear thee talk for ever thus, eternally admiring, fix and gaze on those dear eyes, for every glance they send darts through my soul, and fills my heart with rapture. Thou knowest not, my Theo, what a pearl and paragon of a man my Castalio is, my Chaumont, my... Oh, dear me, child! What a pity it is that in your husband's tragedy he should have to take the horrid name of Captain Smith!" Upon this tragedy not only my literary hopes, but much of my financial prospects were founded. My brother's debts discharged, my mother's drafts from home duly honoured, my own expenses paid, which, though moderate, were not inconsiderable, pretty nearly the whole of my patrimony had been spent, and this auspicious moment I must choose for my marriage. I could raise money on my inheritance, that was not impossible, though certainly costly. My mother could not leave her eldest son without a maintenance, whatever our quarrels might be. I had health, strength, good wits, some friends, and reputation. Above all, my famous tragedy, which the manager had promised to perform, and upon the proceeds of this I counted for my present support. What becomes of the arithmetic of youth? How do we then calculate that £100 is a maintenance, and 1,000 a fortune? How did I dare play against fortune with such odds? I succeeded, I remember, in convincing my dear General, and he left home convinced that his son-in-law had, for the present necessity at least, a score of £100 at his command. He and his dear Molly had begun life with less, and the ravens had somehow always fed them. As for the women, the question of poverty was one of pleasure to those sentimental souls, and Aunt Lambert, for her part, declared it would be wicked and irreligious to doubt of a provision being made for her children. Was the righteous ever forsaken? Did the just man ever have to beg his bread? She knew better than that. No, no, my dears, I am not going to be afraid on that account, I warrant you. Look at me and my General. Theo believed all I said, and wished to believe myself. So we actually began life upon a capital of 5 acts, and about £300 of ready money in hand. Well, the time of the appearance of the famous tragedy drew near, and my friends canvassed the town to get a body of supporters for the opening night. I am ill at asking favours from the great, but when my Lord Wrotham came to London, I went, with Theo in my hand, to wait on his lordship, who received us kindly out of regard for his old friend, her father, though he good-naturedly shook a finger at me, at which my little wife hung down her head, for having stole a march on the good General. However, he would do his best for her father's daughter, hoped for a success, said he had heard great things of the piece, and engaged a number of places for himself and his friends. But this patron secured, I had no other. Mon cher, at my age, says the Baroness, I should bore myself to death at a tragedy, but I will do my best, and I will certainly send my people to the boxes. Yes, Case, in his best black, looks like a nobleman, and Brett, in one of my gowns, has a faux air de moi which is quite distinguished. Put down my name for 2 in the front boxes. Goodbye, my dear. Bonne chance. The Dowager Countess presented compliments on the back of the 9 of clubs, had a card party that night, and was quite sorry she and Fanny could not go to my tragedy. As for my uncle and Lady Warrington, they were out of the question. After the affair of the sedan chair, I might as well have asked Queen Elizabeth to go to Drury Lane. These were all my friends, that host of aristocratic connections about whom poor Sampson had bragged, and on the strength of whom the manager, as he said, had given Mr. Hagan his engagement. Where was my Lord Bute? Had I not promised his lordship should come? He asks, snappishly, taking snuff. How different from the brisk and engaging and obsequious little manager of 6 months ago. I promised Lord Bute should come. Yes, says Mr. Garrick, and Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales, and his Majesty too. Poor Sampson owned that he, buoyed up by vain hopes, had promised the appearance of these august personages. The next day, at rehearsal, matters were worse still, and the manager in a fury. "Great heavens, sir!" says he, "into what a pretty guet-apens you have led me! Look at that letter, sir! Read that letter!" And he hands me one. "My dear sir," said the letter, "I have seen his lordship, and conveyed to him Mr. Warrington's request that he would honour the tragedy of Pocahontas by his presence. His lordship is a patron of the drama, and a magnificent friend of all the liberal arts. But he desires me to say that he cannot think of attending himself, much less of asking his gracious master to witness the performance of a play, a principal part in which is given to an actor who has made a clandestine marriage with a daughter of one of his Majesty's nobility. Your well-wisher, Saunders Macduff. Mr. D. Garrick, at the Theatre Royal, in Drury Lane." My poor Theo had a nice dinner waiting for me after the rehearsal. I pleaded fatigue as the reason for looking so pale. I did not dare to convey to her this dreadful news. Chapter 79. Chapter 80 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 80. Pocahontas. The English public not being so well acquainted with the history of Pocahontas as we of Virginia, who still love the memory of that simple and kindly creature, Mr. Warrington, at the suggestion of his friends, made a little ballad about this Indian princess, which was printed in the magazines a few days before the appearance of the tragedy. This proceeding Sampson and I considered to be very artful and ingenious. "It is like ground bait, sir," says the enthusiastic parson, "and you will see the fish rise in multitudes on the great day." He and Spencer declared that the poem was discussed and admired at several coffee houses in their hearing, and that it had been attributed to Mr. Mason, Mr. Cowper of the Temple, and even to the famous Mr. Gray. I believe poor Sam had himself set abroad these reports; and if Shakespeare had been named as the author of the tragedy, would have declared Pocahontas to be one of the poet's best performances. I made acquaintance with brave Captain Smith as a boy in my grandfather's library at home, where I remember how I would sit at the good old man's knees, with my favourite volume on my own, spelling out the exploits of our Virginian hero. I loved to read of Smith's travels, sufferings, captivities, escapes, not only in America, but Europe. I become a child again almost, as I take from the shelf before me in England the familiar volume, and all sorts of recollections of my early home come crowding over my mind. The old grandfather would make pictures for me of Smith doing battle with the Turks on the Danube, or led out by our Indian savages to death. Ah, what a terrific fight was that in which he was engaged with the 3 Turkish champions, and how I used to delight over the story of his combat with Bonny Mulgrew, the last and most dreadful of the 3. What a name Bonny Mulgrew was! And with what a prodigious turban, scimitar, and whiskers we represented him! Having slain and taken off the heads of his first 2 enemies, Smith and Bonny Mulgrew met, falling to, says my favourite old book, with their battle axes, whose piercing bills made sometimes the one, sometimes the other, to have scarce sense to keep their saddles. Especially the Christian received such a wound that he lost his battle axe, whereat the supposed conquering Turk had a great shout from the ramparts; yet by the readiness of his horse, and his great judgment and dexterity, he not only avoided the Turk's blows, but, having drawn his falchion, so pierced the Turk under the cutlets, through back and body, that, though he alighted from his horse, he stood not long ere he lost his head, as the rest had done. In reward for which deed, Duke Segismundus gave him 3 Turks' heads in a shield for arms, and 300 ducats yearly for a pension. Disdaining time and place, with that daring which is the privilege of poets, in my tragedy, Smith is made to perform similar exploits on the banks of our Potomac and James's River. Our ground bait verses ran thus: Pocahontas. Wearied arm and broken sword wage in vain the desperate fight. Round him press the countless horde, he is but a single knight. Hark! a cry of triumph shrill through the wilderness resounds, as with 20 bleeding wounds sinks the warrior fighting still. Now they heap the fatal pyre, and the torch of death they light. Ah! 'tis hard to die of fire. Who will shield the captive knight? Round the stake with fiendish cry wheel and dance the savage crowd. Cold the victim's mien and proud, and his breast is bared to die. Who will shield the fearless heart? Who avert the murderous blade? From the throng with sudden start, see there springs an Indian maid. Quick she stands before the knight,
Loose the chain, unbind the ring. I am the daughter of the king, and I claim the Indian right. Dauntlessly aside she flings lifted axe and thirsty knife. Fondly to his heart she clings, and her bosom guards his life. In the woods of Powhatan, still 'tis told by Indian fires, how a daughter of their sires saved the captive Englishman. I need not describe at length the plot of my tragedy, as my children can take it down from the shelves any day and peruse it for themselves. Nor shall I, let me add, be in a hurry to offer to read it again to my young folks, since Captain Miles and the parson both chose to fall asleep last Christmas, when, at mamma's request, I read aloud a couple of acts. But any person having a moderate acquaintance with plays and novels can soon, out of the above sketch, fill out a picture to his liking. An Indian king, a loving princess, and her attendant, in love with a British captain's servant, a trader in the English fort, a brave Indian warrior, himself entertaining an unhappy passion for Pocahontas, a medicine man and priest of the Indians, very well played by Palmer, capable of every treason, stratagem, and crime, and bent upon the torture and death of the English prisoner. These, with the accidents of the wilderness, the war dances and cries, which Gumbo had learned to mimic very accurately from the red people at home, and the arrival of the English fleet, with allusions to the late glorious victories in Canada, and the determination of Britons ever to rule and conquer in America, some of us not unnaturally thought might contribute to the success of our tragedy. But I have mentioned the ill omens which preceded the day, the difficulties which a peevish, and jealous, and timid management threw in the way of the piece, and the violent prejudice which was felt against it in certain high quarters. What wonder, then, I ask, that Pocahontas should have turned out not to be a victory? I laugh to scorn the malignity of the critics who found fault with the performance. Pretty critics, forsooth, who say that Carpezan was a masterpiece, whilst a far superior and more elaborate work received only their sneers. I insist on it that Hagan acted his part so admirably that a certain actor and manager of the theatre might well be jealous of him, and that, but for the cabal made outside, the piece would have succeeded. The order had been given that the play should not succeed, so at least Sampson declared to me. The house swarmed with Macs, by George, and they should have the galleries washed with brimstone, the honest fellow swore, and always vowed that Mr. Garrick himself would not have had the piece succeed for the world, and was never in such a rage as during that grand scene in the second act, where Smith, poor Hagan, being bound to the stake, Pocahontas comes and saves him, and when the whole house was thrilling with applause and sympathy. Anybody who has curiosity sufficient may refer to the published tragedy, in the octavo form, or in the subsequent splendid quarto edition of my collected works, and poems original and translated, and say whether the scene is without merit, whether the verses are not elegant, the language rich and noble. One of the causes of the failure was my actual fidelity to history. I had copied myself at the Museum, and tinted neatly a figure of Sir Walter Raleigh in a frill and beard, and my dear Theo giving some of her mother's best lace for the ruff. We dressed Hagan accurately after this drawing, and no man could look better. Miss Pritchard as Pocahontas I dressed too as a Red Indian, having seen enough of that costume in my own experience at home. Will it be believed the house tittered when she first appeared? They got used to her, however, but just at the moment when she rushes into the prisoner's arms, and a number of people were actually in tears, a fellow in the pit bawls out, "Bedad, there's the bell savage kissing the Saracen's head!" on which an impertinent roar of laughter sprang up in the pit, breaking out with fitful explosions during the remainder of the performance. As the wag in Mr. Sheridan's amusing critic admirably says about the morning guns,
The playwrights were not content with one of them, but must fire two or three. So with this wretched pothouse joke of the Belle Savage. The ignorant people not knowing that Pocahontas herself was the very Belle Savage from whom the tavern took its name. My friend of the pit repeated it ad nauseam during the performance, and as each new character appeared, saluted him by the name of some tavern. For instance, the English governor, with a long beard, he called the Goat and Boots; his lieutenant, Barker, whose face certainly was broad, the Bull and Mouth, and so on. And the curtain descended amidst a shrill storm of whistles and hisses, which especially assailed poor Hagan every time he opened his lips. Sampson saw Master Will in the green boxes, with some pretty acquaintances of his, and has no doubt that the treacherous scoundrel was one of the ringleaders of the conspiracy. I would have flung him over into the pit, the faithful fellow said, and Sampson was man enough to execute his threat. But I saw a couple of Mr. Nadab's followers prowling about the lobby, and was obliged to sheer off. And so the eggs we had counted on selling at market were broken, and our poor hopes lay shattered before us. I looked in at the house from the stage before the curtain was lifted, and saw it pretty well filled, especially remarking Mr. Johnson in the front boxes in a laced waistcoat, having his friend Mr. Reynolds by his side. The latter could not hear, and the former could not see, and so they came good-naturedly à deux to form an opinion of my poor tragedy. I could see Lady Maria I knew the hood she wore in the lower gallery, where she once more had the opportunity of sitting and looking at her beloved actor performing a principal character in a piece. As for Theo, she fairly owned that, unless I ordered her, she had rather not be present. Nor had I such command to give; for if things went wrong, I knew that to see her suffer would be intolerable pain to myself, and so acquiesced in her desire to keep away. Being of a pretty equanimous disposition, and, as I flatter myself, able to bear good or evil fortune without disturbance, I myself, after taking a light dinner at the Bedford, went to the theatre a short while before the commencement of the play, and proposed to remain there until the defeat or victory was decided. I own now I could not help seeing which way the fate of the day was likely to turn. There was something gloomy and disastrous in the general aspect of all things around. Miss Pritchard had the headache. The barber who brought home Hagan's wig had powdered it like a wretch. Among the gentlemen and ladies in the green room I saw none but doubtful faces, and the manager, a very flippant, not to say impertinent gentleman, in my opinion, and who himself on that night looked as dismal as a mute at a funeral, had the insolence to say to me, "For heaven's sake, Mr. Warrington, go and get a glass of punch at the Bedford, and don't frighten us all here by your dismal countenance." "Sir," says I have a right for 5 shillings to comment upon your face, but I never gave you any authority to make remarks upon mine." "Sir," he says in a pet, "I most heartily wish I had never seen your face at all." "Yours, sir," said I, "has often amused me greatly, and when painted for Abel Drugger is exceedingly comic. And indeed I have always done Mr. G. the justice to think that in low comedy he was unrivalled." I made him a bow, and walked off to the coffee house, and for 5 years after never spoke a word to the gentleman when he apologized to me at a nobleman's house where we chanced to meet. I said I had utterly forgotten the circumstance to which he alluded, and that on the first night of a play no doubt author and manager were flurried alike, and added, "After all, there is no shame in not being made for the theatre." "Mr. Garrick, you were." A compliment with which he appeared to be as well pleased as I intended he should. Fidus Achates ran over to me at the end of the first act to say that all things were going pretty well. though he confessed to the titter in the house upon Miss Pritchard's first appearance, dressed exactly like an Indian princess. "I cannot help it, Sampson," said I, filling him a bumper of good punch, "if Indians are dressed so. Why," says he, "would you have had Caractacus painted blue like an ancient Briton? Or Bonduca with nothing but a cowskin?" And indeed it may be that the fidelity to history was the cause of the ridicule cast on my tragedy, in which case I, for one, am not ashamed of its defeat. After the second act, my aide-de-camp came from the field with dismal news indeed. I don't know how it is that, nervous before action, in disaster I become pretty cool and cheerful. The writer seems to contradict himself here, having just boasted of possessing a pretty equanimous disposition. He was probably mistaken in his own estimate of himself, as other folks have been besides. Editor. "Are things going ill?" says I. I call for my reckoning, put on my hat, and marched to the theatre as calmly as if I was going to dine at the Temple. Fidus Achates walking by my side, pressing my elbow, kicking the link boys out of the way, and crying, "By George, Mr. Warrington, you are a man of spirit! A Trojan, sir!" So there were men of spirit in Troy, but, alas! fate was too strong for them. At any rate, no man can say that I did not bear my misfortune with calmness. I could no more help the clamour and noise of the audience than a captain can help the howling and hissing of the storm in which his ship goes down. But I was determined that the rushing waves and broken masts should impavidum ferient, and flatter myself that I bore my calamity without flinching. "Not Regulus, my dear madam, could step into the barrel more coolly," Sampson said to my wife. "'Tis unjust to say of men of the parasitic nature that they are unfaithful in misfortune. Whether I was prosperous or poor, the wild parson was equally true and friendly, and shared our crust as eagerly as ever he had partaken of our better fortune. I took my place on the stage, whence I could see the actors of my poor piece, and a portion of the audience who condemned me. I suppose the performers gave me a wide berth out of pity for me. I must say that I think I was as little moved as any spectator, and that no one would have judged from my mien that I was the unlucky hero of the night. But my dearest Theo, when I went home, looked so pale and white, that I saw from the dear creature's countenance that the knowledge of my disaster had preceded my return. Spencer, Sampson, Cousin Hagan, and Lady Maria were to come after the play and congratulate the author. God wot! Poor Miss Pritchard was engaged to us likewise, but sent word that I must understand that she was a great deal too unwell to sup that night. My friend the gardener of Bedford House had given my wife his best flowers to decorate her little table. There they were, the poor little painted standards, and the battle lost. I had borne the defeat well enough, but as I looked at the sweet pale face of the wife across the table, and those artless trophies of welcome which she had set up for her hero, I confess my courage gave way, and my heart felt a pang almost as keen as any that ever has smitten it. Our meal, it may be imagined, was dismal enough, nor was it rendered much gayer by the talk we strove to carry on. Old Mrs. Hagan was, luckily, very ill at this time, and her disease, and the incidents connected with it, a great blessing to us. Then we had his Majesty's approaching marriage, about which there was a talk. How well I remember the most futile incidents of the day, down to a tune which a carpenter was whistling by my side at the playhouse, just before the dreary curtain fell. Then we talked about the death of good Mr. Richardson, the author of Pamela and Clarissa, whose works we all admired exceedingly, and as we talked about Clarissa, my wife took on herself to wipe her eyes once or twice, and say faintly, "You know, my love, mamma and I could never help crying over that dear book. Oh, my dearest, dearest mother!" She adds, "How I wish she could be with me now!" This was an occasion for more open tears, for, of course, a young lady may naturally weep for her absent mother. And then we mixed a gloomy bowl with Jamaica limes, and drank to the health of his Excellency the Governor. And then, for a second toast, I filled a bumper, and with a smiling face drank to our better fortune. This was too much. The two women flung themselves into each other's arms, and irrigated each other's neck-handkerchiefs with tears. "Oh, Maria, is not my George good and kind?" sobs Theo. "Look at my Hagan! How great, how godlike he was in his part!" gasps Maria. "It was a beastly cabal which threw him over, and I could plunge this knife into Mr. Garrick's black heart, the odious little wretch!" And she grasps a weapon at her side. But throwing it presently down, the enthusiastic creature rushes up to her lord and master, flings her arms round him, and embraces him in the presence of the little company. I am not sure whether some one else did not do likewise. We were all in a state of extreme excitement and enthusiasm. In the midst of grief, Love the consoler appears amongst us, and soothes us with such fond blandishments and tender caresses, that one scarce wishes the calamity away. 2 or 3 days afterwards, on our birthday, a letter was brought to me in my study, which contained the following lines: From Pocahontas. Returning from the cruel fight, how pale and faint appears my knight! He sees me anxious at his side. Why seek, my love, your wounds to hide? Or deem your English girl afraid to emulate the Indian maid? Be mine my husband's grief to cheer, in peril to be ever near. Whate'er of ill or woe betide, to bear it clinging at his side. The poisoned stroke of fate to ward, his bosom with my own to guard. Ah, could it spare a pang to his, it could not know a purer bliss. 'Twould gladden as it felt the smart, and thank the hand that flung the dart. I do not say the verses are very good, but that I like them as well as if they were, and that the face of the writer, whose sweet young voice I fancy I can hear as I hum the lines, when I went into her drawing room after getting the letter, and when I saw her blushing and blessing me, seemed to me more beautiful than any I can fancy out of heaven. End of chapter 80. Chapter 81 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 81. Res Angusta Domi. I have already described my present feelings as an elderly gentleman, regarding that rash jump into matrimony which I persuaded my dear partner to take with me when we were both scarce out of our teens. As a man and a father, with a due sense of the necessity of mutton chops, and the importance of paying the baker, with a pack of rash children round about us who might be running off to Scotland to-morrow, and pleading papa's and mamma's example for their impertinence, I know that I ought to be very cautious in narrating this early part of the married life of George Warrington, Esquire, and Theodosia his wife, to call out mea culpa, and put on a demure air, and, sitting in my comfortable easy chair here, profess to be in a white sheet and on the stool of repentance, offering myself up as a warning to imprudent and hot-headed youth. But, truth to say, that married life, regarding which my dear relatives prophesied so gloomily, has disappointed all those prudent and respectable people. It has had its trials, but I can remember them without bitterness; its passionate griefs, of which time, by God's kind ordinance, has been the benign consoler; its days of poverty, which we bore who endured it, to the wonder of our sympathising relatives looking on; its precious rewards and blessings, so great that I scarce dare to whisper them to this page, to speak of them, save with awful respect and to one ear, to which are offered up the prayers and thanks of all men. To marry without a competence is wrong and dangerous, no doubt, and a crime against our social codes. But do not scores of thousands of our fellow beings commit the crime every year with no other trust but in heaven, health, and their labour? Are young people entering into the married life not to take hope into account, nor dare to begin their housekeeping until the cottage is completely furnished, the cellar and larder stocked, the cupboard full of plate, and strong box of money? The increase and multiplication of the world would stop, were the laws which regulate the genteel part of it to be made universal. Our gentlefolks tremble at the brink in their silk stockings and pumps, and wait for whole years until they find a bridge or a gilt barge to carry them across. Our poor do not fear to wet their bare feet, plant them in the brook, and trust to fate and strength to bear them over. Who would like to consign his daughter to poverty? Who would counsel his son to undergo the countless risks of poor married life, to remove the beloved girl from comfort and competence, and subject her to debt, misery, privation, friendlessness, sickness, and the hundred gloomy consequences of the res Angusta Domi? I look at my own wife, and ask her pardon for having imposed a task so fraught with pain and danger upon one so gentle. I think of the trials she endured, and am thankful for them, and for that unfailing love and constancy with which God blessed her and strengthened her to bear them all. On this question of marriage I am not a fair judge. My own was so imprudent, and has been so happy, that I must not dare to give young people counsel. I have endured poverty, but scarcely ever found it otherwise than tolerable. Had I not undergone it, I never could have known the kindness of friends, the delight of gratitude, the surprising joys and consolations which sometimes accompany the scanty meal and narrow fire, and cheer the long day's labour. This at least is certain, in respect of the lot of the decent poor, that a great deal of superfluous pity is often thrown away upon it. Good-natured fine folks, who sometimes stepped out of the sunshine of their riches into a narrow obscurity, were blinded, as it were, whilst we could see quite cheerfully and clearly. They stumbled over obstacles which were none to us. They were surprised at the resignation with which we drank small beer, and that we could heartily say grace over such very cold mutton. The good General, my father-in-law, had married his Molly when he was a subaltern of a foot regiment, and had a purse scarce better filled than my own. They had had their ups and downs of fortune. I think, though my wife will never confess to this point, they had married, as people could do in their young time, without previously asking papa's and mamma's leave. The editor has looked through Burns's registers of fleet marriages without finding the names of Martin Lambert and Mary Benson. At all events, they were so well pleased with their own good luck in matrimony, that they did not grudge their children's, and were by no means frightened at the idea of any little hardships which we in the course of our married life might be called upon to undergo. and I suppose when I made my own pecuniary statements to Mr. Lambert, I was anxious to deceive both of us. Believing me to be master of a couple of £1,000, he went to Jamaica quite easy in his mind as to his darling daughter's comfort and maintenance, at least for some years to come. After paying the expenses of his family's outfit, the worthy man went away not much richer than his son-in-law, and a few trinkets, and some lace of Aunt Lambert's, with 20 new guineas in a purse which her mother and sisters made for her, were my Theo's marriage portion. But in valuing my stock, I chose to count as a good debt a sum which my honoured mother never could be got to acknowledge up to the day when the resolute old lady was called to pay the last debt of all. The sums I had disbursed for her, she argued, were spent for the improvement and maintenance of the estate which was to be mine at her decease. What money she could spare was to be for my poor brother, who had nothing, who would never have spent his own means, had he not imagined himself to be sole heir of the Virginian property, as he would have been, the good lady took care to emphasise this point in many of her letters, but for a half-hour's accident of birth. He was now distinguishing himself in the service of his king and country. To purchase his promotion was his mother's, she should suppose his brother's duty. When I had finished my bar studies and my dramatic amusements, Madam Esmond informed me that I was welcome to return home and take that place in our colony to which my birth entitled me. This statement she communicated to me more than once through Mountain, and before the news of my marriage had reached her. There is no need to recall her expressions of maternal indignation when she was informed of the step I had taken. On the pacification of Canada, my dear Harry asked for leave of absence, and dutifully paid a visit to Virginia. He wrote, describing his reception at home, and the splendid entertainments which my mother made in honour of her son. Castlewood, which she had not inhabited since our departure for Europe, was thrown open again to our friends of the colony, and the friend of Wolfe and the soldier of Quebec was received by all our acquaintance with every becoming honour. Some dismal quarrels, to be sure, ensued, because my brother persisted in maintaining his friendship with Colonel Washington, of Mount Vernon, whose praises Harry never was tired of singing. Indeed, I allow the gentleman every virtue, and in the struggles which terminated so fatally for England a few years since, I can admire as well as his warmest friends General Washington's glorious constancy and success. If these battles between Harry and our mother were frequent, as in his letters he described them to be, I wondered, for my part, why he should continue at home. One reason naturally suggested itself to my mind, which I scarcely liked to communicate to Mrs. Warrington, for we had both talked over our dear little Hetty's romantic attachment for my brother, and wondered that he had never discovered it. I need not say, I suppose, that my gentleman had found some young lady at home more to his taste than our dear Hester, and hence accounted for his prolonged stay in Virginia. Presently there came, in a letter from him, not a full confession, but an admission of this interesting fact. A person was described, not named, a being all beauty and perfection, like other young ladies under similar circumstances. My wife asked to see the letter. I could not help showing it, and handed it to her with a very sad face. To my surprise, she read it without exhibiting any corresponding sorrow of her own. "I have thought of this before, my love," I said. "I feel with you for your disappointment regarding poor Hetty." "Ah, poor Hetty!" says Theo, looking down at the carpet. "It would never have done," says I. "No, they would not have been happy," sighs Theo. "How strange he never should have found out her secret!" I continued. She looked me full in the face with an odd expression. "Pray, what does that look mean?" I asked.
"Nothing, my dear, nothing. Only I am not surprised," says Theo, blushing. "What?" I ask. "Can there be another?" "I am sure I never said so, George," says the lady, hurriedly. "But if Hetty has overcome her childish folly, ought we not all to be glad? Do you gentlemen suppose that you only are to fall in love and grow tired? Indeed!" "What?" I say, with a strange commotion of my mind. "Do you mean to tell me, Theo, that you ever cared for any one but me?" "Oh, George!" she whimpers. "When I was at school, there was one of the boys of Dr. Backhouse's school who sat in the loft next to us, and I thought he had lovely eyes. And I was so shocked when I recognised him behind the counter at Mr. Griggs, the mercer's, when I went to buy a cloak for baby. And I wanted to tell you, my dear, and I didn't know how." I went to see this creature with the lovely eyes, having made my wife describe the fellow's dress to me, and I saw a little bandy-legged wretch in a blue camlet coat, with his red hair tied with a dirty ribbon, about whom I forbore generously even to reproach my wife. Nor will she ever know that I have looked at the fellow, until she reads the confession in this page. If our wives saw us as we are, I thought, would they love us as they do? Are we as much mistaken in them as they in us? I look into one candid face at least, and think it never has deceived me. Lest I should encourage my young people to an imitation of my own imprudence, I will not tell them with how small a capital Mrs. Theo and I commenced life. The unfortunate tragedy brought us nothing, though the reviewers, since its publication of late, have spoken not unfavourably as to its merits, and Mr. Kemble himself has done me the honour to commend it. Our kind friend Lord Wrotham was for having the piece published by subscription, and sent me a bank note with a request that I would let him have 100 copies for his friends; but I was always averse to that method of levying money, and preferring my poverty sine dote, locked up my manuscript with my poor girl's verses inserted at the first page. I know not why the piece should have given such offence at court, except for the fact that an actor who had run off with an earl's daughter performed a principal part in the play. But I was told that sentiments which I had put into the mouths of some of the Indian characters, which were made to declaim against ambition, the British desire of rule, and so forth, were pronounced dangerous and unconstitutional, so that the little hope of royal favour which I might have had was quite taken away from me. What was to be done? A few months after the failure of the tragedy, as I counted up the remains of my fortune, the calculation was not long or difficult, I came to the conclusion that I must beat a retreat out of my pretty apartments in Bloomsbury, and so gave warning to our good landlady, informing her that my wife's health required that we should have lodgings in the country. But we went no farther than Lambeth, our faithful Gumbo and Molly following us; and here, though as poor as might be, we were waited on by a maid and a lackey in livery, like any folks of condition. You may be sure kind relatives cried out against our extravagance. Indeed, are they not the people who find our faults out for us, and proclaim them to the rest of the world? Returning home from London one day, whither I had been on a visit to some booksellers, I recognised the family arms and livery on a grand gilt chariot, which stood before a public house near to our lodgings. A few loitering inhabitants were gathered round the splendid vehicle, and looking with awe at the footman, resplendent in the sun, and quaffing blazing pots of beer. I found my Lady Castlewood seated opposite to my wife in our little apartment, whence we had a very bright, pleasant prospect of the river, covered with barges and wherries, and the ancient towers and trees of the Archbishop's palace and gardens; and Mrs. Theo, who has a very droll way of describing persons and scenes, narrated to me all the particulars of her ladyship's conversation when she took her leave.
"I have been here this ever so long," says the Countess, "gossiping with cousin Theo, while you have been away at the coffee house, I dare say, making merry with your friends, and drinking your punch and coffee. Guess she must find it rather lonely here, with nothing to do but work them little caps and hem them frocks. Never mind, dear. Reckon you'll soon have a companion who will amuse you when cousin George is away at his coffee house. What a nice lodging you have got here, I do declare! Our new house which we have took is 20 times as big, and covered with gold from top to bottom; but I like this quite as well. Bless you, being rich is no better than being poor. When we lived to Albany, and I did most all the work myself, scoured the rooms, biled the kettle, helped the wash and all, I was just as happy as I am now. We only had one old negro to keep the store. Why don't you sell Gumbo, cousin George? He ain't no use here idling and dawdling about, and making love to the servant girl. Pho! Guess they ain't particular, these English people." So she talked, rattling on with perfect good humour, until her hour for departure came, when she produced a fine repeating watch, and said it was time for her to pay a call upon her Majesty at Buckingham House. "And mind you come to us, George," says her ladyship, waving a little parting hand out of the gilt coach. "Theo and I have settled all about it." "Here, at least," said I, when the laced footman had clambered up behind the carriage, and our magnificent little patroness had left us, "here is one who is not afraid of our poverty, nor ashamed to remember her own." "Ashamed!" said Theo, resuming her Lilliputian needlework. "To do her justice, she would make herself at home in any kitchen or palace in the world. She has given me and Molly 20 lessons in housekeeping. She says, when she was at home to Albany, she roasted, baked, swept the house, and milked the cow." Madam Theo pronounced the word cow archly in our American way, and imitated her ladyship's accent very divertingly. "And she has no pride," I added. "It was good-natured of her to ask us to dine with her and my lord. When will Uncle Warrington ever think of offering us a crust again, or a glass of his famous beer?" "Yes, it was not ill-natured to invite us," says Theo, slyly. "But, my dear, you don't know all the conditions." And then my wife, still imitating the Countess's manner, laughingly informed me what these conditions were. She took out her pocket-book, and told me, says Theo, what days she was engaged abroad and at home. On Monday she received a duke and a duchess, with several other members of my lord's house, and their ladies. On Tuesday came more earls, 2 bishops, and an ambassador. "Of course you won't come on them days," says the Countess. "Now you are so poor, you know, that fine company ain't no good for you. Lord bless you! Father never dines on our company days. He don't like it. He takes a bit of cold meat anyways." On which, says Theo, laughing, I told her that Mr. Warrington did not care for any but the best of company, and proposed that she should ask us on some day when the Archbishop of Canterbury dined with her, and his Grace must give us a lift home in his coach to Lambeth. "And she is an economical little person, too," continues Theo. "I thought of bringing with me some of my baby's caps and things, which his lordship has outgrown them, but they may be wanted again, you know, my dear. And so we lose that addition to our wardrobe," says Theo, smiling, "and Molly and I must do our best without her ladyship's charity." "When people are poor, they are poor," the Countess said, with her usual outspokenness, "and must get on the best they can. What we shall do for that poor Maria, goodness only knows. We can't ask her to see us as we can you, though you are so poor; but an earl's daughter to marry a play actor! La, my dear, it's dreadful! His Majesty and the Princess have both spoken of it. Every other noble family in this kingdom as has ever heard of it pities us, though I have a plan for helping those poor unhappy people, and have sent down Simons, my groom of the chambers, to tell them on it. This plan was, that Hagan, who had kept almost all his terms at Dublin College, should return thither, and take his degree, and enter into holy orders. "When we will provide him with the chaplaincy at home, you know," Lady Castlewood added. And I may mention here that this benevolent plan was executed a score of months later, when I was enabled myself to be of service to Mr. Hagan, who was one of the kindest and best of our friends during our own time of want and distress. Castlewood then executed his promise loyally enough, got orders and a colonial appointment for Hagan, who distinguished himself both as a soldier and preacher, as we shall presently hear. But not a guinea did his lordship spare to aid either his sister or his kinsman in their trouble. I never asked him, thank Heaven, to assist me in my own, though, to do him justice, no man could express himself more amiably, and with a joy which I believe was quite genuine when my days of poverty were ended. As for my Uncle Warrington, and his virtuous wife and daughters, let me do them justice likewise, and declare that throughout my period of trial their sorrow at my poverty was consistent and unvarying. I still had a few acquaintances who saw them, and of course, as friends will, brought me a report of their opinions and conversation, and I never could hear that my relatives had uttered one single good word about me or my wife. They spoke even of my tragedy as a crime. I was accustomed to hear that sufficiently maligned. Of the author as a miserable reprobate, forever reeling about Grub Street in rags and squalor. They held me out no hand of help. My poor wife might cry in her pain, but they had no twopence to bestow upon her. They went to church a half dozen times in the week. They subscribed to many public charities. Their tribe was known 1800 years ago, and will flourish as long as men endure. They will still thank Heaven that they are not as other folks are, and leave the wounded and miserable to other succour. I don't care to recall the dreadful doubts and anxieties which began to beset me, the plan after plan which I tried, and in which I failed, for procuring work and adding to our dwindling stock of money. I bethought me of my friend Mr. Johnson, and when I think of the eager kindness with which he received me, am ashamed of some pert speeches which I own to have made regarding his manners and behaviour. I told my story and difficulties to him, the circumstance of my marriage, and the prospects before me. He would not for a moment admit they were gloomy, or, si male nunc, that they would continue to be so. I had before me the chances, certainly very slender, of a place in England, the inheritance which must be mine in the course of nature, or at any rate would fall to the heir I was expecting. I had a small stock of money for present actual necessity, a possibility, though, to be free with you, sir, says he, after the performance of your tragedy, I doubt whether nature has endowed you with those peculiar qualities which are necessary for achieving a remarkable literary success. And finally, a submission to the maternal rule, and a return to Virginia, where plenty and a home were always ready for me. "Why, sir," he cried, "such a sum as you mention would have been a fortune to me when I began the world, and my friend Mr. Goldsmith would set up a coach and six on it. With youth, hope to-day, and a couple of £100 in cash, no young fellow need despair. Think, sir, you have a year at least before you, and who knows what may chance between now and then? Why, sir, your relatives here may provide for you, or you may succeed to your Virginian property, or you may come into a fortune. I did not in the course of that year, but he did. My Lord Bute gave Mr. Johnson a pension, which set all Grub Street in a fury against the recipient, who, to be sure, had published his own not very flattering opinion upon pensions and pensioners. Nevertheless, he did not altogether discourage my literary projects, promised to procure me work from the booksellers, and faithfully performed that kind promise. "But," says he, "sir, you must not appear amongst them in forma pauperis. Have you never a friend's coach in which we can ride to see them? You must put on your best laced hat and waistcoat, and we must appear, sir, as if we are doing them a favour." This stratagem answered, and procured me respect enough at the first visit or two; but when the booksellers knew that I wanted to be paid for my work, their backs refused to bend any more, and they treated me with a familiarity which I could ill stomach. I overheard one of them, who had been a footman, say, "Oh, it's Pocahontas, is it? Let him wait." And he told his boy to say as much to me. "Wait, sir!" says I, fuming with rage, and putting my head into his parlour. "I'm not accustomed to waiting, but I have heard you are." And I strode out of the shop into Pall Mall in a mighty fluster. And yet Mr. D. was in the right. I came to him, if not to ask a favour, at any rate to propose a bargain, and surely it was my business to wait his time and convenience. In more fortunate days I asked the gentleman's pardon, and the kind author of the Muse in livery was instantly appeased. I was more prudent, or Mr. Johnson more fortunate, in an application elsewhere, and Mr. Johnson procured me a little work from the booksellers in translating from foreign languages, of which I happen to know 2 or 3. By a hard day's labour I could earn a few shillings, so few that a week's work would hardly bring me a guinea, and that was flung to me with insolent patronage by the low hucksters who employed me. I can put my finger upon 2 or 3 magazine articles written at this period, and paid for with a few wretched shillings, which papers as I read them awaken in me the keenest pangs of bitter remembrance. Mr. George Warrington, of the Upper Temple, says he remembers a book containing his grandfather's book plate, in which were pasted various extracts from reviews and newspapers in an old type, and lettered outside "Les chaînes de l'esclavage." These are no doubt the contributions above mentioned, but the volume has not been found, either in the town house or in the library at Warrington Manor. The editor, by the way, is not answerable for a certain inconsistency which may be remarked in the narrative. The writer says earlier that he speaks without bitterness of past times, and presently falls into a fury with them. The same manner of forgiving our enemies is not uncommon in the present century. I recall the doubts and fears which agitated me, see the dear wife nursing her infant and looking up into my face with hypocritical smiles that vainly try to mask her alarm. The struggles of pride are fought over again. The wounds under which I smarted reopen. There are some acts of injustice committed against me which I don't know how to forgive, and which, whenever I think of them, awaken in me the same feelings of revolt and indignation. The gloom and darkness gather over me, till they are relieved by a reminiscence of that love and tenderness which through all gloom and darkness have been my light and consolation. End of chapter 81. Chapter 82 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 82. Miles's Moidore. Little Miles made his appearance in this world within a few days of the gracious prince who commands his regiment. Illuminations and cannonading saluted the Royal George's birth. Multitudes were admitted to see him as he lay behind a gilt railing at the palace, with noble nurses watching over him. Few nurses guarded the cradle of our little prince. No courtiers, no faithful retainers saluted it, except our trusty Gumbo and kind Molly, who, to be sure, loved and admired the little heir of my poverty as loyally as our hearts could desire. Why was our boy not named George, like the other paragon just mentioned, and like his father? I gave him the name of a little scapegrace of my family, a name which many generations of Warringtons had borne likewise. But my poor little Miles's love and kindness touched me at a time when kindness and love were rare from those of my own blood, and Theo and I agreed that our child should be called after that single little friend of my paternal race. We wrote to acquaint our royal parents with the auspicious event, and bravely inserted the child's birth in the Daily Advertiser, and the place, Church Street, Lambeth, where he was born. "My dear," says Aunt Bernstein, writing to me in reply to my announcement, "how could you point out to all the world that you live in such a trough as that in which you have buried yourself? I kiss the little mamma, and send a remembrance for the child." This remembrance was a fine silk coverlid, with a lace edging, fit for a prince. It was not very useful. The price of the lace would have served us much better. But Theo and Molly were delighted with the present, and my eldest son's cradle had a cover as fine as any nobleman's. Good Dr. Heberden came over several times to visit my wife, and see that all things went well. He knew and recommended to us a surgeon in the vicinage, who took charge of her. Luckily, my dear patient needed little care beyond that which our landlady and her own trusty attendant could readily afford her. Again, our humble precinct was adorned with the gilded apparition of Lady Castlewood's chariot wheels. She brought a pot of jelly, which she thought Theo might like, and which, no doubt, had been served at one of her ladyship's banquets on a previous day. And she told us of all the ceremonies at court, and of the splendour and festivities attending the birth of the august heir to the crown. Our good Mr. Johnson happened to pay me a visit on one of those days when my Lady Countess's carriage flamed up to our little gate. He was not a little struck by her magnificence, and made her some bows which were more respectful than graceful. She called me cousin very affably, and helped to transfer the present of jelly from her silver dish into our crockery pan with much benignity. The doctor tasted the sweetmeat, and pronounced it to be excellent. "The great, sir," says he, "are fortunate in every way. They can engage the most skilful practitioners of the culinary art, as they can assemble the most amiable wits round their table. If, as you think, sir, and from the appearance of the dish, your suggestion at least is plausible, this sweetmeat may have appeared already at his lordship's table. It has been there in good company. It has quivered under the eyes of celebrated beauties. It has been tasted by ruby lips. It has divided the attention of the distinguished company, with fruits, tarts, and creams, which I make no doubt were like itself delicious." And so saying, the good doctor absorbed a considerable portion of Lady Castlewood's benefaction; though, as regards the epithet delicious, I am bound to say that my poor wife, after tasting the jelly, put it away from her as not to her liking, and Molly, flinging up her head, declared it was mouldy. My boy enjoyed, at least, the privilege of having an earl's daughter for his godmother, for this office was performed by his cousin, our poor Lady Maria, whose kindness and attention to the mother and the infant were beyond all praise, and who, having lost her own solitary chance for maternal happiness, yearned over our child in a manner not a little touching to behold. Captain Miles is a mighty fine gentleman, and his uniforms of the Prince's Hussars as splendid as any that ever bedizened a soldier of fashion. But he hath too good a heart, and is too true a gentleman, let us trust, not to be thankful when he remembers that his own infant limbs were dressed in some of the little garments which had been prepared for the poor player's child. Sampson christened him in that very chapel in Southwark where our marriage ceremony had been performed. Never were the words of the prayer book more beautifully and impressively read than by the celebrant of the service, except at its end, when his voice failed him, and he and the rest of the little congregation were fain to wipe their eyes. "Mr. Garrick himself, sir," says Hagan, "could not have read those words so nobly. I am sure little innocent never entered the world accompanied by wishes and benedictions more tender and sincere." And now I have not told how it chanced that the Captain came by his name of Miles. A couple of days before his christening, when as yet, I believe, it was intended that our firstborn should bear his father's name, a little patter of horses' hoofs comes galloping up to our gate, and who should pull at the bell but young Miles, our cousin. I fear he had disobeyed his parents when he galloped away on that undutiful journey. "You know," says he, "Cousin Harry gave me my little horse, and I can't help liking you because you are so like Harry, and because they're always saying things of you at home, and it's a shame. And I have brought my whistle and coral that my godmamma Lady Suckling gave me for your little boy. And if you're so poor, Cousin George, here's my gold moidore, and it's worth ever so much, and it's no use to me, because I mayn't spend it, you know." We took the boy up to Theo in her room. He mounted the stair in his little tramping boots, of which he was very proud. And Theo kissed him and thanked him, and his moidore has been in her purse from that day. My mother, writing through her ambassador as usual, informed me of her royal surprise and displeasure on learning that my son had been christened Miles, a name not known, at least in the Esmond family. I did not care to tell the reason at the time, but when in after years I told Madam Esmond how my boy came by his name, I saw a tear roll down her wrinkled cheek. And I heard afterwards that she had asked Gumbo many questions about the boy who gave his name to our Miles. Our Miles Gloriosus of Pall Mall, Valenciennes, Almack's, Brighton. End of chapter 82. Chapter 83 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 83. Troubles and Consolations. In our early days at home, when Harry and I used to be so undutiful to our tutor, who would have thought that Mr. Esmond Warrington of Virginia would turn bear leader himself? My mother, when we came together again, never could be got to speak directly of this period of my life, but would allude to it as "that terrible time, my love, which I can't bear to think of," those dreadful years when there was difference between us, and so forth. And though my pupil, a worthy and grateful man, sent me out to Jamestown several barrels of that liquor by which his great fortune was made, Madam Esmond spoke of him as "your friend in England," "your wealthy Lambeth friend," etc., but never by his name. Nor did she ever taste a drop of his beer. We brew our own, too, at Warrington Manor; but our good Mr. Foker never fails to ship to Ipswich every year a couple of butts of his entire. His son is a young sprig of fashion, and has married an earl's daughter. The father is a very worthy and kind gentleman, and it is to the luck of making his acquaintance that I owe the receipt of some of the most welcome guineas that ever I received in my life. It was not so much the sum as the occupation and hope given me by the office of Governor, which I took on myself, which were then so precious to me. Mr. F.'s brewery (the site has since been changed) then stood near to Pedlar's Acre in Lambeth; and the surgeon who attended my wife in her confinement likewise took care of the wealthy brewer's family. He was a Bavarian, originally named Volker. Mr. Lance, the surgeon, I suppose, made him acquainted with my name and history. The worthy doctor would smoke many a pipe of Virginia in my garden, and had conceived an attachment for me and my family. He brought his patron to my house, and when Mr. F. found that I had a smattering of his language, and could sing Prinz Eugen the Noble Ritter, a song that my grandfather had brought home from the Marlborough Wars, the German conceived a great friendship for me. His lady put her chair and her chariot at Mrs. Warrington's service. His little daughter took a prodigious fancy to our baby. And, to do him justice, the captain, who is as ugly a fellow now as ever wore a queue, was beautiful as an infant. The very image of the Squire at 30, everybody says so, M.W., note in the MS. And his son and heir, Master Foker, being much maltreated at Westminster School because of his father's profession of brewer, the parents asked if I would take charge of him, and paid me a not insufficient sum for superintending his education. Mr. F. was a shrewd man of business, and as he and his family really interested themselves in me and mine, I laid all my pecuniary affairs pretty unreservedly before him, and my statement, he was pleased to say, augmented the respect and regard which he felt for me. He laughed at our stories of the aid which my noble relatives had given me, my aunt's coverlid, my Lady Castlewood's mouldy jelly, Lady Warrington's contemptuous treatment of us. But he wept many tears over the story of little Miles Moidore. And as for Sampson and Hagan, "I vow," says he, "they shall have so much beer as ever they can drink." He sent his wife to call upon Lady Maria, and treated her with the utmost respect and obsequiousness whenever she came to visit him. It was with Mr. Foker that Lady Maria stayed when Hagan went to Dublin to complete his college terms, and the good brewer's purse also ministered to our friend's wants and supplied his outfit. When Mr. Foker came fully to know my own affairs and position, he was pleased to speak of me with terms of enthusiasm, and as if my conduct showed some extraordinary virtue. I have said how my mother saved money for Harry, and how the two were in my debt. But when Harry spent money, he spent it fancying it to be his. Madam Esmond never could be made to understand she was dealing hardly with me. The money was paid and gone, and there was an end to it. Now, at the end of '62, I remember Harry sent over a considerable remittance for the purchase of his promotion, begging me at the same time to remember that he was in my debt, and to draw on his agents if I had any need. He did not know how great the need was, or how my little capital had been swallowed. Well, to take my brother's money would delay his promotion, and I naturally did not draw on him, though I own I was tempted. Nor, knowing my dear General Lambert's small means, did I care to impoverish him by asking for supplies. These simple acts of forbearance my worthy brewer must choose to consider as instances of exalted virtue. And what does my gentleman do but write privately to my brother in America, lauding me and my wife as the most admirable of human beings, and call upon Madame de Bernstein, who never told me of his visit, indeed, but who, I perceived, about this time treated us with singular respect and gentleness, that surprised me in one whom I could not but consider as selfish and worldly. In after days, I remember asking him how he had gained admission to the Baroness. He laughed. "The Baroness!" says he. "I knew the Baron when he was a valet at Munich, and I was a brewer apprentice." I think our family had best not be too curious about our uncle the Baron. Thus, the part of my life which ought to have been most melancholy was in truth made pleasant by many friends, happy circumstances, and strokes of lucky fortune. The bear I led was a docile little cub, and danced to my piping very readily. Better to lead him about than to hang round booksellers' doors, or wait the pleasure or caprice of managers. My wife and I, during our exile, as we may call it, spent very many pleasant evenings with these kind friends and benefactors. Nor were we without intellectual enjoyments. Mrs. Foker and Mrs. Warrington sang finely together, and sometimes, when I was in the mood, I read my own play of Pocahontas to this friendly audience, in a manner better than Hagan's own, Mr. Foker was pleased to say. After that little escapade of Miles Warrington, Jr., I saw nothing of him, and heard of my paternal relatives but rarely. Sir Miles was assiduous at court, as I believe he would have been at Nero's, and I laughed one day when Mr. Foker told me that he had heard on 'Change that they were going to make my uncle a beer. "A beer?" says I in wonder. "Can't you understand the word when I say it?" says the testy old gentleman. "Well, a lord!" Sir Miles, indeed, was the obedient humble servant of the minister, whoever he might be. I am surprised he did not speak English with a Scotch accent during the first favourite's brief reign. I saw him and his wife coming from court when Mrs. Claypool was presented to her Majesty on her marriage. I had my little boy on my shoulder. My uncle and aunt stared resolutely at me from their gilt coach window. The footmen looked blank over their nosegays. Had I worn the fairy's cap and been invisible, my father's brother could not have passed me with less notice. We did not avail ourselves much or often of that queer invitation of Lady Castlewood to go and drink tea and sup with her ladyship when there was no other company. Old Van den Bosch, however shrewd his intellect and great his skill in making a fortune, was not amusing in conversation, except to his daughter, who talked household and city matters, bulling and bearing, raising and selling farming stocks, and so forth, quite as keenly and shrewdly as her father. Nor was my Lord Castlewood often at home, or much missed by his wife when absent, or very much at ease in the old father's company. The Countess told all this to my wife in her simple way. "Guess," says she, "my lord and father don't pull well together, nohow. Guess my lord is always wanting money, and father keeps the key of the box, and quite right, too. If he could have the fingering of all our money, my lord would soon make away with it, and then what's to become of our noble family? We pay everything, my dear, except play debts, and them we won't have, nohow. We pay cooks, horses, wine merchants, tailors, and everybody, and lucky for them, too. Reckon my lord wouldn't pay 'em. And we always take care that he has a guinea in his pocket, and goes out like a real nobleman. What that man do owe to us! What he did before we came, gracious goodness only knows. Me and father does our best to make 'em respectable, but it's no easy job, my dear. Law! He'd melt the plate, only father keeps the key of the strong room. And when we go to Castlewood, my father travels with me, and papa is armed too, as well as the people." "Gracious heavens!" cries my wife. "Your ladyship does not mean to say you suspect your own husband of a desire to what? Oh, no, nothing, of course. And I would trust our brother Will with untold money, wouldn't I? As much as I'd trust the cat with the cream pan. I tell you, my dear, it's not all pleasure being a woman of rank and fashion, and if I have bought a countess's coronet, I have paid a good price for it, that I have." And so had my Lord Castlewood paid a large price for having his estate freed from encumbrances, his houses and stables furnished, and his debts discharged. He was the slave of the little wife and her father. No wonder the old man's society was not pleasant to the poor victim, and that he gladly slunk away from his own fine house to feast at the club when he had money, or at least to any society save that which he found at home. To lead a bear, as I did, was no very pleasant business, to be sure. To wait in a bookseller's anteroom until it should please his honour to finish his dinner and give me audience was sometimes a hard task for a man of my name and with my pride. But would I have exchanged my poverty against Castlewood's ignominy, or preferred his miserable dependence to my own? At least I earned my wage, such as it was, and no man can say that I ever flattered my patrons or was servile to them, or indeed in my dealings with them was otherwise than sulky, overbearing, and, in a word, intolerable. Now there was a certain person with whom fate had thrown me into a life partnership, who bore her poverty with such a smiling sweetness and easy grace, that niggard Fortune relented before her, and, like some savage ogre in the fairy tales, melted at the constant goodness and cheerfulness of that uncomplaining, artless, innocent creature. However poor she was, all who knew her saw that here was a fine lady; and the little tradesmen and humble folks round about us treated her with as much respect as the richest of our neighbours. "I think, my dear," says good-natured Mrs. Foker, when they rode out in the latter's chariot, "you look like the mistress of the carriage, and I only as your maid." Our landladies adored her; the tradesfolk executed her little orders as eagerly as if a duchess gave them, or they were to make a fortune by waiting on her. I have often thought of the lady in Camus, and how through all the rout and rabble she moves, entirely serene and pure. Several times, as often as we chose indeed, the good-natured parents of my young bear lent us their chariot to drive abroad or to call on the few friends we had. If I must tell the truth, we drove once to the Protestant hero, and had a syllabub in the garden there, and the hostess would insist upon calling my wife her ladyship during the whole afternoon. We also visited Mr. Johnson, and took tea with him. The ingenious Mr. Goldsmith was of the company. The doctor waited upon my wife to her coach. But our most frequent visits were to Aunt Bernstein; and I promise you I was not at all jealous because my aunt presently professed to have a wonderful liking for Theo. This liking grew so that she would have her most days in the week, or to stay altogether with her, and thought that Theo's child and husband were the only plagues, to be sure, and hated us in the most amusing way for keeping her favourite from her. Not that my wife was unworthy of anybody's favour, but her many forced absences, and the constant difficulty of intercourse with her, raised my aunt's liking for a while to a sort of passion. She poured in notes like love letters, and her people were ever about our kitchen. If my wife did not go to her, she wrote heartrending appeals, and scolded me severely when I saw her. And, the child being ill once, it hath pleased fate to spare our captain to be a prodigious trouble to us, and a wholesome trial for our tempers. Madame Bernstein came 3 days running to Lambeth, vowed there was nothing the matter with the baby, nothing at all, and that we only pretended his illness in order to vex her. The reigning Countess of Castlewood was just as easy and affable with her old aunt as with other folks great and small. "What air you all about, scraping and bowing to that old woman? I can't tell nowadays," her ladyship would say. "She a fine lady? Nonsense! She ain't no more fine than any other lady. And I guess I'm as good as any of 'em with their high heels and their grand airs. She a beauty once? Take away her wig and her rouge and her teeth, and what becomes of your beauty, I'd like to know? Guess you'd put it all in a bandbox, and there would be nothing left but a shrivelled old woman." And indeed the little homilist only spoke too truly. All beauty must at last come to this complexion, and decay either underground or on the tree. Here was old age, I fear, without reverence. Here were grey hairs, that were hidden or painted. The world was still there, and she tottering on it, and clinging to it with her crutch. For 80 years she had moved on it, and eaten of the tree forbidden and permitted. She had had beauty, pleasure, flattery. But what secret rages, disappointments, defeats, humiliations! What thorns under the roses! What stinging bees in the fruit! "You are not a beauty, my dear," she would say to my wife, "and may thank your stars that you are not. If she contradicted herself in her talk, I suppose the rest of us occasionally do the like. Don't tell me that your husband is pleased with your face, and you want no one else's admiration. We all do. Every woman would rather be beautiful than be anything else in the world. Ever so rich, or ever so good, or have all the gifts of the fairies. Look at that picture, though I know 'tis a bad one, and that stupid vapouring Kneller could not paint my eyes, nor my hair, nor my complexion. What a shape I had then! And look at me now, and this wrinkled old neck. Why have we such a short time of our beauty? I remember Mademoiselle de l'Enclos, at a much greater age than mine, quite fresh and well conserved. We can't hide our ages. They are wrote in Mr. Collins's books for us. I was born in the last year of King James's reign. I am not old yet. I am but 76. But what a wreck, my dear! And isn't it cruel that our time should be so short? Here my wife has to state the incontrovertible proposition that the time of all of us is short here below. "Ha!" cries the Baroness. "Did not Adam live near 1,000 years? And was not Eve beautiful all the time? I used to perplex Mr. Tusher with that, poor creature. What have we done since that our lives are so much lessened, I say?" "Has your life been so happy that you would prolong it ever so much more?" asks the Baroness's auditor. "Have you, who love wit, never read Dean Swift's famous description of the deathless people in Gulliver? My papa and my husband say 'tis one of the finest and most awful sermons ever wrote. It were better not to live at all than to live without love. And I'm sure," says my wife, putting her handkerchief to her eyes, "should anything happen to my dearest George, I would wish to go to heaven that moment." "Who loves me in heaven? I am quite alone, child. That is why I had rather stay here," says the Baroness, in a frightened and rather piteous tone. "You are kind to me, God bless your sweet face. Though I scold and have a frightful temper, my servants will do anything to make me comfortable, and get up any hour of the night and never say a cross word in answer. I like my cards still. Indeed, life would be a blank without 'em. Almost everything is gone except that. I can't eat my dinner now, since I lost those last 2 teeth. Everything goes away from us in old age. But I still have my cards, thank Heaven! I still have my cards." And here she would begin to doze, waking up, however, if my wife stirred or rose, and imagining that Theo was about to leave her. "Don't go away. I can't bear to be alone. I don't want you to talk, but I like to see your face, my dear. It is much pleasanter than that horrid old Brett's that I have had scowling about my bedroom these ever so long years." "Well, Baroness, still at your cribbage?" We may fancy a noble countess interrupting a game at cards between Theo and Aunt Bernstein. "Me and my Lord Esmond have come to see you. Go and shake hands with Grand Aunt, Esmond, and tell your ladyship that your lordship's a good boy." "My lordship's a good boy!" says the child. Madam Theo used to act these scenes for me in a very lively way. "And if he is, I guess he don't take after his father!" shrieks out Lady Castlewood. She chose to fancy that Aunt Bernstein was deaf, and always bawled at the old lady. "Your ladyship chose my nephew for better or for worse," says Aunt Bernstein, who was now always very much flurried in the presence of the young Countess. "But he is a precious deal worse than ever I thought he was. I am speaking of your pa, Ezzy. If it wasn't for your mother, my son, Lord knows what would become of you. We are going to see his little Royal Highness. Sorry to see your ladyship not looking quite so well to-day. We can't always remain young, and law, how we do change as we grow old. Go up and kiss that lady, Ezzy. She has got a little boy, too. Why, bless us, have you got the child downstairs?" Indeed, Master Miles was down below, for special reasons, accompanying his mother on her visits to Aunt Bernstein sometimes; and our aunt desired the mother's company so much that she was actually fain to put up with the child. "So you have got the child here? Oh, you sly boots!" says the Countess. "Guess you come after the old lady's money? Law bless you, don't look so frightened. She can't hear a single word I say. Come, Ezzy. Good-bye, aunt." And my Lady Countess rustles out of the room. Did Aunt Bernstein hear her, or not? Where was the wit for which the old lady had been long famous? And was that fire put out, as well as the brilliancy of her eyes? With other people, she was still ready enough, and unsparing of her sarcasms. When the Dowager of Castlewood and Lady Fanny visited her, these exalted ladies treated my wife with perfect indifference and charming good breeding. The Baroness, in their society, was stately, easy, and even commanding. She would mischievously caress Mrs. Warrington before them; in her absence, vaunt my wife's good breeding, saying that her nephew had made a foolish match, perhaps, but that I certainly had taken a charming wife. "In a word, I praise you so to them, my dear," says she, "that I think they would like to tear your eyes out." But before the little American, 'tis certain that she was uneasy and trembled. She was so afraid that she actually did not dare to deny her door, and the Countess's back turned, did not even abuse her. However much they might dislike her, my ladies did not tear out Theo's eyes. Once they drove to our cottage at Lambeth, where my wife happened to be sitting at the open window, holding her child on her knee, and in full view of her visitors. A gigantic footman strutted through our little garden, and delivered their ladyships' visiting tickets at our door. Their hatred hurt us no more than their visit pleased us. When next we had the loan of our friend the brewer's carriage, Mrs. Warrington drove to Kensington, and Gumbo handed over to the giant our cards in return for those which his noble mistresses had bestowed on us. The Baroness had a coach, but seldom thought of giving it to us, and would let Theo and her maid and baby start from Clarges Street in the rain, with a faint excuse that she was afraid to ask her coachman to take his horses out. But twice on her return home, my wife was frightened by rude fellows on the other side of Westminster Bridge, and I fairly told my aunt that I should forbid Mrs. Warrington to go to her unless she could be brought home in safety. So grumbling Jehu had to drive his horses through the darkness. He grumbled at my shillings. He did not know how few I had. Our poverty wore a pretty decent face. My relatives never thought of relieving it, nor I of complaining before them. I don't know how Sampson got a windfall of guineas, but I remember he brought me 6 once, and they were more welcome than any money I ever had in my life. He had been looking into Mr. Miles's crib, as the child lay asleep, and when the parson went away, I found the money in the baby's little rosy hand. Yes, love is best of all. I have many such benefactions registered in my heart, precious welcome fountains springing up in desert places, kind, friendly lights cheering our despondency and gloom. This worldly divine was willing enough to give as much of his company as she chose to Madame de Bernstein, whether for cards or theology. Having known her ladyship for many years now, Sampson could see, and averred to us, that she was breaking fast; and as he spoke of her evidently increasing infirmities, and of the probability of their fatal termination, Mr. S. would discourse to us in a very feeling manner of the necessity for preparing for a future world, of the vanities of this, and of the hope that in another there might be happiness for all repentant sinners. "I have been a sinner for one," says the chaplain, bowing his head. "God knoweth, and I pray him to pardon me. I fear, sir, your aunt, the Lady Baroness, is not in such a state of mind as will fit her very well for the change which is imminent. I am but a poor, weak wretch, and no prisoner in Newgate could confess that more humbly and heartily. Once or twice of late I have sought to speak on this matter with her ladyship, but she has received me very roughly. 'Parson,' says she, 'if you come for cards, 'Tis mighty well, but I will thank you to spare me your sermons. What can I do, sir? I have called more than once of late, and Mr. Case hath told me his lady was unable to see me. In fact, Madame Bernstein told my wife, whom she never refused, as I said, that the poor chaplain's tongue was unendurable, and as for his theology, "Haven't I been a bishop's wife?" says she, "and do I want this creature to teach me?" The old lady was as impatient of doctors as of divines, pretending that my wife was ailing, and that it was more convenient for our good Dr. Heberden to visit her in Clarges Street than to travel all the way to our Lambeth lodgings. We got Dr. H. to see Theo at our aunt's house, and prayed him, if possible, to offer his advice to the Baroness. We made Mrs. Brett, her woman, describe her ailments, and the doctor confirmed our opinion that they were most serious, and might speedily end. She would rally briskly enough of some evenings, and entertain a little company; but of late she scarcely went abroad at all. A somnolence which we had remarked in her was attributable in part to opiates which she was in the habit of taking, and she used these narcotics to smother habitual pain. One night, as we two sat with her, Mr. Miles was weaned by this time, and his mother could leave him to the charge of our faithful Molly, she fell asleep over her cards. We hushed the servants who came to lay out the supper table. She would always have this luxurious, nor could any injunction of ours or the doctor's teach her abstinence. And we sat a while as we had often done before, waiting in silence till she should arouse from her doze. When she awoke, she looked fixedly at me for a while, fumbled with the cards, and dropped them again in her lap, and said, "Henry, have I been long asleep?" I thought at first that it was for my brother she mistook me; but she went on quickly, and with eyes fixed as upon some very far distant object, and said, "My dear, 'tis of no use. I am not good enough for you. I love cards, and play, and court; and oh, Harry, you don't know all." Here her voice changed, and she flung her head up. "His father married Anne Hyde, and sure the Esmond blood is as good as any that's not royal. Mamma, you must please to treat me with more respect." "Vos sommes mon fatigués, entendez-vous? Faites place à mon Altesse Royale. Madame, me connaissez-vous? Je suis là!" Here she broke out into frightful hysterical shrieks and laughter, and as we ran up to her, alarmed, "Oui, Henri!" she says, "Il est jour de me poser, et le prince tient parole, n'est-ce pas? Ah, oui! Ils tiennent parole. Sinon, tu ne t'auras causant. Tu le... Ah, que je suis folle!" And the pitiful shrieks and laughter recommenced. Ere her frightened people had come up to her summons, the poor thing had passed out of this mood into another, but always labouring under the same delusion, that I was the Henry of past times, who had loved her and had been forsaken by her, whose bones were lying far away by the banks of the Potomac. My wife and the women put the poor lady to bed, as I ran myself for medical aid. She rambled, still talking wildly, through the night, with her nurses and her surgeon sitting by her. Then she fell into a sleep brought on by more opiate. When she awoke, her mind did not actually wander, but her speech was changed, and one arm and side were paralysed. 'Tis needless to relate the progress and termination of her malady, or watch the expiring flame of life as it gasps and flickers. Her senses would remain with her for a while, and then she was never satisfied unless Theo was by her bedside; or again her mind would wander, and the poor decrepit creature, lying upon her bed, would imagine herself young again, and speak incoherently of the scenes and incidents of her early days. Then she would address me as Henry again, and call upon me to revenge some insult or slight, of which, whatever my suspicions might be, the only record lay in her insane memory. "They have always been so," she would murmur.
They never loved man or woman, but they forsook them. Je me vengerai. Oh, oui, je me vengerai. I know them all. I know them all. And I will go to my Lord Stair with the list. Don't tell me his religion can't be the right one. I will go back to my mother's, though she does not love me. She never did. Why don't you, mother? Is it because I am too wicked? Ah, pity, pity! Oh, mon père, I will make my confession. And here the unhappy paralysed lady made as if she would move in her bed. Let us draw the curtain round it. I think with awe still of those rapid words, uttered in the shadow of the canopy, as my pallid wife sits by her, her prayer book on her knee, as the attendants move to and fro noiselessly, as the clock ticks without, and strikes the fleeting hours, as the sun falls upon the Kneller picture of Beatrix in her beauty, with the blushing cheeks, the smiling lips, the waving auburn tresses, and the eyes which seem to look towards the dim figure moaning in the bed. I could not for a while understand why our aunt's attendants were so anxious that we should quit it. But towards evening a servant stole in, and whispered her woman; and then Brett, looking rather disturbed, begged us to go downstairs, as the doctor was come to visit the Baroness. I did not tell my wife at the time who the doctor was; but as the gentleman slid by us, and passed upstairs, I saw at once that he was a Catholic ecclesiastic. When Theo next saw our poor lady, she was speechless. She never recognised any one about her, and so passed unconsciously out of life. During her illness her relatives had called assiduously enough, though she would see none of them save us. But when she was gone, and we descended to the lower rooms after all was over, we found Castlewood with his white face, and my lady from Kensington, and Mr. Will already assembled in the parlour. They looked greedily at us as we appeared. They were hungry for the prey. When our aunt's will was opened, we found it dated 5 years back, and everything she had was left to her dear nephew, Henry Esmond Warrington, of Castlewood, in Virginia, in affectionate love and remembrance of the name which he bore. The property was not great. Her revenue had been derived from pensions from the Crown, as it appeared, for what services I cannot say; but the pension of course died with her, and there were only a few £100, besides jewels, trinkets, and the furniture of the house in Clarges Street, of which all London came to the sale. Mr. Walpole bid for her portrait, but I made free with Harry's money so far as to buy the picture in; and it now hangs over the mantelpiece of the chamber in which I write. What with jewels, laces, trinkets, and old china which she had gathered, Harry became possessed of more than £4,000 by his aunt's legacy. I made so free as to lay my hand upon 100, which came just as my stock was reduced to £20, and I procured bills for the remainder, which I forwarded to Captain Henry Esmond in Virginia. Nor should I have scrupled to take more, for my brother was indebted to me in a much greater sum, but he wrote me there was another wonderful opportunity for buying an estate and negroes in our neighbourhood at home, and Theo and I were only too glad to forego our little claim, so as to establish our brother's fortune. As to mine, poor Harry at this time did not know the state of it. My mother had never informed him that she had ceased remitting to me. She helped him with a considerable sum, the result of her savings, for the purchase of his new estate; and Theo and I were most heartily thankful at his prosperity. And how strange ours was! By what curious good fortune, as our purse was emptied, was it filled again? I had actually come to the end of our stock when poor Sampson brought me his 6 pieces, and with these I was enabled to carry on until my half-year's salary as young Mr. Foker's governor was due. Then Harry's 100, on which I laid mon boss,
helped us over 3 months. We were behindhand with our rent, or the money would have lasted 6 good weeks longer. And when this was pretty near expended, what should arrive but a bill of exchange for a couple of £100 from Jamaica, with 10,000 blessings from the dear friends there, and fond scolding from the General that we had not sooner told him of our necessity, of which he had only heard through our friend Mr. Foker, who spoke in such terms of Theo and myself as to make our parents more than ever proud of their children. Was my quarrel with my mother irreparable? Let me go to Jamaica. There was plenty there for all, and employment which his Excellency as Governor would immediately procure for me. "Come to us," writes Hetty. "Come to us," writes Aunt Lambert. Have my children been suffering poverty, and we rolling in our Excellency's coach, with guards to turn out whenever we pass? Has Charley been home to you for ever so many holidays from the Chartreux? And had ever so many of my poor George's half-crowns in his pocket, I dare say?" This was indeed the truth, for where was he to go for holidays but to his sister? And was there any use in telling the child how scarce half-crowns were with us? And you always treating him with such goodness, as his letters tell me, which are brimful of love for George and little Miles. Oh, how we long to see Miles!" wrote Hetty and her mother. "And as for his godfather," writes Het, "who has been good to my dearest and her child, I promise him a kiss whenever I see him." Our young benefactor was never to hear of our family's love and gratitude to him. That glimpse of his bright face over the railings before our house at Lambeth, as he rode away on his little horse, was the last we ever were to have of him. At Christmas a basket comes to us, containing a great turkey and 3 brace of partridges, with a card, and "Shot by M.W." wrote on one of them. And on receipt of this present we wrote to thank the child, and gave him our sister's message. To this letter there came a reply from Lady Warrington, who said she was bound to inform me that in visiting me her child had been guilty of disobedience, and that she learned his visit to me now for the first time. Knowing my views regarding duty to my parents, which I had exemplified in my marriage, she could not wish her son to adopt them, and fervently hoping that I might be brought to see the errors of my present course, she took leave of this most unpleasant subject, subscribing herself, etc., etc. And we got this pretty missive as sauce for poor Miles's turkey, which was our family feast for New Year's Day. My Lady Warrington's letter choked our meal, though Sampson and Charley rejoiced over it. Ah me! Ere the month was over, our little friend was gone from amongst us. Going out shooting, and dragging his gun through a hedge after him, the trigger caught in a bush, and the poor little man was brought home to his father's house, only to live a few days, and expire in pain and torture. Under the yew trees yonder, I can see the vault which covers him, and where my bones one day, no doubt, will be laid. And over our pew at church, my children have often wistfully spelt the touching epitaph in which Miles's heartbroken father has inscribed his grief and love for his only son. End of chapter 83. Chapter 84 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 84, in which Harry submits to the common lot. Hard times were now over with me, and I had to battle with poverty no more. My little kinsman's death made a vast difference in my worldly prospects. I became next heir to a good estate. My uncle and his wife were not likely to have more children. "The woman is capable of committing any crime to disappoint you," Sampson vowed. But, in truth, my Lady Warrington was guilty of no such treachery. cruelly smitten by the stroke which fell upon them. Lady Warrington was taught by her religious advisers to consider it as a chastisement of heaven, and submit to the divine will. Whilst your son lived, your heart was turned away from the better world, her clergyman told her, and your ladyship thought too much of this. For your son's advantage you desired rank and title. You asked, and might have obtained, an earthly coronet. Of what avail is it now, to one who has but a few years to pass upon earth? Of what importance compared to the heavenly crown, for which you are an assured candidate? The accident caused no little sensation in the chapels of that enthusiastic sect, towards which, after her son's death, she now more than ever inclined. Many sermons were preached bearing reference to the event. Far be it from me to question the course which the bereaved mother pursued, or to regard with other than respect and sympathy any unhappy soul seeking that refuge whither sin and grief and disappointment fly for consolation. Lady Warrington even tried a reconciliation with myself. A year after her loss, being in London, she signified that she would see me, and I waited on her, and she gave me, in her usual didactic way, a homily upon my position and her own. She marvelled at the decree of Heaven, which had permitted, and how dreadfully punished, her poor child's disobedience to her, a disobedience by which I was to profit. It appeared my poor little man had disobeyed orders, and gone out with his gun, unknown to his mother. She hoped that, should I ever succeed to the property, though the Warringtons were, thank Heaven, a long-lived family, except in my own father's case, whose life had been curtailed by the excesses of a very ill-regulated youth. But should I ever succeed to the family estate and honours, she hoped, she prayed, that my present course of life might be altered, that I should part from my unworthy associates, that I should discontinue all connection with the horrid theatre and its licentious frequenters, that I should turn to that quarter where only peace was to be had, and to those sacred duties which she feared, she very much feared, that I had neglected. She filled her exhortation with Scripture language, which I do not care to imitate. When I took my leave, she gave me a packet of sermons for Mrs. Warrington, and a little book of hymns by Miss Dora, who has been eminent in that society of which she and her mother became avowed professors subsequently, and who, after the Dowager's death, at Bath 3 years since, married young Mr. Juffles, a celebrated preacher. The poor lady forgave me then, but she could not bear the sight of our boy. We lost our second child, and then my aunt and her daughter came eagerly enough to the poor suffering mother, and even invited us hither. But my uncle was now almost every day in our house. He would sit for hours looking at our boy. He brought him endless toys and sweetmeats. He begged that the child might call him godpapa. When we felt our own grief, which at times still, and after the lapse of 25 years, strikes me as keenly as on the day when we first lost our little one, when I felt my own grief, I knew how to commiserate his. But my wife could pity him before she knew what it was to lose a child of her own. The mother's anxious heart had already divined the pang which was felt by the sorrow-stricken father. Mine, more selfish, has only learned pity from experience, and I was reconciled to my uncle by my little baby's coffin. The poor man sent his coach to follow the humble funeral, and afterwards took out little Miles, who prattled to him unceasingly, and forgot any grief he might have felt in the delights of his new black clothes and the pleasures of the airing. How the innocent talk of the child stabbed the mother's heart! Would we ever wish that it should heal of that wound? I know her face so well, that to this day I can tell when sometimes she is thinking of the loss of that little one. It is not a grief for a parting so long ago. It is a communion with a soul we love in heaven. We came back to our bright lodgings in Bloomsbury soon afterwards, and my young bear, whom I could no longer lead, and who had taken a prodigious friendship for Charley, went to the Chartreux school, where his friend took care that he had no more beating than was good for him, and where, in consequence of the excellence of his private tutor, no doubt, he took and kept a good place. And he liked the school so much that he says if ever he has a son, he shall be sent to that seminary. Now, I could no longer lead my bear for this reason, that I had other business to follow. Being fully reconciled to us, I do believe, for Mr. Miles's sake, my uncle, who was such an obsequious supporter of government that I wonder the minister ever gave him anything, being perfectly sure of his vote, used his influence in behalf of his nephew and heir, and I had the honour to be gazetted as one of his Majesty's commissioners for licensing hackney coaches, a post I filled, I trust, with credit, until a quarrel with the minister, to be mentioned in its proper place, deprived me of that one. I took my degree also at the Temple, and appeared in Westminster Hall in my gown and wig. And this year, my good friend Mr. Foker having business at Paris, I had the pleasure of accompanying him thither, where I was received a bras ouvert by my dear American preserver, Monsieur de Florac, who introduced me to his noble family, and to even more of the polite society of the capital than I had leisure to frequent. For I had too much spirit to desert my kind patron Foker, whose acquaintance lay chiefly amongst the bourgeois, especially with Monsieur Santerre, a great brewer of Paris, a scoundrel who hath since distinguished himself in blood and not beer. Mr. F. had need of my services as interpreter, and I was too glad that he should command them, and to be able to pay back some of the kindness which he had rendered to me. Our ladies, meanwhile, were residing at Mr. Foker's new village at Wimbledon, and were pleased to say that they were amused with the Parisian letters which I sent to them, through my distinguished friend Mr. Hume, then of the Embassy, and which subsequently have been published in a neat volume. Whilst I was tranquilly discharging my small official duties in London, those troubles were commencing which were to end in the great separation between our colonies and the mother country. When Mr. Grenville proposed his stamp duties, I said to my wife that the bill would create a mighty discontent at home, for we were ever anxious to get as much as we could from England, and pay back as little. But assuredly I never anticipated the prodigious anger which the scheme created. It was with us as families or individuals. A pretext is given for a quarrel. The real cause lies in long bickerings and previous animosities, many foolish exactions and petty tyrannies, the habitual insolence of Englishmen towards all foreigners, all colonists, all folk who dare to think their rivers as good as our Abana and Farper, the natural spirit of men outraged by our imperious domineering spirit set Britain and her colonies to quarrel, and the astonishing blunders of the system adopted in England brought the quarrel to an issue which I, for one, am not going to deplore. Had I been in Virginia instead of London, 'tis very possible I should have taken the provincial side, if out of mere opposition to that resolute mistress of Castlewood, who might have driven me into revolt as England did the colonies. Was the Stamp Act the cause of the Revolution? A tax no greater than that cheerfully paid in England? 10 years earlier, when the French were within our territory, and we were imploring succour from home, would the colonies have rebelled at the payment of this tax? Do not most people consider the tax-gatherer the natural enemy? Against the British in America there were arrayed thousands and thousands of the high-spirited and brave, but there were thousands more who found their profit in the quarrel, or had their private reasons for engaging in it. I protest I don't know now whether mine were selfish or patriotic, or which side was in the right, or whether both were not. I am sure we in England had nothing to do but to fight the battle out, and, having lost the game, I do vow and believe that, after the first natural soreness, the loser felt no rancour. What made brother Hal write home from Virginia, which he seemed exceedingly loath to quit, such flaming patriotic letters? My kind best brother was always led by somebody. By me, when we were together. He had such an idea of my wit and wisdom, that if I said the day was fine, he would ponder over the observation as though it was one of the sayings of the 7 sages. By some other wiseacre when I was away. Who inspired these flaming letters, this boisterous patriotism, which he sent to us in London? He is rebelling against Madam Esmond, said I. He is led by some colonial person. By that lady, perhaps, hinted my wife. Who that lady was, Hal never had told us, and indeed besought me never to allude to the delicate subject in my letters to him. For Madam wishes to see 'em all, and I wish to say nothing about you know what until the proper moment, he wrote. No affection could be greater than that which his letters showed. When he heard, from the informant whom I have mentioned, that in the midst of my own extreme straits I had retained no more than £100 out of his aunt's legacy, he was for mortgaging the estate which he had just bought, and had more than one quarrel with his mother in my behalf, and spoke his mind with a great deal more frankness than I should have ever ventured to show. Until her angry recriminations, when she charged him with ingratitude after having toiled and saved so much and so long for him, the poor fellow did not know that our mother had cut off my supplies to advance his interests, and by the time this news came to him, his bargains were made, and I was fortunately quite out of want. Every scrap of paper which we ever wrote, our thrifty parent at Castlewood taped and docketed and put away. We boys were more careless about our letters to one another. I especially, who perhaps chose rather to look down upon my younger brother's literary performances. But my wife is not so supercilious, and hath kept no small number of Harry's letters, as well as those of the angelic being whom we were presently to call sister. To think whom he has chosen, and whom he might have had! Oh, 'tis cruel! Cries my wife, when we got that notable letter in which Harry first made us acquainted with the name of his charmer. She was a very pretty little maid when I left home. She may be a perfect beauty now, I remarked, as I read over the longest letter Harry ever wrote on private affairs. But is she to compare to my Hetty? Says Mrs. Warrington. We agreed that Hetty and Harry were not to be happy together, my love, says I. Theo gives her husband a kiss. My dear, I wish they had tried, she says with a sigh. I was afraid lest Hetty should have led him, you see. And I think she hath the better head. But from reading this, it appears that the new lady has taken command of poor Harry. And she hands me the letter. My dearest George hath been prepared by previous letters to understand how a certain lady has made a conquest of my heart, which I have given away in exchange for something infinitely more valuable, namely, her own. She is at my side as I write this letter, and if there is no bad spelling, such as you often used to laugh at, 'tis because I have my pretty dictionary at hand, which makes no faults in the longest word, nor in anything else I know of, being of opinion that she is perfection. As Madam Esmond saw all your letters, I writ you not to give any hint of a certain delicate matter; but now 'tis no secret, and is known to all the country. Mr. George is not the only one of our family who has made a secret marriage, and been scolded by his mother. As a dutiful younger brother, I have followed his example, and now I may tell you how this mighty event came about. I had not been at home long before I saw my fate was accomplished. I will not tell you how beautiful Miss Fanny Mountain had grown since I had been away in Europe. She saith, you never will think so. And I am glad, as she is the only thing in life I would grudge to my dearest brother. That neither Madam Esmond nor my other mother, as Mountain is now, should have seen our mutual attachment, is a wonder, only to be accounted for by supposing that love makes other folks blind. Mine, for my Fanny, was increased by seeing what the treatment was she had from Madam Esmond, who indeed was very rough and haughty with her, which my love bore with a sweetness perfectly angelic. This I will say, though she will order me not to write any such nonsense. She was scarce better treated than a servant of the house. Indeed, our negroes can talk much more free before Madam Esmond than ever my Fanny could. And yet my Fanny says she doth not regret Madam's unkindness, as without it I possibly never should have been what I am to her. Oh, dear brother, when I remember how great your goodness hath been, how, in my own want, you paid my debts, and rescued me out of prison, how you have been living in poverty which never need have occurred but for my fault, how you might have paid yourself back my just debt to you, and would not, preferring my advantage to your own comfort. Indeed, I am lost at the thought of such goodness. And ought I not to be thankful to Heaven that hath given me such a wife and such a brother? When I writ to you requesting you to send me my aunt's legacy money, for which indeed I had the most profitable and urgent occasion, I had no idea that you were yourself suffering poverty, that you, the head of our family, should condescend to be governor to a brewer's son, that you should have to write for booksellers, except in so far as your own genius might prompt you, never once entered my mind, until Mr. Foker's letter came to us, and this would never have been shown, for Madam kept it secret, had it not been for the difference which sprang up between us. Poor Tom Diggle's estate and negroes being for sale, owing to Tom's losses and extravagance at play, and his father's debts before him, Madam Esmond saw here was a great opportunity of making a provision for me, and that with £6,000 for the farm and stock, I should be put in possession of as pretty a property as falls to most younger sons in this country. It lies handy enough to Richmond, between Kent and Hanover Court House. The mansion nothing for elegance compared to ours at Castlewood, but the land excellent and the people extraordinarily healthy. Here was a second opportunity, Madam Esmond said, such as never might again befall. By the sale of my commissions and her own savings, I might pay more than half of the price of the property, and get the rest of the money on mortgage, though here, where money is scarce to procure, it would have been difficult and dear. At this juncture, with our new relative, Mr. Van den Bosch, bidding against us (his agent is wild that we should have bought the property over him), my aunt's legacy most opportunely fell in. And now I am owner of a good house and negroes in my native country, shall be called, no doubt, to our House of Burgesses, and hope to see my dearest brother and family under my own roof tree. To sit at my own fireside, to ride my own horses to my own hounds, is better than going a soldiering, now war is over and there are no French to fight. Indeed, Madam Esmond made a condition that I should leave the army and live at home, when she brought me her £750 of savings. She had lost one son, she said, who chose to write play books and live in England. Let the other stay with her at home. But after the purchase of the estate was made, and my papers for selling out were sent home, my mother would have had me marry a person of her choosing, but by no means of mine. You remember Miss Betsy Pitts at Williamsburg? She is in no wise improved by having had her face dreadfully scarred with smallpox, and though Madam Esmond saith the young lady hath every virtue, I own her virtues did not suit me. Her eyes do not look straight. She hath one leg shorter than another. And, oh, brother, didst thou ever remark Fanny's ankles when we were boys? Neater I never saw at the opera. Now, when 'twas agreed that I should leave the army, a certain dear girl, canst thou guess her name? One day, when we were private, burst into tears of such happiness, that I could not but feel immensely touched by her sympathy. "Ah!" says she, "do you think, sir, that the idea of the son of my revered benefactress going to battle doth not inspire me with terror? Ah, Mr. Henry, do you imagine I have no heart? When Mr. George was with Braddock, do you fancy we did not pray for him? And when you were with Mr. Wolfe, oh!" Here the dear creature hid her eyes in her handkerchief, and had hard work to prevent her mamma, who came in, from seeing that she was crying. But my dear Mountain declares that, though she might have fancied, might have prayed in secret for such a thing, she owns to that now. She never imagined it for one moment. Nor, indeed, did my good mother, who supposed that Sam Lintot, the apothecary's lad at Richmond, was Fanny's flame, an absurd fellow that I nearly kicked into James River. But when the commission was sold and the estate bought, what does Fanny do but fall into a deep melancholy? I found her crying one day in her mother's room, where the two ladies had been at work trimming hats for my negroes. "What, crying, miss?" says I. "Has my mother been scolding you?" "No," says the dear creature. "Madam Esmond has been kind to-day." And her tears dropped down on a cockade which she is sewing on to a hat for Sady, who is to be head groom. "Then why, miss, are those dear eyes so red?" say I. "Because I have the toothache," she says, "or because I am a fool." Here she fairly bursts out, "Oh, Mr. Harry! Oh, Mr. Warrington! You are going to leave us, and 'tis as well. You will take your place in your country, as becomes you. You will leave us poor women in our solitude and dependence. You will come to visit us from time to time. And when you are happy and honoured, and among your gay companions, you will remember your—" Here she could say no more, and hid her face with one hand, as I confess, seized the other. "Dearest, sweetest Miss Mountain!" says I. "Oh, could I think that the parting from me has brought tears to those lovely eyes! Indeed, I fear I should be almost happy. Let me look upon your—" "Oh, sir!" cries my charmer. "Oh, Mr. Warrington! Consider who I am, sir, and who you are. Remember the difference between us. Release my hand, sir. What would Madam Esmond say if... If what, I don't know, for here our mother was in the room. "What would Madam Esmond say?" she cries out. "She would say that you are an ungrateful, artful, false little—" "Madam!" says I. "Yes, an ungrateful, artful, false little wretch!" cries out my mother. "For shame, miss! What would Mr. Lintot say if he saw you making eyes at the captain? And for you, Harry, I will have you bring none of your garrison manners hither. This is a Christian family, sir, and you will please to know that my house is not intended for captains and their misses." "Misses, mother!" says I. "Gracious powers! Do you ever venture for to call Miss Mountain by such a name? Miss Mountain, the purest of her sex?" "The purest of her sex! Can I trust my own ears?" asks Madam, turning very pale. "I mean that if a man would question her honour, I would fling him out of window," says I. "You mean that you, your mother's son, are actually paying honourable attention to this young person?" "He would never dare to offer any other," cries my Fanny, "nor any woman but you, madam, to think so." "Oh, I don't know, miss," says mother, dropping her a fine curtsey. "I didn't know the honour you were doing our family. You propose to marry with us, do you? Do I understand Captain Warrington aright, that he intends to offer me Miss Mountain as a daughter-in-law?" "'Tis to be seen, madam, that I have no protector, or you would not insult me so," cries my poor victim. "I should think the apothecary protection sufficient," says our mother. "I don't, mother!" I bawl out, for I was very angry. "And if Lintot offers her any liberty, I'll brain him with his own pestle." "Oh, if Lintot has withdrawn, sir, I suppose I must be silent. But I did not know of the circumstance. He came hither, as I supposed, to pay court to Miss, and we all thought the match equal, and I encouraged it." "He came because I had the toothache!" cries my darling, and indeed she had a dreadful bad tooth. And he took it out for her, and there is no end to the suspicions and calumnies of women. "What more natural than that he should marry my housekeeper's daughter? 'Twas a very suitable match," continues Madam, taking snuff. "But I confess," she adds, going on, "I was not aware that you intended to jilt the apothecary for my son." "Peace! For heaven's sake, peace, Mr. Warrington!" cries my angel. "Pray, sir, before you fully make up your mind, had you not better look round the rest of the family?" says Madam. "Dinah is a fine tall girl, and not very black. Cleopatra is promised to Ajax the blacksmith, to be sure. But then we could break the marriage, you know. If with an apothecary, why not with a blacksmith? Martha's husband has run away, and—" Here, dear brother, I own I broke out a swearing. I can't help it. But at times, when a man is angry, it do relieve him immensely. I'm blessed, but I should have gone wild if it hadn't been for them oaths. "Curses, blasphemy, ingratitude, disobedience!" says mother, leaning now on her tortoise-shell stick, and then waving it, something like a queen in a play. "These are my rewards," says she. "Oh, heaven, what have I done that I should merit this awful punishment? And does it please you to visit the sins of my fathers upon me? Where do my children inherit their pride? When I was young, had I any? When my papa bade me marry, did I refuse? Did I ever think of disobeying? No, sir. My fault hath been, and I own it, that my love was centred upon you, perhaps to the neglect of your elder brother." Indeed, brother, there was some truth in what Madam said. "I turned from Esau, and I clung to Jacob, and now I have my reward. I have my reward. I fixed my vain thoughts on this world and its distinctions. To see my son advanced in worldly rank was my ambition. I toiled and spared that I might bring him worldly wealth. I took unjustly from my eldest son's portion, that my younger might profit. And oh, that I should see him seducing the daughter of my housekeeper under my own roof, and replying to my just anger with oaths and blasphemies!" "I try to seduce no one, madam," I cried out. "If I utter oaths and blasphemies, I beg your pardon, but you are enough to provoke a saint to speak 'em. I won't have this young lady's character assailed. No, not by my own mother, nor any mortal alive. No, dear Miss Mountain, if Madam Esmond chooses to say that my designs on you are dishonourable, let this undeceive her." And as I spoke, I went down on my knees, seizing my adorable Fanny's hand. "And if you will accept this heart and hand, miss," says I, "they are yours for ever." "You at least I knew, sir," says Fanny, with a noble curtsey, "never said a word that was disrespectful to me, or entertained any doubt of my honour. And I trust it is only Madam Esmond in the world who can have such an opinion of me. After what your ladyship hath said of me, of course I can stay no longer in your house." "Of course, madam, I never intended you should, and the sooner you leave it the better," cries our mother. "If you are driven from my mother's house, mine, miss, is at your service," says I, making a low bow. "It is nearly ready now. If you will take it and stay in it for ever, it is yours. And as Madam Esmond insulted your honour, at least let me do all in my power to make a reparation." I don't know what more I exactly said, for you may fancy I was not a little flustered and excited by the scene. But here Mountain came in, and my dearest Fanny, flinging herself into her mother's arms, wept upon her shoulder, whilst Madam Esmond, sitting down in her chair, looked at us as pale as a stone. Whilst I was telling my story to Mountain, who, poor thing, had not the least idea, not she, that Miss Fanny and I had the slightest inclination for one another, I could hear our mother once or twice still saying, "I am punished for my crime." Now, what our mother meant by her crime I did not know at first, or indeed take much heed of what she said; for you know her way, and how, when she is angry, she always talks sermons. But Mountain told me afterwards, when we had some talk together, as we did at the tavern, whither the ladies presently removed their bag and baggage, for not only would they not stay at Madam's house after the language she used, but my mother determined to go away likewise. She called her servants together, and announced her intention of going home instantly to Castlewood; and I own to you 'twas with a horrible pain I saw the family coach roll by, with 6 horses, and ever so many of the servants on mules and on horseback, as I and Fanny looked through the blinds of the tavern. After the words Madam used to my spotless Fanny, 'twas impossible that the poor child or her mother should remain in our house; and, indeed, M. said she would go back to her relations in England; and a ship bound homewards lying in James River, she went and bargained with the captain about a passage, so bent was she upon quitting the country, and so little did she think of making a match between me and my angel. But the cabin was mercifully engaged by a North Carolina gentleman and his family, and before the next ship sailed, which bears this letter to my dearest George, they have agreed to stop with me. Almost all the ladies in this neighbourhood have waited on them. When the marriage takes place, I hope Madam Esmond will be reconciled. My Fanny's father was a British officer, and sure ours was no more. Some day, please Heaven, we shall visit Europe, and the places where my wild oats were sown, and where I committed so many extravagances from which my dear brother rescued me. The ladies send you their affection and duty, and to my sister. We hear his Excellency General Lambert is much beloved in Jamaica, and I shall write to our dear friends there, announcing my happiness. My dearest brother will participate in it, and I am ever his grateful and affectionate H. E. W. P.S. Till Mountain told me, I had no more notion than the dead that Madam E. had actually stopped your allowances. Besides making you pay for ever so much, near upon £1,000, Mountain says, for goods, etc., provided for the Virginian property. Then there was all the charges of me out of prison, which I owe you with all my heart. Draw upon me, please, dearest brother, to any amount, addressing me to care of Messrs. Horn and Sandon, Williamsburg, private, who remit by present occasion a bill for £225, payable by their London agents on demand. Please don't acknowledge this in answering, as there's no good in bothering women with accounts. And with the extra £5, buy a cap or what she likes for my dear sister, and a toy for my nephew from Uncle Hal. The conclusion to which we came on the perusal of this document was, that the ladies had superintended the style and spelling of my poor Hal's letter, but that the postscript was added without their knowledge; and I am afraid we argued that the Virginian squire was under female domination, as Hercules, Samson, and Fortes Multi had been before him. End of chapter 84.
Chapter 85 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 85. Inveni Portum. When my mother heard of my acceptance of a place at home, I think she was scarcely well pleased. She may have withdrawn her supplies in order to starve me into a surrender, and force me to return with my family to Virginia and to dependence under her. We never, up to her dying day, had any explanation on the pecuniary dispute between us. She cut off my allowances. I uttered not a word, but managed to live without her aid. I never heard that she repented of her injustice, or acknowledged it, except from Harry's private communication to me. In after days, when we met, by a great gentleness in her behaviour and an uncommon respect and affection shown to my wife, Madam Esmond may have intended I should understand her tacit admission that she had been wrong, but she made no apology, nor did I ask one. Harry being provided for, whose welfare I could not grudge, all my mother's savings and economical schemes went to my advantage, who was her heir. Time was when a few guineas would have been more useful to me than hundreds which might come to me when I had no need. But when Madam Esmond and I met, the period of necessity was long passed away. I had no need to scheme in noble savings, or to grudge the doctor his fee. I had plenty, and she could but bring me more. No doubt she suffered in her own mind to think that my children had been hungry, and she had offered them no food, and that strangers had relieved the necessity from which her proud heart had caused her to turn aside. Proud? Was she prouder than I? A soft word of explanation between us might have brought about a reconciliation years before it came, but I would never speak, nor did she. When I commit a wrong, and know it subsequently, I love to ask pardon, but 'tis as a satisfaction to my own pride, and to myself I am apologizing for having been wanting to myself. And hence, I think, out of regard to that personage of ego, I scarce ever could degrade myself to do a meanness. How do men feel whose whole lives, and many men's lives are lies, schemes, and subterfuges? What sort of company do they keep when they are alone? Daily in life I watch men whose every smile is an artifice, and every wink is an hypocrisy. Doth such a fellow wear a mask in his own privacy, and to his own conscience? If I choose to pass over an injury, I fear 'tis not from a Christian and forgiving spirit. 'Tis because I can afford to remit the debt, and disdain to ask a settlement of it. One or two sweet souls I have known in my life, and perhaps tried, to whom forgiveness is no trouble, a plant that grows naturally, as it were, in the soil. I know how to remit, I say, not forgive. I wonder, are we proud men proud of being proud? So I showed not the least sign of submission towards my parent in Virginia yonder, and we continued for years to live in estrangement, with occasionally a brief word or two, such as the announcement of the birth of a child, or what not, passing between my wife and her. After our first troubles in America about the Stamp Act, troubles fell on me in London likewise. Though I have been on the Tory side in our quarrel, as indeed upon the losing side in most controversies, having no doubt that the Imperial Government had a full right to levy taxes in the colonies, yet at the time of the dispute I must publish a pert letter to a member of the House of Burgesses in Virginia, in which the question of the habitual insolence of the mother country to the colonies was so freely handled, and sentiments were uttered so disagreeable to persons in power, that I was deprived of my place as hackney coach licenser, to the terror and horror of my uncle, who never could be brought to love people in disgrace. He had grown to have an extreme affection for my wife as well as my little boy, but towards myself, personally, entertained a kind of pitying contempt which always infinitely amused me. He had a natural scorn and dislike for poverty, and a corresponding love for success and good fortune. Any opinion departing at all from the regular track shocked and frightened him, and all truth-telling made him turn pale.
He must have had originally some warmth of heart and genuine love of kindred, for, spite of the dreadful shocks I gave him, he continued to see Theo and the child, and me too, giving me a mournful recognition when we met; and though broken-hearted by my free-spokenness, he did not refuse to speak to me as he had done at the time of our first differences, but looked upon me as a melancholy lost creature, who was past all worldly help or hope. Never mind, I must cast about for some new scheme of life, and the repayment of Harry's debt to me at this juncture enabled me to live at least for some months even, or years to come. O strange fatuity of youth, I often say! How was it that we dared to be so poor, and so little cast down? At this time his Majesty's royal uncle of Cumberland fell down and perished in a fit, and, strange to say, his death occasioned a remarkable change in my fortune. My poor Sir Miles Warrington never missed any court ceremony to which he could introduce himself. He was at all the drawing-rooms, christenings, balls, funerals of the court. If ever a prince or princess was ailing, his coach was at their door. Leicester Fields, Carlton House, Gunnersbury, were all the same to him, and nothing must satisfy him now but going to the stout Duke's funeral. He caught a great cold and an inflammation of the throat from standing bareheaded at this funeral in the rain, and one morning, before almost I had heard of his illness, a lawyer waits upon me at my lodgings in Bloomsbury, and salutes me by the name of Sir George Warrington. Party and fear of the future were over now. We laid the poor gentleman by the side of his little son in the family churchyard where so many of his race repose. Little Miles and I were the chief mourners. An obsequious tenantry bowed and curtsied before us, and did their utmost to conciliate my honour and my worship. The dowager and her daughter withdrew to Bath presently, and I and my family took possession of the house of which I have been master for 30 years. Be not too eager, O my son! Have but a little patience, and I too shall sleep under yonder yew trees, and the people will be tossing up their caps for Sir Miles. The records of a prosperous country life are easily and briefly told. The steward's books show what rents were paid and forgiven, what crops were raised, and in what rotation; what visitors came to us, and how long they stayed; what pensioners my wife had, and how they were doctored and relieved, and how they died; what year I was sheriff, and how often the hounds met near us. All these are narrated in our house journals, which any of my heirs may read who choose to take the trouble. We could not afford the fine mansion in Hill Street, which my predecessor had occupied, but we took a smaller house, in which, however, we spent more money. We made not half the show, with liveries, equipages, and plate, for which my uncle had been famous. But our beer was stronger, and my wife's charities were perhaps more costly than those of the Dowager Lady Warrington. No doubt she thought there was no harm in spoiling the Philistines, for she made us pay unconscionably for the goods she left behind her in our country house, and I submitted to most of her extortions with unutterable good humour.
What a value she imagined the potted plants in her greenhouses bore! What a price she set upon that horrible old spinet she left in her drawing-room! And the framed pieces of worsted work performed by the accomplished Dora and the lovely Flora, had they been masterpieces of Titian or Van Dyck, to be sure my Lady Dowager could hardly have valued them at a higher price.
But though we paid so generously, though we were, I may say, without boast, far kinder to our poor than ever she had been, for a while we had the very worst reputation in the county, where all sorts of stories had been told to my discredit. I thought I might perhaps succeed to my uncle's seat in Parliament as well as to his landed property. But I found, I knew not how, that I was voted to be a person of very dangerous opinions. I would not bribe. I would not coerce my own tenants to vote for me in the election of '68. A gentleman came down from Whitehall with a pocket-book full of bank notes, and I found that I had no chance against my competitor. Bon Dieu! Now that we were at ease in respect of worldly means, now that obedient tenants bowed and curtsied as we went to church, that we drove to visit our friends or to neighbouring towns in the great family coach with the 4 fat horses, did we not often regret poverty, and the little cottage at Lambeth, where want was ever prowling at the door? Did I not long to be bear-leading again, and vow that translating for booksellers was not such very hard drudgery? When we went to London, we made sentimental pilgrimages to all our old haunts. I dare say my wife embraced all her landladies. You may be sure we asked all the friends of those old times to share the comforts of our new home with us. The Reverend Mr. Hagan and his lady visited us more than once. His appearance in the pulpit at B, where he preached very finely, as we thought, caused an awful scandal there. Sampson came too, another unlucky Levite, and was welcome as long as he would stay among us. Mr. Johnson talked of coming, but he put us off once or twice. I suppose our house was dull. I know that I myself would be silent for days, and fear that my moodiness must often have tried the sweetest-tempered woman in the world who lived with me. I did not care for field sports. The killing one partridge was so like killing another that I wondered how men could pass days after days in the pursuit of that kind of slaughter. Their fox-hunting stories would begin at 4 o'clock, when the tablecloth was removed, and last till supper time. I sat silent and listened. Day after day I fell asleep. No wonder I was not popular with my company. What admission is this I am making? Here was the storm over, the rocks avoided, the ship in port, and the sailor not over contented. Was Susan I had been sighing for during the voyage not the beauty I expected to find her? In the first place, Susan and all the family can look in her William's logbook, and so, madam, I am not going to put my secrets down there. No, Susan, I never had secrets from thee. I never cared for another woman. I have seen more beautiful, but none that suited me as well as your ladyship. I have met Mrs. Carter and Miss Mulso, and Mrs. Thrale and Madam Kaufmann, and the angelical Gunnings, and her Grace of Devonshire, and a host of beauties who were not angelic by any means, and I was not dazzled by them. Nay, young folks, I may have led your mother a weary life, and been a very Bluebeard over her, but then I had no other heads in the closet. Only, the first pleasure of taking possession of our kingdom over, I own I began to be quickly tired of the crown. When the captain wears it, his Majesty will be a very different prince. He can ride a hunting 5 days in the week, and find the sport amusing. I believe he would hear the same sermon at church 50 times, and not yawn more than I do at the first delivery. But, sweet Joan, beloved Baucis, being thy faithful servant and true lover always, thy Darby is rather ashamed of having been testy so often. And, being arrived at the consummation of happiness, Philemon asks pardon for falling asleep so frequently after dinner. There came a period of my life when, having reached the summit of felicity, I was quite tired of the prospect I had there. I yawned in Eden, and said, "Is this all? What, no lions to bite, no rain to fall, no thorns to prick you in the rose bush when you sit down? Only Eve, for ever sweet and tender, and figs for breakfast, dinner, supper, from week's end to week's end? Shall I make my confessions? Hearken well, then, if I must make a clean breast of it." Here 3 pages are torn out of Sir George Warrington's MS book, for which the editor is sincerely sorry. I know the theory and practice of the Roman Church, but being bred of another persuasion, and sceptical and heterodox regarding that, I can't help doubting the other 2, and wondering whether Catholics in their confessions confess all. Do we Protestants ever do so? And has education rendered those other fellow men so different from us? At least, amongst us, we are not accustomed to suppose Catholic priests or laymen more frank and open than ourselves. Which brings me back to my question. Does any man confess all? Does yonder dear creature know all my life, who has been the partner of it for 30 years? Who, whenever I have told her a sorrow, has been ready with the best of her gentle power to soothe it, who has watched when I did not speak, and when I was silent, has been silent herself, or with the charming hypocrisy of woman, has worn smiles and an easy appearance, so as to make me imagine she felt no care, or would not even ask to disturb her lord's secret when he seemed to indicate a desire to keep it private? Oh, the dear hypocrite! Have I not watched her hiding the boys' peccadilloes from papa's anger? Have I not known her cheat out of her housekeeping to pay off their little extravagances, and talk to me with an artless face as if she did not know that our revered captain had had dealings with the gentlemen of Duke's Place, and our learned collegian, at the end of his terms, had very pressing reasons for sporting his oak, as the phrase is, against some of the university tradesmen? Why, from the very earliest days, thou wise woman, thou wert for ever concealing something from me. This one stealing jam from the cupboard, that one getting into disgrace at school, that naughty rebel put on the caps, young folks, according to the fit, flinging an inkstand at mamma in a rage, whilst I was told the gown and the carpet were spoiled by accident. We all hide from one another. We have all secrets. We are all alone. We sin by ourselves, and, let us trust, repent too. Yonder dear woman would give her foot to spare mine a twinge of the gout, but when I have the fit, the pain is in my slipper.
At the end of the novel or the play, the hero and heroine marry or die, and so there is an end of them as far as the poet is concerned, who huzzas for his young couple till the post-chaise turns the corner, or fetches the hearse and plumes, and shovels them underground.
But when Mr. Random and Mr. Thomas Jones are married, is all over? Are there no quarrels at home? Are there no Lady Bellastons abroad? Are there no constables to be outrun? No temptations to conquer us, or be conquered by us? The sirens sang after Ulysses long after his marriage, and the suitors whispered in Penelope's ear, and he and she had many a weary day of doubt and care, and so have we all. As regards money, I was put out of troubles by the inheritance I made. But does not Atra Cura sit beside baronets as well as equites? My friends in London used to congratulate me on my happiness. Who would not like to be master of a good house and a good estate? But can Gumbo shut the hall door upon blue devils, or lay them always in a red sea of claret? Does a man sleep the better who has 24 hours to doze in? Do his intellects brighten after a sermon from the dull old vicar, a 10 minutes' cackle and flattery from the village apothecary, or the conversation of Sir John and Sir Thomas with their ladies, who come 10 moonlight muddy miles to eat a haunch and play a rubber? 'Tis all very well to have tradesmen bowing to your carriage door, room made for you at quarter sessions, and my lady wife taken down the second or the third to dinner. But these pleasures fade, nay, have their inconveniences.
In our part of the country, for 7 years after we came to Warrington Manor, our two what they called best neighbours were my Lord Tutbury and Sir John Mudbrook. We are of an older date than the Mudbrooks, consequently my Lady Tutbury always fell to my lot when we dined together, who was deaf and fell asleep after dinner; or if I had Lady Mudbrook, she chattered with a folly so incessant and intense that even my wife could hardly keep her complacency, consummate hypocrite as her ladyship is, knowing the rage with which I was fuming at the other's clatter.
I come to London. I show my tongue to Dr. Heberden. I pour out my catalogue of complaints. "Psha, my dear George!" says the unfeeling physician. "Headaches, languor, bad sleep, bad temper."
Not bad temper. Sir George has the sweetest temper in the world, only he is sometimes a little melancholy,
says my wife. "Bad sleep, bad temper," continues the implacable doctor. "My dear lady,
His inheritance has been his ruin, and a little poverty and a great deal of occupation would do him all the good in life. No, my brother Harry ought to have been the squire, with remainder to my son Miles, of course. Harry's letters were full of gaiety and good spirits. His estate prospered. His negroes multiplied. His crops were large. He was a member of the House of Burgesses. He adored his wife. Could he but have a child, his happiness would be complete. Had Hal been master of Warrington Manor House in my place, he would have been beloved through the whole country. He would have been steward at all the races, the gayest of all the jolly huntsmen, the bienvenu at all the mansions round about, where people scarce cared to perform the ceremony of welcome at the sight of my glum face. As for my wife, all the world liked her, and agreed in pitying her. I don't know how the report got abroad, but 'twas generally agreed that I treated her with awful cruelty, and that for jealousy I was a perfect Bluebeard. Ah me! And so it is true that I have had many dark hours, that I passed days in long silence, that the conversation of fools and whipper-snappers makes me rebellious and peevish, and that when I feel contempt, I sometimes don't know how to conceal it, or I should say, did not. I hope as I grow older I grow more charitable. Because I do not love bawling and galloping after a fox like the captain yonder, I am not his superior; but in this respect humbly own that he is mine. He has perceptions which are denied me, enjoyments which I cannot understand. Because I am blind, the world is not dark. I try now and listen with respect when Squire Codgers talks of the day's run. I do my best to laugh when Captain Rattleton tells his garrison stories. I step up to the harpsichord with old Miss Humby, our neighbour from Beckley's, and try and listen as she warbles her ancient ditties. I play whilst laboriously. Am I not trying to do the duties of life? And I have a right to be garrulous and egotistical, because I have been reading Montaigne all the morning. I was not surprised, knowing by what influence my brother was led, to find his name in the list of Virginia burgesses who declared that the sole right of imposing taxes on the inhabitants of this colony is now, and ever hath been, legally and constitutionally vested in the House of Burgesses, and called upon the other colonies to pray for the royal interposition in favour of the violated rights of America. And it was now, after we had been some 3 years settled in our English home, that a correspondence between us and Madam Esmond began to take place. It was my wife who, upon some pretext such as women always know how to find, re-established the relations between us. Mr. Miles must need have the smallpox, from which he miraculously recovered without losing any portion of his beauty; and on his recovery the mother writes her prettiest little wheedling letter to the grandmother of the fortunate babe. She coaxes her with all sorts of modest phrases and humble offerings of respect and goodwill. She narrates anecdotes of the precocious genius of the lad. What hath subsequently happened, I wonder, to stop the growth of that gallant young officer's brains? And she must have sent over to his grandmother a lock of the darling boy's hair, for the old lady in her reply acknowledged the receipt of some such present. I wonder, as it came from England, they allowed it to pass our custom house at Williamsburg. In return for these peace offerings and smuggled tokens of submission, comes a tolerably gracious letter from my Lady of Castlewood. She inveighs against the dangerous spirit pervading the colony. She laments to think that her unhappy son is consorting with people who, she fears, will be no better than rebels and traitors. She does not wonder, considering who his friends and advisers are. How can a wife taken from an almost menial situation be expected to sympathise with persons of rank and dignity who have the honour of the crown at heart? If evil times were coming for the monarchy, for the folks in America appeared to be disinclined to pay taxes, and required that everything should be done for them without cost, she remembered how, to monarchs in misfortune, the Esmonds,
Her father, the Marquis especially, had ever been faithful.
She knew not what opinions, though she might judge from my newfangled Lord Chatham, were in fashion in England. She prayed at least she might hear that one of her sons was not on the side of rebellion. When we came in after days to look over old family papers in Virginia, we found letters from my daughter, Lady Warrington, neatly tied up with a ribbon. My Lady Theo insisted I should not open them, and the truth, I believe, is that they were so full of praises of her husband that she thought my vanity would suffer from reading them. When Madam began to write, she gave us brief notices of Harry and his wife. "The two women," she wrote, "still govern everything with my poor boy at Fannystown, as he chooses to call his house. They must save money there, for I hear but a shabby account of their manner of entertaining. The Mount Vernon gentleman continues to be his great friend, and he votes in the House of Burgesses very much as his guide advises him. Why he should be so sparing of his money I cannot understand. I heard of 5 negroes who went with his equipages to my Lord Bodetort's, only 2 had shoes to their feet. I had reasons to save, having sons for whom I wished to provide, but he hath no children, wherein he certainly is spared from much grief, though, no doubt, Heaven in its wisdom means our good by the trials which through our children it causes us to endure. His mother-in-law," she added in one of her letters, "has been ailing. Ever since his marriage, my poor Henry has been the creature of these 2 artful women, and they rule him entirely. Nothing, my dear daughter, is more contrary to common sense and to Holy Scripture than this. Are we not told, wives, be obedient to your husbands? Had Mr. Warrington lived, I should have endeavoured to follow up that sacred precept, holding that nothing so becomes a woman as humility and obedience." Presently we had a letter sealed with black, and announcing the death of our dear good Mountain, for whom I had a hearty regret and affection, remembering her sincere love for us as children. Harry deplored the event in his honest way, and with tears which actually blotted his paper. And Madam Esmond, alluding to the circumstance, said, "My late housekeeper, Mrs. Mountain, as soon as she found her illness was fatal, sent to me requesting a last interview on her deathbed, intending doubtless to pray my forgiveness for her treachery towards me. I sent her word that I could forgive her as a Christian, and heartily hope, though I confess I doubt it, that she had a due sense of her crime towards me. But our meeting, I considered, was of no use, and could only occasion unpleasantness between us. If she repented, though at the 11th hour, it was not too late, and I sincerely trusted that she was now doing so. And would you believe her lamentable and hardened condition? She sent me word through Dinah, my woman, whom I dispatched to her with medicines for her soul's and her body's health, that she had nothing to repent of as far as regarded her conduct to me, and she wanted to be left alone. Poor Dinah distributed the medicine to my negroes, and our people took it eagerly, whilst Mrs. Mountain, left to herself, succumbed to the fever. Oh, the perversity of humankind! This poor creature was too proud to take my remedies, and is now beyond the reach of cure and physicians. You tell me your little Miles is subject to fits of colic. My remedy, and I will beg you to let me know if effectual, is," etc., etc., and here followed the prescription, which thou didst not take, O my son, my heir, and my pride, because thy fond mother had her mother's favourite powder, on which in his infantine troubles our firstborn was dutifully nurtured. Did words not exactly consonant with truth pass between the ladies in their correspondence? I fear my Lady Theo was not altogether candid. Else how to account for a phrase in one of Madam Esmond's letters, who said, "I am glad to hear the powders have done the dear child good. They are, if not on a first, on a second or third application, almost infallible, and have been the blessed means of relieving many persons round me, both infants and adults, white and coloured. I send my grandson an Indian bow and arrows. Shall these eyes never behold him at Castlewood, I wonder? And is Sir George so busy with his books and his politics that he can't afford a few months to his mother in Virginia? I am much alone now. My son's chamber is just as he left it. The same books are in the presses, his little hanger and fowling piece over the bed, and my father's picture over the mantelpiece. I never allow anything to be altered in his room or his brother's. I fancy the children playing near me sometimes, and that I can see my dear father's head as he dozes in his chair. Mine is growing almost as white as my father's. Am I never to behold my children ere I go hence? The Lord's will be done. End of chapter 85. Chapter 86 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 86. At Home. Such an appeal as this of our mother would have softened hearts much less obdurate than ours, and we talked of a speedy visit to Virginia, and of hiring all the young Rachel's cabin accommodation. But our child must fall ill, for whom the voyage would be dangerous, and from whom the mother of course could not part, and the young Rachel made her voyage without us that year. Another year there was another difficulty, in my worship's first attack of the gout, which occupied me a good deal, and afterwards certainly cleared my wits and enlivened my spirits. And now came another much sadder cause for delay in the sad news we received from Jamaica. Some 2 years after our establishment at the Manor, our dear General returned from his government a little richer in the world's goods than when he went away, but having undergone a loss for which no wealth could console him, and after which, indeed, he did not care to remain in the West Indies. My Theo's poor mother, the most tender and affectionate friend, save one, I have ever had, died abroad of the fever. Her last regret was that she should not be allowed to live to see our children and ourselves in prosperity. She sees us, though we do not see her, and she thanks George for having been good to her children, her husband said. He, we thought, would not be long ere he joined her. His love for her had been the happiness and business of his whole life. To be away from her seemed living no more. It was pitiable to watch the good man as he sat with us. My wife, in her air and in many tones and gestures, constantly recalled her mother to the bereaved widower's heart. What cheer we could give him in his calamity we offered, but especially little Hetty was now, under heaven, his chief support and consolation. She had refused more than one advantageous match in the island, the General told us, and on her return to England my Lord Wrotham's heir laid himself at her feet, but she loved best to stay with her father, Hetty said. As long as he was not tired of her, she cared for no husband. Nay, said we, when this last great match was proposed, let the General stay 6 months with us at the Manor here, and you can have him at Oakhurst for the other 6. But Hetty declared her father never could bear Oakhurst again now that her mother was gone, and she would marry no man for his coronet and money, not she. The General, when we talked this matter over, said gravely that the child had no desire for marrying, owing possibly to some disappointment in early life, of which she never spoke. And we, respecting her feelings, were for our parts equally silent. My brother Lambert had by this time a college living near to Winchester, and a wife of course to adorn his parsonage. We professed but a moderate degree of liking for this lady, though we made her welcome when she came to us. Her idea regarding our poor Hetty's determined celibacy was different to that which I had. This Mrs. Jack was a chatterbox of a woman, in the habit of speaking her mind very freely, and of priding herself excessively on her skill in giving pain to her friends. "My dear Sir George," she was pleased to say, "I have often and often told our dear Theo that I wouldn't have a pretty sister in my house to make tea for Jack when I was upstairs, and always to be at hand when I was wanted in the kitchen or nursery, and always to be dressed neat and in her best when I was very likely making pies or puddings, or looking to the children. I have every confidence in Jack, of course. I should like to see him look at another woman, indeed. And so I have in Jemima, but they don't come together in my house when I'm upstairs, that I promise you. And so I told my sister Warrington." "Am I to understand," says the General, "that you have done my Lady Warrington the favour to warn her against her sister, my daughter, Miss Hester?" "Yes, Pa, of course I have. A duty is a duty, and a woman is a woman, and a man's a man, as I know very well. Don't tell me he is a man. Every man is a man, with all his sanctified airs. You yourself have a married sister, with whom you were staying when my son Jack first had the happiness of making your acquaintance," remarks the General. "Yes, of course I have a married sister. Every one knows that, and I've been as good as a mother to her children, that I have." "And am I to gather from your conversation that your attractions proved a powerful temptation for your sister's husband?" "Law, General, I don't know how you can go for to say I ever said any such a thing," cries Mrs. Jack, red and voluble. "Don't you perceive, my dear madam, that it is you who have insinuated as much, not only regarding yourself, but regarding my own two daughters?" "Never, never, never! I'm a Christian woman. And it's most cruel of you to say so, sir. And I do say a sister is best out of the house, that I do. And as Theo's time is coming, I warn her, that's all. Have you discovered, my good madam, whether my poor Hetty has stolen any of the spoons? When I came to breakfast this morning, my daughter was alone, and there must have been a score of pieces of silver on the table." "Law, sir, who ever said a word about spoons? Did I ever accuse the poor dear? If I did, may I drop down dead at this moment on this hearth rug. And I ain't used to be spoke to in this way. And me and Jack have both remarked it, and I've done my duty, that I have." And here Mrs. Jack flounces out of the room in tears. "And has the woman had the impudence to tell you this, my child?" asks the General, when Theo, who is a little delicate, comes to the tea table. "She has told me every day since she has been here. She comes into my dressing room to tell me. She comes to my nursery, and says, 'Ah, I wouldn't have a sister prowling about my nursery, that I wouldn't.' Ah, how pleasant it is to have amiable and well-bred relatives, say I." "Thy poor mother has been spared this woman," groans the General. "Our mother would have made her better, papa," says Theo, kissing him. "Yes, dear, and I see that both of them are at their prayers. But this must be owned, that to love one's relatives is not always an easy task. To live with one's neighbours is sometimes not amusing. From Jack Lambert's demeanour next day, I could see that his wife had given him her version of the conversation. Jack was sulky, but not dignified. He was angry, but his anger did not prevent his appetite. He preached a sermon for us which was entirely stupid, and little Miles, once more in sables, sat at his grandfather's side, his little hand placed in that of the kind old man. Would he stay and keep house for us during our Virginian trip? The housekeeper should be put under the full domination of Hetty. The butler's keys should be handed over to him, for Gumbo, not I thought with an over good grace, was to come with us to Virginia, having, it must be premised, united himself with Mrs. Molly in the bonds of matrimony, and peopled a cottage in my park with sundry tawny Gumbos. Under the care of our good General and his daughter we left our house then. We travelled to London, and thence to Bristol, and our obsequious agent there had the opportunity of declaring that he should offer up prayers for our prosperity, and avowing that children so beautiful as ours (we had an infant by this time to accompany Miles) were never seen on any ship before. We made a voyage without accident. How strange the feeling was as we landed from our boat at Richmond! A coach and a host of negroes were there in waiting to receive us, and hard by a gentleman on horseback, with negroes in our livery too, who sprang from his horse and rushed up to embrace us. Not a little charmed were both of us to see our dearest Hal. He rode with us to our mother's door. Yonder she stood on the steps to welcome us, and Theo knelt down to ask her blessing. Harry rode in the coach with us as far as our mother's house, but would not, as he said, spoil sport by entering with us. She sees me, he owned, and we are pretty good friends, but Fanny and she are best apart, and there is no love lost between 'em, I can promise you. Come over to me at the tavern, George, when thou art free, and to-morrow I shall have the honour to present her sister to Theo. 'Twas only from happening to be in town yesterday that I heard the ship was signalled, and waited to see you. I have sent a negro boy home to my wife, and she'll be here to pay her respects to my Lady Warrington." And Harry, after this brief greeting, jumped out of the carriage, and left us to meet our mother alone. Since I parted from her I had seen a great deal of fine company, and Theo and I had paid our respects to the King and Queen at St. James's; but we had seen no more stately person than this who welcomed us, and raising my wife from her knee, embraced her, and led her into the house. 'Twas a plain wood-built place, with a gallery round, as our Virginian houses are; but if it had been a palace, with a little empress inside, our reception could not have been more courteous. There was old Nathan, still the major domo; a score of kind black faces of blacks, grinning welcome. Some whose names I remembered as children were grown out of remembrance, to be sure, to be buxom lads and lasses; and some I had left with black pates were grizzling now with snowy polls; and some who were born since my time were peering at doorways with their great eyes and little naked feet. It was, "I'm little Sip, Master George," and "I'm Dinah, Sir George," and "I'm Master Miles's boy," says a little chap in a new livery and boots of nature's blacking. Ere the day was over the whole household had found a pretext for passing before us, and grinning and bowing and making us welcome. I don't know how many repasts were served to us. In the evening my Lady Warrington had to receive all the gentry of the little town, which she did with perfect grace and good humour, and I had to shake hands with a few old acquaintances old enemies, I was going to say, but I had come into a fortune, and was no longer a naughty prodigal. Why, a drove of fatted calves was killed in my honour. My poor Hal was of the entertainment, but gloomy and crestfallen. His mother spoke to him, but it was as a queen to a rebellious prince, her son who was not yet forgiven. We two slipped away from the company, and went up to the rooms assigned to me; but there, as we began a free conversation, our mother, taper in hand, appeared with her pale face. Did I want anything? Was everything quite as I wished it? She had peeped in at the dearest children, who were sleeping like cherubs. How she did caress them, and delight over them! How she was charmed with Miles's dominating airs, and the little Theo's smiles and dimples! "Supper is just coming on the table, Sir George." "If you like our cookery better than the tavern, Henry, I beg you to stay." What a different welcome there was in the words and tone addressed to each of us! Hal hung down his head, and followed to the lower room. A clergyman begged a blessing on the meal. He touched, with not a little art and eloquence, upon our arrival at home, upon our safe passage across the stormy waters, upon the love and forgiveness which awaited us in the mansions of the Heavenly Parent when the storms of life were over. Here was a new clergyman, quite unlike some whom I remembered about us in earlier days, and I praised him; but Madam Esmond shook her head. She was afraid his principles were very dangerous. She was afraid others had adopted those dangerous principles. Had I not seen the papers signed by the burgesses and merchants at Williamsburg the year before? The Lees, Randolphs, Bassets, Washingtons, and the like, and, oh, my dear, that I should have to say it, our name, that is, your brother's, by what influence I do not like to say, and this unhappy Mr. Belman's, who begged a blessing last night. If there had been quarrels in our little colonial society when I left home, what were these to the feuds I found raging on my return? We had sent the Stamp Act to America, and been forced to repeal it. Then we must try a new set of duties on glass, paper, and what not, and repeal that act too, with the exception of a duty on tea. From Boston to Charleston the tea was confiscated. Even my mother, loyal as she was, gave up her favourite drink, and my poor wife would have had to forego hers; but we had brought a quantity for our private drinking on board ship, which had paid 4 times as much duty at home. Not that I, for my part, would have hesitated about paying duty. The home government must have some means of revenue, or its pretensions to authority were idle. They say the colonies were tried and tyrannized over. I say the home government was tried and tyrannized over. 'Tis but an affair of argument in history now. We tried the question and were beat, and the matter is settled as completely as the conquest of Britain by the Normans. And all along, from conviction I trust, I own to have taken the British side of the quarrel. In that brief and unfortunate experience of war which I had had in my early life, the universal cry of the army and well affected persons was that Mr. Braddock's expedition had failed, and defeat and disaster had fallen upon us in consequence of the remissness, the selfishness, and the rapacity of many of the very people for whom defence against the French arms had been taken up. The colonists were for having all done for them, and for doing nothing. They made extortionate bargains with champions who came to defend them. They failed in contracts. They furnished niggardly supplies. They multiplied delays until the hour for beneficial action was past, and until a catastrophe came which never need have occurred but for their ill will. What shouts of joy were there, and what ovations for the great British minister who had devised and effected the conquest of Canada! Monsieur de Vaudreuil said justly that the conquest was a signal for the defection of the North American colonies from their allegiance to Great Britain, and my Lord Chatham, having done his best to achieve the first part of the scheme, contributed more than any man in England towards the completion of it. The colonies were insurgent, and he applauded their rebellion. What scores of thousands of waverers must he have encouraged into resistance! It was a general who says to an army in revolt, "God save the King, my men! You have a right to mutiny." No wonder they set up his statue in this town, and his picture in the other; whilst here and there they hanged ministers and governors in effigy. To our Virginian town of Williamsburg, some wiseacres must subscribe to bring over a portrait of my lord in the habit of a Roman orator speaking in the Forum, to be sure, and pointing to the palace of Whitehall, and the special window out of which Charles the First was beheaded. Here was a neat allegory, and a pretty compliment to a British statesman. I hear, however, that my lord's head was painted from a bust, and so was taken off without his knowledge. Now, my country is England, not America or Virginia, and I take, or rather took, the English side of the dispute. My sympathies had always been with home, where I was now a squire and a citizen. But had my lot been to plant tobacco and live on the banks of James River or Potomac, no doubt my opinions had been altered. When, for instance, I visited my brother at his new house and plantation, I found him and his wife as staunch Americans as we were British. We had some words upon the matter in dispute. Who had not in those troublesome times? But our argument was carried on without rancour. Even my new sister could not bring us to that, though she did her best when we were together, and in the curtain lectures which I have no doubt she inflicted on her spouse, like a notable housewife as she was. but we trusted in each other so entirely that even Harry's duty towards his wife would not make him quarrel with his brother. He loved me from old times, when my word was law with him. He still protested that he and every Virginian gentleman of his side was loyal to the Crown. War was not declared as yet, and gentlemen of different opinions were courteous enough to one another. Nay, at our public dinners and festivals, the health of the King was still ostentatiously drunk, and the assembly of every colony, though preparing for Congress, though resisting all attempts at taxation on the part of the home authorities, was loud in its expressions of regard for the King our father, and pathetic in its appeals to that paternal sovereign to put away evil counsellors from him and listen to the voice of moderation and reason. Up to the last, our Virginian gentry were a brave, orderly, aristocratic folk, with the strongest sense of their own dignity and station. In later days, and nearer home, we have heard of fraternization and equality. Among the great folks of our old world, I have never seen a gentleman standing more on his dignity and maintaining it better than Mr. Washington. No, not the king against whom he took arms. In the eyes of all the gentry of the French court, who gaily joined in the crusade against us, and so took their revenge for Canada, the great American chief always appeared as Annex Andron, and they allowed that his better could not be seen in Versailles itself. Though they were quarrelling with the governor, the gentlemen of the House of Burgesses still maintained amicable relations with him, and exchanged dignified courtesies. When my Lord Bottetourt arrived, and held his court at Williamsburg in no small splendour and state, all the gentry waited upon him, Madam Esmond included. And at his death, Lord Dunmore, who succeeded him and brought a fine family with him, was treated with the utmost respect by our gentry privately, though publicly the House of Assembly and the Governor were at war. Their quarrels are a matter of history, and concern me personally only so far as this, that our Burgesses being convened for the 1st of March, in the year after my arrival in Virginia, it was agreed that we should all pay a visit to our capital, and our duty to the Governor. Since Harry's unfortunate marriage, Madam Esmond had not performed this duty, though always previously accustomed to pay it. But now that her eldest son was arrived in the colony, my mother opined that we must certainly wait upon his Excellency the Governor, nor were we sorry, perhaps, to get away from our little Richmond to enjoy the gaieties of the provincial capital. Madam engaged, and at a great price, the best house to be had at Richmond for herself and her family. Now I was rich, her generosity was curious. I had more than once to interpose, her old servants likewise wondering at her new way of life, and beg her not to be so lavish. But she gently said, in former days she had occasion to save, which now existed no more. Harry had enough, sure, with such a wife as he had taken out of the housekeeper's room. If she chose to be a little extravagant now, why should she hesitate? She had not her dearest daughter and grandchildren with her every day. She fell in love with all three of them, and spoiled them as much as they were capable of being spoiled. Besides, in former days I could not accuse her of too much extravagance, and this I think was almost the only allusion she made to the pecuniary differences between us. So she had her people dressed in their best, and her best wines, plate, and furniture from Castlewood by sea at no small charge, and her dress in which she had been married in George II.'s reign, and we all flattered ourselves that our coach made the greatest figure of any except his Excellency's. And we engaged Signor Formicalo, his Excellency's major domo, to superintend the series of feasts that were given in my honour. And more flesh pots were set a-stewing in our kitchens in 1 month, our servants said, than had been known in the family since the young gentleman went away. So great was Theo's influence over my mother, that she actually persuaded her that year to receive our sister Fanny, Hal's wife, who would have stayed upon the plantation rather than face Madam Esmond. But, trusting to Theo's promise of amnesty, Fanny, to whose house we had paid more than one visit, came up to town and made her curtsey to Madam Esmond, and was forgiven. And rather than be forgiven in that way, I own, for my part, that I would prefer perdition or utter persecution. "You know these, my dear?" says Madam Esmond, pointing to her fine silver sconces. "Fanny hath often cleaned them when she was with me at Castlewood. And this dress, too, Fanny knows, I dare say. Her poor mother had the care of it. I always had the greatest confidence in her." Here there is wrath flashing from Fanny's eyes, which our mother, who has forgiven her, does not perceive. Not she. "Oh, she was a treasure to me," Madam resumes. "I never should have nursed my boys through their illnesses but for your mother's admirable care of them. Colonel Lee, permit me to present you to my daughter, my Lady Warrington. Her ladyship is a neighbour of your relatives, the Bunburys, at home. Here comes his Excellency. Welcome, my lord." And our Princess performs before his lordship one of those curtseys of which she was not a little proud; and I fancy I see some of the company venturing to smile. "By George, madam," says Mr. Lee, "since Count Borulawski I have not seen a bow so elegant as your ladyship's." "And pray, sir, who was Count Borulawski?" asks Madam. "He was a nobleman high in favour with his Polish Majesty," replies Mr. Lee. "May I ask you, madam, to present me to your distinguished son?" "This is Sir George Warrington," says my mother, pointing to me. "Pardon me, madam, I meant Captain Warrington, who was by Mr. Wolfe's side when he died. I had been contented to share his fate, so I had been near him." And the ardent Lee swaggers up to Harry, and takes his hand with respect, and pays him a compliment or two, which makes me, at least, pardon him for his late impertinence, for my dearest Hal walks gloomily through his mother's rooms in his old uniform of the famous corps which he has quitted. We had had many meetings which the stern mother could not interrupt, and in which that instinctive love which bound us to one another, and which nothing could destroy, had opportunity to speak. Entirely unlike each other in our pursuits, our tastes, our opinions, his life being one of eager exercise, active sport, and all the amusements of the field, while mine is to dawdle over books and spend my time in languid self-contemplation. We have, nevertheless, had such a sympathy as almost passes the love of women. My poor Hal confessed as much to me for his part, in his artless manner, when we went away without wives or womankind, except a few negroes left in the place, and passed a week at Castlewood together. The ladies did not love each other. I know enough of my Lady Theo to see after a very few glances whether or not she takes a liking to another of her amiable sex. All my powers of persuasion or command failed to change the stubborn creature's opinion. Had she ever said a word against Mrs. This or Miss That? Not she. Has she been otherwise than civil? No, assuredly. My Lady Theo is polite to a beggar woman, treats her kitchen maids like duchesses, and murmurs a compliment to the dentist for his elegant manner of pulling her tooth out. She would black my boots or clean the grate, if I ordained it, always looking like a duchess the while. But as soon as I say to her, "My dear creature, be fond of this lady or the other," all obedience ceases, she executes the most refined curtseys, smiles and kisses even to order, but performs that mysterious, undefinable Freemasonic signal which passes between women, by which each knows that the other hates her. So, with regard to Fanny, we had met at her house, and at others. I remembered her affectionately from old days. I fully credited poor Hal's violent protests and tearful oaths that, by George, it was our mother's persecution which made him marry her. He couldn't stand by and see a poor thing tortured as she was, without coming to her rescue. No, by heavens, he couldn't. I say I believed all this, and I had for my sister-in-law a genuine compassion, as well as an early regard, and yet I had no love to give her, and in reply to Hal's passionate outbreaks in praise of her beauty and worth, and eager queries to me whether I did not think her a perfect paragon, I could only answer with faint compliments or vague approval, feeling all the while that I was disappointing my poor ardent fellow, and cursing inwardly that revolt against flattery and falsehood into which I sometimes frantically rush. Why should I not say, "Yes, dear Hal, thy wife is a paragon. Her singing is delightful, her hair and shape are beautiful," as I might have said by a little common stretch of politeness? Why could I not cajole this or that stupid neighbour or relative as I had heard Theo do 1,000 times, finding all sorts of lively prattle to amuse them, whilst I sit before them dumb and gloomy? I say it was a sin not to have more words to say in praise of Fanny. We ought to have praised her. We ought to have liked her. My Lady Warrington certainly ought to have liked her, for she can play the hypocrite, and I cannot. And there was this young creature, pretty, graceful, shaped like a nymph, with beautiful black eyes, and we cared for them no more than for 2 gooseberries. At Warrington my wife and I, when we pretended to compare notes, elaborately complimented each other on our new sister's beauty. What lovely eyes! Oh yes! What a sweet little dimple on her chin! Ah oui! What wonderful little feet! Perfectly Chinese! Where should we in London get slippers small enough for her? And these compliments exhausted, we knew that we did not like Fanny the value of 1 penny piece. We knew that we disliked her. We knew that we well, what hypocrites women are. We had heard from many quarters how eagerly my brother had taken up the new anti-English opinion, and what a champion he was of so-called American rights and freedom. "It is her doing, my dear," says I to my wife. "If I had said so much, I am sure you would have scolded me," says my Lady Warrington, laughing. And I did straightway begin to scold her, and say it was most cruel of her to suspect our new sister, and what earthly right had we to do so? But I say again, I know Madame Theo so well, that when once she has got a prejudice against a person in her little head, not all the king's horses, nor all the king's men will get it out again. I vow nothing would induce her to believe that Harry was not henpecked. Nothing. Well, we went to Castlewood together without the women, and stayed at the dreary dear old place where we had been so happy, and I at least so gloomy. It was winter and duck time, and Harry went away to the river, and shot dozens and scores and bushels of canvas backs, whilst I remained in my grandfather's library amongst the old mouldering books which I loved in my childhood, which I see in a dim vision still resting on a little boy's lap, as he sits by an old white-headed gentleman's knee. I read my books. I slept in my own bed and room, religiously kept, as my mother told me, and left as on the day when I went to Europe. Hal's cheery voice would wake me, as of old. Like all men who love to go afield, he was an early riser. He would come and wake me, and sit on the foot of the bed and perfume the air with his morning pipe, as the house negroes laid great logs on the fire. It was a happy time. Old Nathan had told me of cunning crypts, where ancestral rum and claret were deposited. We had had cares, struggles, battles, bitter griefs and disappointments. We were boys again as we sat there together. I am a boy now, even as I think of the time. That unlucky tea tax, which alone of the taxes lately imposed upon the colonies the home government was determined to retain, was met with defiance throughout America. 'Tis true we paid a shilling in the pound at home, and asked only threepence from Boston or Charleston, but as a question of principle, the impost was refused by the provinces, which indeed ever showed a most spirited determination to pay as little as they could help. In Charleston the tea ships were unloaded, and the cargoes stored in cellars. From New York and Philadelphia the vessels were turned back to London. In Boston, where there was an armed force, whom the inhabitants were perpetually mobbing, certain patriots, painted and disguised as Indians, boarded the ships, and flung the obnoxious cargoes into the water. The wrath of our white father was kindled against the city of Mohawks in masquerade. The notable Boston Port Bill was brought forward in the British House of Commons. The port was closed, and the Custom House removed to Salem. The Massachusetts charter was annulled, and in just apprehension that riots might ensue, in dealing with the perpetrators of which the colonial courts might be led to act partially, Parliament decreed that persons indicted for acts of violence and armed resistance might be sent home or to another colony for trial. If such acts set all America in a flame, they certainly drove all well-wishers of our country into a fury. I might have sentenced Master Miles Warrington at 5 years old to a whipping, and he would have cried, taken down his little small clothes, and submitted. But suppose I offered, and he richly deserving it, to chastise Captain Miles of the Prince's Dragoons? He would whirl my paternal cane out of my hand, box my hair powder out of my ears. Lord a mercy, I tremble at the very idea of the controversy. He would assert his independence, in a word. And if I say, I think the Home Parliament has a right to levy taxes in the colonies, I own that we took means most captious, most insolent, most irritating, and, above all, most impotent to assert our claim. My Lord Dunmore, our Governor of Virginia, upon Lord Bottetourt's death, received me into some intimacy soon after my arrival in the colony, being willing to live on good terms with all our gentry. My mother's severe loyalty was no secret to him. Indeed, she waved the King's banner in all companies, and talked so loudly and resolutely, that Randolph and Patrick Henry himself were struck dumb before her. It was Madam Esmond's celebrated reputation for loyalty, his Excellency laughingly told me, which induced him to receive her eldest son to grace. "I have had the worst character of you from home," his lordship said. "Little birds whisper to me, Sir George, that you are a man of the most dangerous principles. You are a friend of Mr. Wilkes and Alderman Beckford. I am not sure you have not been at Medmenham Abbey. You have lived with players, poets, and all sorts of wild people. I have been warned against you, sir, and I find you—" "Not so black as I have been painted?" I interrupted his lordship with a smile. "Faith," says my lord, "if I tell Sir George Warrington that he seems to me a very harmless, quiet gentleman, and that 'tis a great relief to me to talk to him amidst these loud politicians, these lawyers with their perpetual noise about Greece and Rome, these Virginian squires, who are for ever professing their loyalty and respect, whilst they are shaking their fists in my face. I hope nobody overhears us," says my lord, with an arch smile, "and nobody will carry my opinions home." His lordship's ill opinion having been removed by a better knowledge of me, our acquaintance daily grew more intimate, and, especially between the ladies of his family and my own, a close friendship arose, between them and my wife at least. Hal's wife, received kindly at the little provincial court, as all ladies were, made herself by no means popular there by the hot and eager political tone which she adopted. She assailed all the Government measures with indiscriminating acrimony. Were they lenient? She said the perfidious British Government was only preparing a snare, and biding its time until it could forge heavier chains for unhappy America. Were they angry? Why did not every American citizen rise, assert his rights as a freeman, and serve every British governor, officer, soldier, as they had treated the East India Company's tea? My mother, on the other hand, was pleased to express her opinions with equal frankness, and, indeed, to press her advice upon his Excellency with a volubility which may have fatigued that representative of the sovereign. Call out the militia. Send for fresh troops from New York, from home, from anywhere. Lock up the capital. This advice was followed, it must be owned. And send every one of the ringleaders amongst those wicked Burgesses to prison, was Madam Esmond's daily counsel to the Governor by word and letter. And if not only the Burgesses, but the Burgesses' wives could have been led off to punishment and captivity, I think this Brutus of a woman would scarce have appealed against the sentence. Chapter 86